Section 0 of Diaries of Court Ladies of Old Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Elsie Selwyn. Diaries of Court Ladies of Old Japan by Sarashina, Murasaki Shikibu, et alia, translated by Annie Shepley Omori in Kochidoi. Introduction by Amy Lowell. The Japanese have a convenient method of calling their historical periods by the names of the places which were the seats of government while they lasted. The first of these epochs of real importance is the Nara period, which began AD 710 and endured until 794. All before that may be classed as archaic. Previous to the Nara period, the Japanese had been a semi-nomadic race. As each successive Mikado came to the throne, he built himself a new palace and founded a new capital. There had been more than 60 capitals before the Nara period. Such shifting was not conducive to the development of literature and the arts, and it was not until a permanent government was established at Nara that these began to flourish. This is scarcely the place to trace the history of Japanese literature, but fully to understand these charming Diaries of Court Ladies of Old Japan, it is necessary to know a little of the world they lived in, to be able to feel their atmosphere and recognize their illusions. We know a good deal about Japan today, but the Japan with which we are familiar only slightly resembles that of the Diaries. Centuries of feudalism, of dark ages, have come between. We must go behind all this and begin again. We have all heard of the 47 Ronins and the No drama, of shoguns, daimyos, and samurais, and many of us live in daily communion with Japanese prints. It gives us pause to reflect that the earliest of these things is almost as many centuries ahead of the ladies as it is behind us. Shogun simply means general, and of course there were always generals, but the power of the shoguns and the military feudalism of which the daimyos and their attendant samurais were a part did not really begin until the middle of the 12th century and did not reach its full development until the middle of the 14th. The No drama started with the ancient religious pantomimic dance, the kagura, but not until words were added in the 14th century did it become the No, and block color printing was first practiced in 1695, while such famous print artists as Utamaro, Hokusai, and Hiroshige are all products of the 18th or early 19th centuries. To find the ladies behind the dark military ages, we must go back a long way, even to the century before their own, and so gain a sort of perspective for them and their time. Chinese literature and civilization were introduced into Japan somewhere between 270 and 310 AD, and Buddhism followed in 552. Of course, all such dates must be taken with a certain degree of latitude. Oriental historians are anything but precise in these matters. Chinese influence and Buddhism are the two enormous facts to be reckoned with in understanding Japan, and considering what an effect they have had, it is not a little singular that Japan has always been able to preserve her native character. To be sure, Shintoism was never displaced by Buddhism, but the latter made a tremendous appeal to the Japanese temperament, as the diaries show. In fact, it was not until the Meiji period, 1867 to 1912, that Shintoism was again made the state religion. With the introduction of Chinese civilization came the art of writing, when is not accurately known, but printing from movable blocks followed from Korea in the 8th century. As was inevitable under the circumstances, Chinese came to be considered the language of learning. Japanese scholars wrote in Chinese. All the serious books, history, theology, science, law, were written in Chinese as a matter of course. But in 712, a volume called Records of Ancient Matters was compiled in the native tongue. It is the earliest book in Japanese now extant. If the scholars wrote in a borrowed language, the poets knew better. They wrote in their own, and the poetry of the Nara period has been preserved for us in an anthology, the Manyoshu, or Collection of 1,000 Leaves. This was followed at the beginning of the 10th century by the Kokinshu, Ancient and Modern Poems, to which, however, the editor Tsurayuki felt obliged to write a Chinese preface. The ladies of the Diaries were extremely familiar with these volumes. Their own writings are full of allusions to poems contained in them. Sei Shonagon, writing early in the 11th century, describes a young lady's education as consisting of writing, music, and the 20 volumes of the Kokenshu. So it came about that while learned gentlemen still continued to write in Chinese, poetry, fiction, diaries, and desultory essays called Zuihitsu, following the pen, were written in Japanese. Now, the position of women at this time was very different from what it afterwards became in the feudal period. The Chinese called Japan the Queen Country because of the ascendancy which women enjoyed there. They were educated, they were allowed a share of inheritance, and they had their own houses. It is an extraordinary and important fact that much of the best literature of Japan has been written by women. 3 of these most remarkable women are the authors of the Diaries. A 4th to be named with them, Sei Shonagon, to whom I have just referred, was a contemporary. In 794, the capital was moved from Nara to Kyoto, which was given the name of Heianjo, or City of Peace, and with the removal a new period, the Heian, began. It lasted until 1186, and Our Ladies lived in the very middle of it. By this time Japan was thoroughly civilized. She was indeed a little over-civilized, a little too fine down and delicate. At least this is true of all that life which centered round the court at Kyoto. To historians, the Heian period represents the rise and fall of the Fujiwara family. This powerful family had served the Mikados from time out of mind as heads of the Shinto priests, and after the middle of the 7th century they became ministers or prime ministers. An immense clan, they gradually absorbed all the civil offices in the kingdom, while the military offices were filled by the Tara and Minamoto families. It was the rise of these last as the Fujiwara declined, which eventually led to the rule of the shoguns and the long centuries of feudalism and civil war. But in the middle of the Heian period, the Fujiwara were very much everywhere. Most of those court ladies who were the authors of remarkable books were the daughters of governors of provinces, and that meant Fujiwaras to a greater or lesser degree. At that time, polygamy flourished in Japan, and the family had grown to a prodigious size. Since a civil office meant a post for a Fujiwara, many of them were happily provided for, but they were so numerous that they outnumbered the legitimate positions, and others had to be created to fill the demand. The court was full of persons of both sexes holding sinecures, with a great deal of time on their hands and nothing to do in it but write poetry, which they did exceedingly well, and attend the various functions prescribed by etiquette. Ceremonials were many and magnificent, and poetry writing became not only a game, but a natural adjunct to every possible event. The Japanese as a nation are dowered with a rare and exquisite taste, and in the Heian period taste was cultivated to an amazing degree. Murasaki Shikibu records the astounding pitch to which it had reached in a passage in her diary. Speaking of the Mikado's ladies at a court festivity, she said of the dress of one of them, quote, "One had a little fault in the color combination at the wrist opening. When she went before the royal presence to fetch something, the nobles and high officials noted it. Afterwards, Lady Saisho regretted it deeply. It was not so bad, only one color was a little too pale." End quote. That passage needs no comment. It is completely illuminating. It is a paraphrase of the whole era. Kyoto was a little city, long one way by some 17,000 odd feet, or about 3 1/3 miles, wide the other by 15,000, or approximately another 3 miles, and it is doubtful if the space within the city wall was ever entirely covered by houses. The palace was built in the so-called Azumaya style, a form of architecture which was also followed in noblemen's houses. The roof, or rather roofs, for there were many buildings, was covered with bark, and inside the divisions into rooms were made by different sorts of moving screens. At the period of the Diaries, the reigning Mikado, Ichijo, had 2 wives. Sadako, the first queen, was the daughter of the previous prime minister, Michitaka, a Fujiwara, of course. The other, Akiko, daughter of Michinaga, the prime minister of the Diaries and a younger brother of Michitaka, was second queen, or Chugu. These queens each occupied a separate house in the palace. Kokiden was the name of Queen Sadako's house, Fujitsuba the name of Queen Akiko's. The rivalry between these ladies was naturally great and extended even to their entourage. Each strove to surround herself with ladies who were not only beautiful but learned. The bright star of Queen Sadako's court was Sei Shonagon, the author of a remarkable book, the Makura no Shoshi, or Pillow Sketches, while Murasaki Shikibu held the same exalted position in Queen Akiko's. We are to imagine a court founded upon the Chinese model, but not nearly so elaborate. A brilliant assemblage of persons all playing about a restricted but very bright center. From it, the high officials went out to be governors of distant provinces, and the lesser ones followed them to minor posts. But in spite of the distinction of such positions, distance and the inconvenience of traveling made the going a sort of laureled banishment. These gentlemen left Kyoto with regret and returned with satisfaction, but the going and the years of residence away was one of the commonplaces of social life. Fujiwara though one might be, one often had to wait and scheme for an office, and the diaries contain more than one reference to such waiting and the bitter disappointment when the office was not up to expectation. These functionaries traveled with a large train of soldiers and servants, but, with the best will in the world, these last could not make the journeys other than tedious and uncomfortable. Still, there were alleviations, because of the very taste of which I have spoken. The scenery was often beautiful, and whether the traveler were the governor himself or his daughter, he noticed and delighted in it. The Sarashina diary is full of this appreciation of nature. We are told of, quote, a very beautiful beach with long-drawn white waves, end quote, of a torrent whose water was, quote, white as if thickened with rice flour, end quote. We need only think of the prints with which we are familiar to be convinced of the accuracy of this picture. Quote, the waves of the outer sea were very high, and we could see them through the pine trees which grew scattered over the sandy point which stretched between us and the sea. They seemed to strike across the ends of the pine branches and shone like jewels. End quote. The diarist goes on to remark that, quote, it was an interesting sight, end quote, which we can very well believe, since she certainly makes us long to see it. These journeys were mostly made on horseback, but there were other methods of progression which, however, were probably not always feasible for such long distances. The nobles used various kinds of carriages drawn by one bullock, and there were also palanquins carried by bearers. It was not only the officials who made journeys, all the world made them to temples and shrines for the good of their souls. There are religious yearnings in all the diaries, and many mikados and gentlemen entered the priesthood, Michinaga among them. Sutra recitation and incantation were ceaselessly performed at court. We can gain some idea of the almost fanatical hold which Buddhism had over the educated mind by the fact that the Fujiwara family built such great temples as Gokurakuji, Hoso-hoji, Hokoin, Jomyoji, Muryo-juin, etc. It is recorded that Mikado Shirakawa, at a date somewhat subsequent to the diaries, made pilgrimage 4 times to Kumano, and during his visits there, quote, worshipped 5,470 painted Buddhas, 127 carved Buddhas 16 feet high, 3,150 Buddhas life-size, 2,930 carved Buddhas shorter than 3 feet, 21 pagodas, 446,630 miniature pagodas, end quote. A busy man truly, but the record does not mention what became of the affairs of state meanwhile. That this worship was by no means lip devotion merely, any reader of the Sarashina diary can see. That it was mixed with much superstition and a profound belief in dreams is also abundantly evident. But let us for a moment recollect the time. It will place the marvel of this old, careful civilization before us as nothing else can. To be sure, Greece and Rome had been, but they had passed away, or at least their greatness had, gone and apparently left no trace. While these Japanese ladies were writing, Europe was in the full blackness of her darkest ages. Germany was founding the Holy Roman Empire of the German nation, characteristically founding it with the mailed fist. Moorish civilization was at its height in Spain. Robert Capet was king of poor famine-scourged France. Ethelred the Unready was ruling in England and doing his best to keep off the Danes by payment and massacre. Later, while the Sarashina diary was being written, King Canute was sitting in his armchair and giving orders to the sea. Curious, curious world, so far apart from the one of the diaries, and to think that even 500 years later Columbus was sending letters into the interior of Cuba addressed to the Emperor of Japan. These diaries show us a world extraordinarily like our own, if very unlike in more than one important particular. The noblemen and women of Mikado Ichijo's court were poets and writers of genius. Their taste as a whole has never been surpassed by any people at any time, but their scientific knowledge was elementary in the extreme. Diseases and conflagrations were frequent. In a space of 51 years, the royal palace burnt down 11 times. During the same period, there were 4 great pestilences, a terrible drought, and an earthquake. Robbers infested many parts of the country and were a constant fear to travelers and pilgrims. Childbirth was very dangerous. The picture of the birth of a child to Queen Akiko, with which Murasaki Shikibu's diary begins, shows us all its bitter horror. From page to page we share the writer's suspense, and with our greater knowledge it is with a sense of wonder that we watch the queen's return to health. But, after all, diseases and conflagrations are seldom more than episodes in a normal life lived under sane conditions, and it is just because these diaries reflect the real life of these 3 ladies that they are important. The world they portray is in most ways quite as advanced as our own, and in some much more so. Rice was a staple of food, and although Buddhistic sentiment seldom permitted people to eat the flesh of animals, they had an abundance of fish, which was eaten boiled, baked, raw, and pickled, and a quantity of fruits and nuts. There was no sugar, but cakes were made of fruit and nuts, and there was always rice wine, or sake. Gentlefolk usually dressed in silk. They wore many layers of colored garments, and delighted in the harmony produced by the color combinations of silk over silk, or of a bright lining subdued by the tone of an outer robe. The ladies all painted their faces, and the whole toilette was a matter of sufficient moment to raise it into a fine art. Many of these lovely dresses are described by Murasaki Shikibu, for instance. Quote, "The beautiful shape of their hair, tied with bands, was like that of the beauties in Chinese pictures. Lady Simon held the king's sword. She wore a blue-green patternless karaginu and shaded train with floating bands and belts of floating thread brocade dyed in dull red. Her outer robe was trimmed with 5 folds and was chrysanthemum-colored. The glossy silk was of crimson. Her figure and movement, when we caught a glimpse of it, was flower-like and dignified. Lady Benno Naishi held the box of the king's seals. Her uchigi was grape-colored. She is a very small and smile-giving person, and seemed shy, and I was sorry for her. Her hair-bands were blue-green. Her appearance suggested one of the ancient dream maidens descended from heaven." End quote. A little later she tells us that, quote, "the beaten stuffs were like the mingling of dark and light maple leaves in autumn," end quote. And, describing in some detail the festivity at which these ladies appeared, she makes the comment that, quote, "only the right bodyguard wore clothes of shrimp pink," end quote. To one in love with color, these passages leave a very nostalgia for the bright and sophisticated court where such things could be. And everywhere there is poetry. A gentleman hands the lady a poem on the end of his fan, and she is expected to reply in kind within the instant. Poems form an important part in the ritual of betrothal. A daughter of good family never allowed herself to be seen by men, a custom which appears to have admitted many exceptions. A man would write a poetical love letter to the lady of his choice, which she must answer amiably, even should she have no mind to him. If, however, she were happily inclined, he would visit her secretly at night and leave before daybreak. He would then write again, following which she would give a banquet and introduce him to her family. After this he could visit her openly, although she would still remain for some time in her father's house. This custom of love-letter writing and visiting is shown in Izumi Shikibu's diary. Obviously, the poems were short, and here, in order to understand those in the text, it may be well to consider for a moment in what Japanese poetry consists. Japanese is a syllabic language like our own, but unlike our own, it is not accented. Also, every syllable ends with a vowel, the consequence being that there are only 5 rhymes in the whole language. Since the employment of so restricted a rhyme scheme would be unbearably monotonous, the Japanese hit upon the happy idea of counting syllables. Our metrical verse also counts syllables, but we combine them into different kinds of accented feet. Without accent, this was not possible, so the Japanese poet limits their number and uses them in a pattern of alternating lines. His prosody is based upon the numbers 5 and 7, a 5-syllable line alternating with one of 7 syllables, with, in some forms, 2 7-syllable lines together at the end of a period in the manner of our couplet. The favorite form, the tonka, is in 31 syllables and runs 5, 7, 5, 7, 7. There is a longer form, the naguta, but it has never been held in as high favor. The poems in the diaries are all tonkas in the original. It can be seen that much cannot be said in so confined a medium, but much can be suggested, and it is in just this art of suggestion that the Japanese excel. The hokku is an even briefer form. In it, the concluding hemistich of the tonka is left off, and it is just in his hemistich that the meaning of the poem is brought out, so that the hokku is a mere essence, a whiff of an idea to be created in full by the hearer. But the hokku was not invented until the 15th century. Before that, the tonka, in spite of occasional attempts to vary it by adding more lines, changing their order, using the pattern in combination with a series of stanzas, etc., reigned practically supreme, and it is still the chief classic form for all Japanese poetry. Having briefly watched in the period of the diaries, we must notice, for a moment, the 3 remarkable ladies who are the foreground. Murasaki Shikibu was the daughter of Fujiwara Tamatoki, a scion of a junior branch of the famous family. She was born in 978. Murasaki was not her real name, which was apparently To Shikibu. Shikibu is a title, derived from that of her father. There are 2 legends about the reason for her receiving the name Murasaki. One is that she was given it in playful allusion to her own heroine in the Genji Monogatari, who was called Murasaki. The other legend is more charming. It seems that her mother was one of the nurses of Mikado Ichijo, who was so fond of her that he gave her daughter this name in reference to a well-known poem. When the purple grass, Murasaki, is in full color, one can scarcely perceive the other plants in the field. From the Murasaki grass, the word has come to mean a color which includes all the shades of purple, violet, and lavender. In 996 or thereabouts, she accompanied her father to the province of Echizen, of which he had become governor. A year later she returned to Kyoto, and within a 12-month married another Fujiwara, Nobutaka. The marriage seems to have been most happy, to judge from the constant expressions of her grief in her diary for her husband's death, which occurred in 1001, a year in which Japan suffered from a great pestilence. A daughter was born to them in 1000. From her husband's death until 1005, she seems to have lived in the country, but in this year she joined the court as one of Queen Akiko's ladies. Before that, however, and I must insist that these early dates are far from determined, she had made herself famous not only for her own time, but for all time, by writing the first realistic novel of Japan. This book is the Genji Monogatari, or Narrative of Genji. Hitherto, Japanese authors had confined themselves to stories of no great length, and which relied for their interest on a fairy or wonder element. The Genji Monogatari struck out an entirely new direction. It depicted real life in Kyoto as a contemporary gentleman might have lived it. It founded its interest on the fact that people liked to read about themselves, but this, which seems to us a commonplace, was a glaring innovation when Murasaki Shikibu attempted it. It was, in fact, the flash from a mind of genius. The book follows the life of Prince Genji from his birth to his death at the age of 51, and the concluding books of the series pursue the career of one of his sons. It is an enormous work comprising no less than 54 books and running to over 4,000 pages. The genealogical tree of the personages alone is 80 pages long. But no reader of the diary will need to be convinced that the Genji is not merely sprightly and captivating, but powerful as well. The lady was shrewd, and if she were also kindly and very attractive, nevertheless she saw with an uncompromising eye. Her critical faculty never sleeps, and takes in the minutest detail of anything she sees, noting unerringly every little rightness and wrongness connected with it. She watches the approach of the Mikado, and touches the matter so that we get its exact shade. Quote, "When the royal palanquin drew near, the bearers, though they were rather honorable persons, bent their heads in absolute humility as they ascended the steps. Even in the highest society there are grades of courtesy, but these men were too humble." End quote. No one with such a gift can fail to be lonely, and Murasaki Shikibu seems very lonely. But it is not the passionate rebellion of Izumi Shikibu, nor the abiding melancholy of the author of the Sarashina diary. Rather is it the disillusion of one who has seen much of the world, and knows how little companionship she may expect ever to find. Quote, "It is useless to talk with those who do not understand one, and troublesome to talk with those who criticize for a feeling of superiority. Especially one-sided persons are troublesome. Few are accomplished in many arts, and most cling narrowly to their own opinion." End quote. I have already shown Murasaki Shikibu's beautiful taste in dress, but indeed it is in everything. When she says, quote, "The garden on a moonlit night was admirable," end quote, we know that it must have been of an extraordinary perfection. The diary proves her dramatic sense, as the Genji would also do could it find so sympathetic a translator. No wonder, then, that it leapt into instant fame. There is a pretty legend of her writing the book at the temple of Ishiyama, at the southern end of Lake Biwa. The tale gains verisimilitude in the eyes of visitors by the fact that they are shown the chamber in the temple in which she wrote, and the ink slab she used. But alas, it is not true. We do not know where she wrote, nor even exactly when. The Genji is supposed to have been begun in 1002, and most commentators believe it to have been finished in 1004. That she should have been called to court in the following year seems extremely natural. Queen Akiko must have counted herself most fortunate in having among her ladies so famous a person. The diary tells the rest, the diary which was begun in 1007. We know no more of Murasaki Shikibu except that no shade of scandal ever tinged her name. One of the strangest and most interesting things about the diaries is that their authors were such very different kinds of people. Izumi Shikibu is as unlike Murasaki Shikibu as could well happen, as different as the most celebrated poet of her time is likely to be from the most celebrated novelist, for Izumi Shikibu is the greatest woman poet which Japan has had. The author of 7 volumes of poems, this diary is the only prose writing of hers which is known. It is an intimate account of a love affair which seems to have been more than usually passionate and pathetic. Passionate, provocative, enchanting, it is evident that Izumi Shikibu could never have been the discriminating observer, the critic of manners, which Murasaki Shikibu became. Life was powerless to mellow so vivid a personality, but neither could it subdue it. She gives us no suggestion of resignation. She lived intensely, as her diary shows. She always had done so, and doubtless she always did. We see her as untamable, a genius compelled to follow her inclinations. Difficult to deal with, maybe, like strong wine, but wonderfully stimulating. Izumi Shikibu was born in 974. She was the eldest daughter of Oe Masamune, another governor of Ichizen. In 995, she married Tachibana Michisada, governor of Izumi, hence her name. From this gentleman she was divorced, but just when we do not know, and he died shortly after, probably during the great pestilence which played such havoc throughout Japan, and in which Murasaki Shikibu's husband had also died. Her daughter, who followed in her mother's footsteps as a poet, had been born in 997. But Izumi Shikibu was too fascinating and too petulant to nurse her disappointment in a chaste seclusion. She became the mistress of Prince Tamataka, who also died in 1002. It is very soon after this event that the diary begins. Her new lover was Prince Asumichi, and the diary seems to have been written solely to appease her mind, and to record the poems which passed between them, and which Izumi Shikibu evidently regarded as the very essence of their souls. In the beginning, the affair was carried on with the utmost secrecy, but clandestine meetings could not satisfy the lovers, and at last the prince persuaded her to take up her residence in the South Palace as one of his ladies. Considering the manners of the time, it is a little puzzling to see why there should have been such an outcry at this, but outcry there certainly was. The princess took violent umbrage at the prince's proceeding, and left the palace on a long visit to her relations. So violent grew the protestations in the little world of the court that, in 1004, Izumi Shikibu left the palace and separated herself entirely from the prince. It was probably to emphasize the definiteness of the separation that immediately after her departure she married Fujiwara Yasumasa, governor of Tango, and left with him for that province in 1005. The facts bear out the supposition, but we do not know it from her own lips, as the diary breaks off soon after she reaches the South Palace. In 1008, she was summoned back to Kyoto to serve the queen in the same court where Murasaki Shikibu had been since 1005. Whatever effect the scandal may have had 4 years earlier, her receiving the post of lady-in-waiting proves it to have been worth forgetting in view of her fame, and Queen Akiko must have rejoiced to add this celebrated poet to her already remarkable bevy of ladies. Of course, there was jealousy. Who can doubt it? No reader of the diaries can imagine that Izumi Shikibu and Murasaki Shikibu can have been sympathetic, and we must take with a grain of salt the latter's caustic comment, quote, "Lady Izumi Shikibu corresponds charmingly, but her behavior is improper indeed. She writes with grace and ease and a flashing wit. There is a fragrance even in her smallest words. Her poems are attractive, but they are only improvisations which drop from her mouth spontaneously. Every one of them has some interesting point, and she is acquainted with ancient literature also, but she is not like a true artist who is filled with the genuine spirit of poetry. Yet I think even she cannot presume to pass judgment on the poems of others." End quote. Is it possible that Izumi Shikibu had been so rash as to pass judgment on some of Murasaki Shikibu's efforts? Of course, it is beyond the power of any translation to preserve the full effect of the original, but even in translation, Izumi Shikibu's poems are singularly beautiful and appealing. In her own country, they are considered never to have been excelled in freshness and freedom of expression. There is something infinitely sad in this, which she is said to have written on her deathbed as the end of a passionate life. "Out of the dark, into a dark path, I now must enter. Shine on me from afar, moon of the mountain fringe." In Japanese poetry, Amida Buddha is often compared to the moon, which rises over the mountains and lights the traveler's path. Very different again is the lady who wrote the Sarashina diary, and it is a very different kind of record. Murasaki Shikibu's diary is concerned with a few years of her life, Izumi Shikibu's with one episode only of hers, but the Sarashina diary covers a long period in the life of its author. The first part was written when she was 12 years old. The last entry was made when she was past 50. It begins with a journey from Shimosha to Kyoto by the Tokido in 1021, which is followed by a second journey some years later from Kyoto to Sarashina, a place which has never been satisfactorily identified, although some critics have supposed it to have been in the province of Shinano. The rest of the diary consists of jottings at various times, accounts of books read, of places seen, of pilgrimages to temples, of records of dreams and portents, of communings with herself on life and death, of expressions of resignation and sorrow. The book takes its name from the second of the journeys, Sarashina Nikki, meaning Sarashina Diary, for, strangely enough, we do not know the author's name. We do know, however, that she was the daughter of Fujiwara Takasue, and that she was born in 1009. In 1017, Takasue was appointed governor of a province and went with his daughter to his new post. It is the return journey made in 1021 with which the diary opens. Takasue's daughter shared with so many of her contemporaries the deep love of nature and the power to express this love in words. I have already quoted one or two of her entries on this journey. We follow the little company over mountains and across rivers. We camp with them by night and tremble as they trembled lest robbers should attack them. We see what the little girl saw, quote, "The mountain range called Nishitomi is like folding screens with good pictures. People say that purple grass grows in the fields of Musashi, but it is only a waste of various kinds of reeds, which grows so high we cannot see the bows of our horsemen, who are forcing their way through the tall grass," end quote, and share her disappointment when she says, quote, "We passed a place called 8 Bridges, but it was only a name. No bridge and no pretty sight," end quote. They reach Kyoto, and a rather dull life begins, enlivened only by the avid reading of romances, among them the Genji Monogatari. Then her sister dies, giving birth to a child, and the life becomes not only dull but sorrowful. After a time, the lady obtains a position at court, but neither her bringing up nor her disposition had suited her for such a place. She mentions that, quote, "Mother was a person of extremely antiquated mind," end quote, and it is evident that she had been taught to look inward rather than outward. An abortive little love affair lightens her dreariness for a moment. Life had dealt hardly with the sensitive girl. From year to year she grows more wistful, but suddenly something happens, a mere hint of a gleam, but opening a possibility of brightness. Who he was we do not know, but she met him on an evening when, quote, there was no starlight, and a gentle shower fell in the darkness, end quote. They talked and exchanged poems, but she did not meet him again until the next year. Then, after an evening entertainment to which she had not gone, quote, when I looked out opening the sliding door in the corridor, I saw the morning moon very faint and beautiful, end quote, and he was there. Again they exchanged poems, and she believed that happiness had at last arrived. He was to come with his lute and sing to her. Quote, I wanted to hear it, end quote. She writes, quote, and waited for the fit occasion, but there was none, ever, end quote. A year later she has lost hope. She writes a poem and adds, quote, so I composed that poem, and there is nothing more to tell, end quote. Nothing more indeed, but what is told conveys all the misery of her deceived longing. The last part of the diary is concerned chiefly with accounts of pilgrimages and dreams. She married who and when is not recorded, and bore children. Her husband dies, and with his death the spring of her life seems to have run down. Her last entry is very sad. Quote, my people went to live elsewhere, and I lived alone in my solitary home. End quote. So we leave her, quote, a beautiful, shy spirit whose life had known much sorrow. End quote. End of section 0, read by Elsie Selwyn.
Section 1 of Diaries of Court Ladies of Old Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Elvia Salvador. Diaries of Court Ladies of Old Japan by Sarashina, Murasaki Shikibu, et al. Translated by Annie Shepley Omori and Kochi Doi. The Sarashina Diary, Part 1. AD 1009-1059. I was brought up in a distant province which lies farther than the farthest end of the eastern road. I am ashamed to think that inhabitants of the royal city will think me an uncultured girl. Somehow I came to know that there are such things as romance in the world, and wished to read them. When there was nothing to do by day or at night, one tale or another was told me by my elder sister or stepmother, and I heard several chapters about the shining Prince Genji. My longing for such stories increased, but how could they recite them all from memory? I became very restless and got an image of Yakushi Buddha made as large as myself. When I was alone, I washed my hands and went secretly before the altar and prayed to him with all my life, bowing my head down to the floor. Please let me go to the royal city. There I can find many tales. Let me read all of them. When 13 years old, I was taken to the royal city. On the 3rd of the long moon month, I removed from my house to Imatate, the old house where I had played as a child being broken up. At sunset, in the foggy twilight, just as I was getting into the palanquin, I thought of the Buddha before which I had gone secretly to pray. I was sorry and secretly shed tears to leave him behind. Outside of my new house, a rude temporary thatched one, there is no fence nor even shutters, but we have hung curtains and sudare. From that house, standing on a low bluff, a wide plain extends towards the south. On the east and west, the sea creeps close, so it is an interesting place. When fogs are falling, it is so charming that I rise early every morning to see them. Sorry to leave this place. On the 15th, in heavy dark rain, we crossed the boundary of the province and lodged at Ikada, in the province of Shimofusa. Our lodging is almost submerged. I am so afraid I cannot sleep. I see only 3 lone trees standing on a little hill in the waste. The next day was passed in drying our dripping clothes and waiting for the others to come up. On the 17th, started early in the morning and crossed a deep river. I heard that in this province there lived in olden times a chieftain of Mano. He had 1,000 and 10,000 webs of cloth woven and dipped them for bleaching in the river, which now flows over the place where his great house stood. 4 of the large gate posts remain standing in the river. Hearing the people composing poems about this place, I, in my mind, had I not seen erecting the river these solid timbers of the olden time? How could I know, how could I feel the story of that house? That evening we lodged at the beach of Kurodo. The white sand stretched far and wide. The pinewood was dark, the moon was bright, and the soft blowing of the wind made me lonely. People were pleased and composed poems. My poem. For this night only, the autumn moon at Kurodo Beach shall shine for me. For this night only, I cannot sleep. Early in the morning we left this place and came to the Futoi River on the boundary between Shimofusa and Musashi. We lodged at the ferry at Matsusato near Kagami's Rapids, and all night long our luggage was being carried over. My nurse had lost her husband and gave birth to her child at the boundary of the province, so we had to go up to the royal city separately. I was longing for my nurse and wanted to go to see her, and was brought there by my elder brother in his arms. We, though in a temporary lodging, covered ourselves with warm cotton matting, but my nurse, as there was no man to take care of her, was lying in a wild place and covered only with coarse matting. She was in her red dress. The moon came in, lighting up everything, and in the moonlight she looked transparent. I thought her very white and pure. She wept and caressed me, and I was loath to leave her. Even when I went with lingering heart, her image remained with me, and there was no interest in the changing scenes. The next morning, we crossed the river in a ferry boat in our palanquins. The person who had come with us thus far in their own conveyances went back from this place. We, who were going up to the royal city, stayed here for a while to follow them with our eyes, and as it was a parting for life, all wept. Even my childish heart felt sorrow. Now it is the province of Musashi. There is no charm in this place. The sand of the beaches is not white, but like mud. People say that purple grass grows in the fields of Musashi, but it is only a waste of various kinds of reeds, which grow so high that we cannot see the bows of our horsemen who are forcing their way through the tall grass. Going through these reeds, I saw a ruined temple called Takeshi Badera. There were also the foundation stones of a house with corridor. "What place is it?" I asked, and they answered. Once upon a time, there lived a reckless adventurer at Takeshiba. He was offered to the king's palace by the governor as a guard to keep the watchfire. He was once sweeping the garden in front of a princess' room and singing, "Ah me, ah me, my weary doomed to labor here in the palace. 7 good wine jars have I, and 3 in my province. There where they stand I have hung straight stem gourds of the finest. They turn to the west when the east wind blows. They turn to the east when the west wind blows. They turn to the north when the south wind blows. They turn to the south when the north wind blows. And there I sit watching them, turning and turning forever. Oh, my gourds! Oh, my wine jars!" He was singing thus alone, but just then a princess, the king's favorite daughter, was sitting alone behind the misu. She came forward and leaning against the doorpost, listened to the man singing. She was very interested to think how gourds were above the wine jars, and how they were turning and wanted to see them. She became very zealous of the gourds, and pushing up the blind, called the guard, saying, "Man, come here." The man heard it very respectfully, and with great reverence drew near the balustrade. "Let me hear once more what you have been saying." And he sang again about his wine jars. "I must go and see them. I have my own reason for saying so," said the princess. He felt great awe, but he made up his mind and went down towards the eastern province. He feared that men would pursue them, and that night, placing the princess on the Seta bridge, broke a part of it away, and bounding over with the princess on his back, arrived at his native place after 7 days and 7 nights' journey. The king and queen were greatly surprised when they found the princess was lost, and began to search for her. Someone said that a king's guard from the province of Musashi, carrying something of exquisite fragrance on his back, had been seen fleeing towards the east. So they sought for that guard, and he was not to be found. They said, "Doubtless this man went back home." The royal government sent messengers to pursue them, but when they got to the Seta bridge, they found it broken, and they could not go farther. In the 3rd month, however, the messengers arrived at Musashi province and sought for the man. The princess gave audience to the messengers and said, "I, for some reason, yearn for this man's home and bade him carry me here, so he has carried me. If this man were punished and killed, what should I do? This is a very good place to live in. It must have been settled before I was born that I should leave my trace in this province. Go back and tell the king so." So the messenger could not refuse her, and went back to tell the king about it. The king said, "It is hopeless. Though I punish the man, I cannot bring back the princess, nor is it meet to bring them back to the royal city. As long as the man of Takashiba lives, I cannot give Musashi province to him, but I will entrust it to the princess." In this way, it happened that a palace was built there in the same style as the royal palace, and the princess was placed there. When she died, they made it into a temple called Takeshibadera. The descendants of the princess received the family name of Musashi. After that, the guards of the watchfire were women. We went through ways to reach various kinds, forcing our way through the tall grass. There is the river Asuda along the border of Musashi and Sagami, where at the ferry, Arihara Narihira had composed his famous poem. In the book of his poetical works, the river is called the river Sumida. We crossed it in a boat, and it is the province of Sagami. The mountain range called Nishitomi is like folding screens with good pictures. On the left hand, we saw a very beautiful beach with long drawn curves of white waves. There was a place there called Morokashigahara, where sands are wonderfully white. 2 or 3 days we journeyed along that shore. A man said, "In summer pale and deep Japanese pinks bloom there and make the field like brocade. As it is autumn now, we cannot see them. But I saw some pinks scattered about blooming pitiably." They said, "It is funny that Japanese pinks are blooming in the Chinese field." There is a mountain called Ashigara, which extends for 10 and more miles and is covered with thick woods, even to its base. We could have only an occasional glimpse of the sky. We lodged in a hut at the foot of the mountain. It was a dark, moonless night. I felt myself swallowed up and lost in the darkness, when 3 singers came from somewhere. One was about 50 years old, the second 20, and the third about 14 or 15. We sat them down in front of our lodging, and a caracasa was spread for them. My servant lighted a fire so that we saw them. They said that they were the descendants of a famous singer called Kobata. They had very long hair which hung over their foreheads. Their faces were white and clean, and they seemed rather like maids serving in noblemen's families. They had clear, sweet voices, and their beautiful singing seemed to reach the heavens. All were charmed, and taking great interest made them come nearer. Someone said, "The singers of the Western province are inferior to them," and at this the singers closed their song with the words, "If we are compared with those of Naniwa." They were pretty and neatly dressed, with voices of rare beauty, and they were wandering away into this fearful mountain. Even tears came to those eyes which followed them, as far as they could be seen, and my childish heart was unwilling to leave this rude shelter frequented by these singers. Next morning we crossed over the mountain. Words cannot express my fear in the midst of it. Clouds rolled beneath our feet. Halfway over there was an open space with a few trees. Here we saw a few leaves of aoi. People praised it and thought strange that in this mountain, so far from the human world, was growing such a sacred plant. We met with 3 rivers in the mountain and crossed them with difficulty. That day we stopped at Sekiyama. Now we are in Suruga province. We passed a place called Iwatsubo by the barrier of Yokobashiri. There was an indescribably large square rock through a hole in which very cold water came rushing out. Mount Fuji is in this province. In the province where I was brought up, I saw that mountain far towards the west. It towers up painted with deep blue and covered with eternal snow. It seems that it wears a dress of deep violet and a white veil over its shoulders. From the little level place of the top smoke was going up. In the evening, we even saw burning fires there. The Fuji River comes tumbling down from the mountain. A man of the province came up to us and told us a story. Once I went on an errand. It was a very hot day, and I was resting on the bank of the stream when I saw something yellow come floating down. It came to the bank of the river and stuck there. I picked it up and found it to be a scrap of yellow paper with words elegantly written on it in cinnabar. Wondering much, I read it. On the paper was a prophecy of the governors to be appointed next year. As to this province, there were written the names of 2 governors. I wondered more and more, and drying the paper, kept it. When the day of the announcement came, this paper held no mistake, and the man who became the governor of this province died after 3 months, and the other succeeded him. There are such things. I think that the gods assemble there on that mountain to settle the affairs of each new year. At Kiyomigaseki, where we saw the sea on the left, there were many houses for the keepers of the barriers. Some of the palisades went even into the sea. At Taganoura, waves were high. From there, we went along by boat. We went with ease over Numajiri and came to the river Oi. Such a torrent I have never seen. Water, white as if thickened with rice flour, ran fast. I became ill, and now it is a province of Totomi. I had almost lost consciousness when I crossed the mountain pass of Sayono Nakayama. I was quite exhausted, so when we came to the bank of the Tenryu River, we had a temporary dwelling built, and passed several days there, and I got better. As the winter was already advanced, the wind from the river blew hard and it became intolerable. After crossing the river, we went towards the bridge at Hamana. When we had gone down towards the east, there had been a log bridge, but this time we could not find even a trace of it, so we had to cross in a boat. The bridge had been laid across an inland bay. The waves of the outer sea were very high, and we could see them through the thick pine trees which grew scattered over the sandy point which stretched between us and the sea. They seemed to strike across the ends of the pine branches and shone like jewels. It was an interesting sight. We went forwards and crossed over Inohana. An unspeakably weary ascent it was, and then came to Takashi shore of the province of Mikawa. We passed a place called 8 Bridges, but it was only a name. No bridge and no pretty sight. In the mountain of Utamura, we made our camp under a big persimmon tree. The fruit fell down during the night over our camps, and people picked it up. We passed Mount Miyagi, where we saw red leaves still, although it was the first day of the 10th month. Furious mountain winds in their passing must spare this spot, for red maple leaves are clinging, even yet to the branch. There was a ford off, if I can, between Mikawa and Owari. It is amusing to think how difficult the crossing was indeed. We passed the Narumi shore in the province of Owari. The evening tides were coming in, and we thought if they came higher we could not cross. So in a panic, we ran as fast as we could. At the border of Mino, we crossed a ferry called Kuromata and arrived at Nogami. There, singers came again, and they sang all night. Lovingly, we thought of the singers of Ashigara. Snow came, and in the storm we passed the barrier at Fuha and over the Mount Atsumi, having no heart to look at the beautiful sights. In the province of Omi, we stayed 4 or 5 days in a house at Okinaga. At the foot of Mitsusaka Mountain, light rain fell night and day mixed with hail. It was so melancholy that we left there and passed by Inugami, Kansaki, and Yasu without receiving any impressions. The lake stretched far and wide, and we caught occasional glimpses of Nadeshima and Chikubushima Islands. It was a very pretty sight. We had great difficulty at the bridge of Seta, for it had fallen in. We stopped at Awasu and arrived at the royal city after dark on the 2nd day of the finishing month. When we were near the barrier, I saw the face of a roughly hewn Buddha, 16 feet high, which towered over a rude fence. Serene and indifferent to its surroundings, it stood unregarded in this deserted place, but I, passing by, received a message from it. Among so many provinces through which I had passed, the barriers at Kiyomigata and Osaka were far better than the others. It was dark when I arrived at the residence on the west of the Princess of Sanjo's mansion. Our garden was very wide and wild with great, fearful trees, not inferior to those mountains I had come from. I could not feel at home, or keep a settled mind. Even then, I teased Mother into giving me books of stories after which I had been yearning for so many years. Mother sent a messenger with a letter to Emo no Myogu, one of our relatives who served the Princess of Sanjo. She took interest in my strange passion and willingly sent me some excellent manuscripts in the lid of a writing box, saying that these copies had been given her by the princess. My joy knew no bounds, and I read them day and night. I soon began to wish for more, but as I was another stranger to the royal city, who would get them for me? My stepmother had once been a lady-in-waiting at the court, and she seemed to have been disappointed in something. She had been regretting the world, and now she was to leave our home. She beckoned her own child, who was 5 years old, and said, "The time will never come when I shall forget you, dear heart." And, pointing to a huge plum tree, which grew close to the eaves, said, "When it is in flower, I shall come back." And she went away. I felt love and pity for her, and while I was secretly weeping, the year, too, went away. When the plum tree blooms, I shall come back. I pondered over these words and wondered whether it would be so. I waited and waited with my eye hung to the tree. It was all in flower, and yet no tidings from her. I became very anxious, broke a branch, and sent it to her. You gave me words of hope. Are they not long delayed? The plum tree is remembered by the spring, though it seemed dead with frost. She wrote back affectionate words with a poem. Wait on, never forsake your hope, for when the plum tree is in flower, even the unpromised, the unexpected, will come to you. During the spring, the world was disquieted. My nurse, who had filled my heart with pity on that moonlight night at the fort of Matsusato, died on the month birthday of the ever-growing month. I lamented hopelessly, without any way to set my mind at ease, and even forgot my passion for romances. I passed day after day weeping bitterly, and when I first looked out of the doors, I saw the evening sun on cherry blossoms all falling in confusion. Flowers are falling, yet I may see them again when spring returns. But, oh, my longing for the dear person who has departed from us forever. I also heard that the daughter of the first advisor to the king was lost. I could sympathize deeply with the sorrow of her lord, the lieutenant general, for I still felt my own sorrow. When I had first arrived at the capital, I had been given a book of the handwriting of this noble lady for my copybook. In it were written several poems, among them the following. When you see the smoke floating up the valley of Toribe Hill, then you will understand me, who seem a shadow like even while living. I looked at these poems, which were written in such a beautiful handwriting, and I shed more tears. I sat brooding until Mother troubled herself to console me. She searched for romances and gave them to me, and I became consoled unconsciously. I read a few volumes of Genji Monogatari and longed for the rest, but as I was still a stranger here, I had no way of finding them. I was all impatience and yearning, and in my mind was always praying that I might read all the books of Genji Monogatari from the very first one. While my parents were shutting themselves up in Utsamasa Temple, I asked them for nothing except this romance, wishing to read it as soon as I could get it, but all in vain. I was inconsolable. One day, I visited my aunt, who had recently come up from the country. She showed a tender interest in me and lovingly said I had grown up beautifully. On my return, she said, "What shall I give you? You will not be interested in serious things. I'll give you what you like best." And she gave me more than 50 volumes of Genji Monogatari put in a case, as well as Ise Monogatari, Jojimi, Serikawa, Shirara, and Asautsu. How happy I was when I came home carrying these books in a bag. Until then, I had only read a volume here and there, and was dissatisfied because I could not understand the story. Now, I could be absorbed in these stories, taking them out one by one, shutting myself in behind that kicho. To be a queen were nothing compared to this. All day and all night, as late as I could keep my eyes open, I did nothing but look at the books, setting a lamp close beside me. Soon I learned by heart all the names in the books, and I thought that a great thing. Once I dreamt of a holy priest in yellow Buddhist garb who came to me and said, "Learn the 5th book of the Hokekyo at once." I did not tell anyone about this, nor I had any mind to learn it, but continued to bathe in the romances. Although I was still ugly and undeveloped, the time would come when I should be beautiful beyond compare, with long, long hair. I should be like the Lady Yugao, loved by the shining Prince Genji, or like the Lady Ukifune, the wife of the General of Fuji. I indulged in such fancies. Shallow-minded I was, indeed. Could such a man as the Shining Prince be living in this world? How could General Kaoru find such a beauty as Lady Ukifune to conceal in his secret villa at Uji? Oh, I was like a crazy girl. While I had lived in the country, I had gone to the temple from time to time, but even then I could never pray like others, with a pure heart. In those days, people learned to recite sutras and practice austerities of religious observance after the age of 17 or 18. But I could scarcely even think of such matters. The only thing that I could think of was the Shining Prince who would some day come to me, as noble and beautiful as in the romance. If he came only once a year, I, being hidden in a mountain villa like Lady Ukifune, would be content. I could live as a heart-dwindlingly as that lady, looking at flowers, or moonlit snowy landscape, occasionally receiving long-expected, lovely letters from my lord. I cherished such fancies and imagined that they might be realized. On the moon's bird of the rice-sprout mouth, I saw the white petals of the tachibana tree near the house covering the ground. Scarce had my mind received with wonder the thought of newly fallen snow, seeing the ground lie white, when the scent of tachibana flowers arose from fallen blossoms. In our garden, trees grew as thick as in the dark forest of Ashigara, and in the god's absent month, its red leaves were more beautiful than those of the surrounding mountains. A visitor said, "On my way thither, I passed a place where red leaves were beautiful," and I improvised. No sight can be more autumnal than that of my garden, tenanted by an autumnal person, weary of the world. I still dwelt in the romances from morning to night, and as long as I was awake. I had another dream. A man said that he was to make a brook in the garden of the hexagon tower to entertain the empress of the first rank of honor. I asked the reason, and the man said, "Pray to the heaven illuminating honor goddess." I did not tell anyone about this dream, or even think of it again. How shallow I was. In the spring, I enjoyed the prince's garden. Cherry blossoms waited for, cherry blossoms lamented over. In spring, I loved the flowers whether in her garden or in mine. On the moon-hidden day of the ever-growing month, I started for a certain person's house to avoid the evil influence of the earth god. There, I saw delightful cherry blossoms still on the tree, and the day after my return, I sent this poem. Alone, without tiring, I gazed at the cherry blossoms of your garden. The spring was closing. They were about to fall. Always, when the flowers came and went, I could think of nothing but those days when my nurse died, and sadness descended upon me, which grew deeper when I studied the handwriting of the honored daughter of the first advisor. Once, in the rice-sprout month, when I was up late reading a romance, I heard a cat meowing with a long drawn-out cry. I turned, wondering, and saw a very lovely cat. "Whence does it come?" I asked. "Shh," said my sister. "Do not tell anybody. It is a darling cat, and we will keep it." The cat was very sociable and lay beside us. Someone might be looking for her, we thought. So we kept her secretly. She kept herself aloof from the vulgar servants, always eating quietly before us. She turned her face away from unclean food, never eating it. She was tenderly cared for and caressed by us. Once sister was ill, and the family was rather upset. The cat was kept in a room facing the north, a servant's room, and never once called. She cried loudly and scoldingly, yet I thought it better to keep her away and did so. Sister, suddenly awakening, said to me, "Where is the cat kept? Bring her here." I asked why, and sister said, "In my dream, the cat came to my side and said, 'I am the altered form of the late honored daughter of the first adviser to the king.' There was a slight cause for this. Your sister has been thinking of me affectionately, so I am here for a while. But now I am among the servants. Oh, how dreary I am." So saying, she cat bitterly. She appeared to be a noble and beautiful person. Then I awoke to hear the cat crying. How pitiful. The story moved me deeply, and after this, I never sent the cat away to the north-facing room, but waited on her lovingly. Once, when I was sitting alone, she came and sat before me, and stroking her head, I addressed her. "You are the first daughter of the noble adviser? I wish to let your father know of it." The cat watched my face and meowed, lengthening her voice. It may be my fancy, but as I was watching her, she seemed no common cat. She seemed to understand my words, and I pitied her. I had heard that a certain person possessed the Chohonga retold from the original of the Chinese poet Li Tai Po. I longed to borrow it, but was too shy to say so. On the 7th day of the 7th month, I found a happy means to send my word. This is the night when in the ancient past, the herder's star embarked to meet the weaving one. In its sweet remembrance, the wave rises high in the river of heaven. Even so swells my heart to see the famous book. The answer was, the star gods meet on the shore of the heavenly river. Like theirs full of ecstasy is my heart, and grave things of daily life are forgotten. On the night your message comes to me. On the 13th day of that month, the moon shone very brightly. Darkness was chased away even from every corner of the heavens. It was about midnight, and all were asleep. We were sitting on the veranda. My sister, who was gazing at the sky thoughtfully, said, "If I flew away now, leaving no trace behind, what would you think of it?" She saw that her words shocked me, and she turned the conversation lightly to other things, and we laughed. Then I heard a carriage with a runner before it stop near the house. The man in the carriage called out, "Ogi no ha! Ogi no ha!" twice, but no woman made reply. The man cried in vain until he was tired of it, and played his flute more and more searchingly in a very beautiful rippling melody, and at last drove away. Flute music in the night, autumn wind sighing. Why does the reed leaf make no reply? Thus I told it to my sister, and she took it up. Alas, light of heart, who could so soon give over playing? The wind did not wait for the response of the reed leaf. We sat together looking up into the firmament, and went to bed after daybreak. At midnight of that Deotia month, a fire broke out, and the cat, which had been waited on as a daughter of the first adviser, was burned to death. She had been used to come meowing whenever I called her by the name of that lady, as if she had understood me. My father said that he would tell the matter to the first adviser, for it is a strange and heartfelt story. I was very, very sorry for her. Our new temporary shelter was far narrower than the other. I was sad, for we had a very small garden and no trees. I thought with regret of the old spacious garden, which was wild as a deep wood, and in time of flowers and red leaves, the sight of it was never inferior to the surrounding mountains. In the garden of the opposite house, white and red plum blossoms grew in confusion, and their perfume came on the wind and filled me with thoughts of our old home. When from the neighboring garden the perfume-laden air saturates my soul with memories, rises the thought of the beloved plum tree, blooming under the eaves of the house which is gone. On the month birth of the rice-sprout month, my sister died after giving birth to a child. From childhood, even a stranger's death had touched my heart deeply. This time I lamented, filled with speechless pity and sorrow. While mother and the others were with the dead, I lay with the memory awakening children, one on either side of me. The moonlight found its way through the cracks of the roof and illumined the face of the baby. The sight gave my heart so deep a pang that I covered its face with my sleeve and drew the other child closer to my side, mothering the unfortunate. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Diaries of Court Ladies of Old Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Diaries of Court Ladies of Old Japan by Sarashina, Murasaki Shikibu, et al., translated by Annie Shepley-Omori and Kochi Doi. The Sarashina Diary, Part 2. After some days, one of my relatives sent me a romance entitled The Prince Yearning After the Buried, with the following note. The late lady had asked me to find her this romance. At that time I thought it impossible, but now, to add to my sorrow, someone has sent it to me. I answered, what reason can there be that she, strangely, should seek a romance of the buried? Buried now is the seeker, deep under the mosses. My sister's nurse said that since she had lost her, she had no reason to stay, and went back to her own home weeping. Thus death or parting separates us each from the other. Why must we part? O world too sad for me. For remembrance of her, I wanted to write about her, began a letter from her nurse, but it stopped short with the words, ink seems to have frozen up. I cannot write any more. How shall I gather memories of my sister? The stream of letters is congealed. No comfort may be found in icicles. So I wrote, and the answer was, like the comfortless plover of the beach, in the sand printing characters soon to be washed away, unable to leave a more enduring trace in this fleeting world. That nurse went to see the grave and returned sobbing, saying, I seek her in the field, but she is not there, nor is she in the smoke of the cremation. Where is her last dwelling place? How can I find it? The lady who had been my stepmother heard of this and wrote, when we wander in search of her, ignorant of her last dwelling place, standing before the thought, tears must be our guide. The person who had sent the prince yearning after the buried wrote, how she must have wandered seeking the unfindable in the unfamiliar fields of bamboo grasses, vainly weeping. Reading these poems, my brother, who had followed the funeral that night, composed a poem. Before my vision, the fire and smoke of burning arose and died again. To bamboo fields there is no more returning, why seek there in vain? It snowed for many days, and I thought of the nun who lived in Mount Yoshino, to whom I wrote, "Snow has fallen, and you cannot have even the unusual sight of men along the precipitous path of the peak of Yoshino." On the sociable month of the next year, father was looking forward with happy expectation to the night when he might expect an appointment as governor of a province. He was disappointed, and a person who might have shared our joy wrote to me saying, "I anxiously waited for the dawn with uncertain hope." The temple bell roused me from dreams, and waiting for the starlit dawn, the night, alas, was long as our 100 autumn nights. I wrote back, "Long was the night, the bell called from dreams in vain, for it did not toll our realized hopes." Toward the moon-hidden days of the rice-sprout month, I went for a certain reason to a temple at Higashiyama. On the way, the nursery beds for rice plants were filled with water, and the fields were green all over with the young growing rice. It was a smile-presenting sight. It gave a feeling of loneliness to see the dark shadow of the mountain close before me. In the lovely evenings, water rails chattered in the fields. The water rails cackle as if they were knocking at the gate, but who would be deceived into opening the door, saying, "Our friend has come along the mountain path in the dark night"? As the place was near the Reizan temple, I went there to worship. Arriving so far, I was fatigued, and drank from a stone-lined well beside the mountain temple, scooping the water into the hollow of my hand. My friend said, "I could never have enough of this water." "Is it the first time," I asked, "that you have tasted the satisfying sweetness of a mountain well drunk from the hollow of your hand?" She said, "It is sweeter than to drink from a shallow spring, which becomes muddy even from the drops which fall from the hand which has scooped it up." We came home from the temple in the full brightness of evening sunshine, and had a clear view of Kyoto below us. My friend, who had said that a spring becomes muddy even with drops falling into it, had to go back to the capital. I was sorry to part with her and sent word the next morning. "When the evening sun descends behind the mountain peak, will you forget that it is I who gaze with longing towards the place where you are?" The holy voices of the priests reciting sutras in their morning service could be heard from my house, and I opened the door. It was dim early dawn. Mist veiled the green forest, which was thicker and darker than in the time of flowers or red leaves. The sky seemed clouded this lovely morning. Cuckoos were singing on the nearby trees. Oh, for a friend, that we might see and listen together! Oh, the beautiful dawn in the mountain village, the repeated sound of cuckoos near and far away. On that moon-hidden day, cuckoos sang clamorously on trees towards the glen. "In the royal city, poets may be awaiting you, cuckoos, yet you sing here carelessly from morning till night." One who sat near me said, "Do you think that there is one person at least in the capital who is listening to cuckoos and thinking of us at this moment?" And then, "Many in the royal city like to gaze on the calm moon. But is there one who thinks of the deep mountain, or is reminded of us hidden here?" I replied, "In the dead of night, moon-gazing, the thought of the deep mountain affrighted, yet longings for the mountain village at all other moments filled my heart." Once, towards dawn, I heard footsteps which seemed to be those of many persons coming down the mountain. I wondered and looked out. It was a herd of deer which came close to our dwelling. They cried out. It was not pleasant to hear them nearby. It is sweet to hear the love call of a deer to its mate in autumn nights upon the distant hills. I heard that an acquaintance had come near my residence and gone back without calling on me, so I wrote, "Even this wandering wind among the pines of the mountain, I've heard that it departs with murmuring sound." In the leaf-falling month, I saw the moon more than 20 days old. It was towards dawn. The mountainside was gloomy, and the sound of the waterfall was all I heard. I wish that lovers of nature may see the after-dawn waning moon in a mountain village at the close of an autumn night. I went back to Kyoto when the rice fields, which had been filled with water when I came, were dried up, the rice being harvested. The young plants in their bed of water, the plants harvested, the fields dried up. So long I remained away from home. 'Twas the moon hidden of the god's absent month when I went there again for temporary residence. The thick-grown leaves which had cast a dark shade were all fallen. The sight was heartfelt over all. The sweet murmuring rivulet was buried under fallen leaves, and I could see only the course of it. Even water could not live on, so lonesome is the mountain of the leaf-scattering stormy wind. I went back to Kyoto, saying that I should come again the next spring, could I live so long, and begged the nun to send word when the flowering time had come. It was past the 19th of the ever-growing month of the next year, but there were no tidings from her, so I wrote, "No word about the blooming cherry blossoms. Has not the spring come for you yet? Or does the perfume of flowers not reach you?" I made a journey and passed many a moonlit night in a house beside a bamboo wood. Wind rustled its leaves, and my sleep was disturbed. Night after night the bamboo leaves sigh. My dreams are broken, and a vague, indefinite sadness fills my heart. In autumn I went to live elsewhere and sent a poem. I am like dew on the grass, and pitiable wherever I may be, but especially am I oppressed with sadness in a field with a thin growth of reeds. After that time I was somehow restless and forgot about the romances. My mind became more sober, and I passed many years without doing any remarkable thing. I neglected religious services and temple observances. Those fantastic ideas of the romances, can they be realized in this world? If father could win some good position, I also might enter into a much nobler life. Such unreliable hopes then occupied my daily thoughts. At last, father was appointed governor of a province very far in the east. He said, "I was always thinking that if I could win a position as governor in the neighborhood of the capital, I could take care of you to my heart's desire. I would wish to bring you down to see beautiful scenery of sea and mountain. Moreover, I wish that you could live attended beyond the possibilities of our present position. Our karma relation from our former world must have been bad. Now I have to go to so distant a country after waiting so long. When I brought you, you were a little child to the eastern province. Even a slight illness caused me much trouble of mind in thinking that should I die, you would wander helpless in that far country. There were many fears in a stranger's country, and I should have lived with an easier mind had I been alone. As I was then accompanied by all my family, I could not say or do what I wanted to say or do, and I was ashamed of it. Now you're grown up, and I am not sure that I can live long. It is not so unusual a fate to be helpless in the capital, but the saddest thing of all would be to wander in the eastern province like any country woman. There are no relatives in the capital upon whom we could rely to foster you, yet I cannot refuse the appointment which has been made after such long waiting. So you must remain here, and I must depart for eternity. Oh, in what way may I provide a way for you to live in the capital decently?" Night and day he lamented, saying these things, and I forgot all about flowers or maple leaves, grieving sadly, and there was no help for it. He went down on the 13th of the 7th month, 1032. For several days before that, I could not remain still in my own room, for I thought it difficult to see him again. On that day, after restless hours, when the time for parting came, I had lifted the blind, and my eye met his, from which tears dropped down. Soon he had passed by. My eyes were dim with tears, and soon I concealed myself in bed. A man who had gone to see him off returned with a poem written on a bit of pocket paper. A message from her father. If I could do as I wish, I could acknowledge more profoundly the sorrow of departing in autumn. I could not read the poem to the end. In the happier time I had often tried to compose halting poems, but at present I had no word to say. Never began to think in this world even for a moment from you to part, alas! No person came to my side, and I was very lonely and forlorn, musing and guessing where he would be at every moment. As I knew the road he was taking, I thought of him the more longingly and with greater heart-shrinking. Morning and evening I looked towards the skyline of the eastern mountains. In the leaf-falling month I went to the temple at Uzumasa to pass many days. We came upon 2 men's palanquins in the road from Ichijo, which had stopped there. They must have been waiting for someone to catch up with them. When I passed by, they sent an attendant with a message. "Flower seeing go, we suppose." I thought it would be awkward not to reply to such a slight matter, and answered, "1,000 kinds, to be like them in the fields of autumn." I stayed in the temple for 7 days, but could think of nothing but the road to the east. I prayed to the Buddha, saying, "There is no way to change the present, but grant that we may meet again peacefully after this parting." And I thought the Buddha would pity and grant my prayer. It was midwinter. It rained all day. In the night a cloud-turning wind blew terribly and the sky cleared. The moon became exquisitely bright, and it was sad to see the tall reeds near the house broken and blown down by the wind. Dead stalks of reeds must be reminded of good autumn days. In midwinter depths the tempest lays them low, confused and broken. A messenger arrived from the east, father's letter. I wandered through the province, going into every Shinto shrine, and saw a wide field with a beautiful river running through it. There was a beautiful wood. My first thought was of you, and to make you see it, and I asked the name of that grove. "The grove of longing after one's child," was the answer. I thought of the one who had first named it, and was extremely sad. Alighting from my horse, I stood there for 2 hours. After leaving, like me, he must have yearned, sorrowful to see, the forest of longing after one's child. To see that letter is a sadder thing than to have seen the forest. The grove of longing after one's child, left, father-caressed mountain, hard eastern way. The grove of longing after one's child, hearing of it I think of the father-caressed mountain. Towards it hard is the eastern way for a child left here alone. Thus I passed days in doing nothing, and I began to think of going to temples, making pilgrimages. Mother was a person of extremely antiquated mind. She said, "Oh, dreadful is the Hachuse temple. What should you do if you were caught by someone at the Nara ascent? Ishiyama too, Sekiyama Pass, is very dreadful. Kurama-san, oh, dreadful to bring you there. You may go there when father comes back." As mother says so, I can only go to Kiyomiju temple. My old habits of romantic indulgence were not dead yet, and I could not fix my mind on religious thoughts as I ought. In the equinoctial week there was a great tumult of festival, so great a noise that I was even afraid of it, and when I lay asleep I dreamed there was a priest within the enclosure before the altar, in blue garments with loose brocade hood and brocade shoes. He seemed to be the intendant of the temple. "You, being occupied with vain thoughts, are not praying for happiness in the world to come," he said indignantly, and went behind the curtain. I awoke startled, yet neither told anyone what I had dreamed, nor thought about it much. My mother had 2 1-foot in diameter bronze mirrors cast, and made a priest take them for us to the Hachuse temple. Mother told the priest to pass 2 or 3 days in the temple, especially praying that a dream might be vouchsafed about the future state of this woman. For that period I was made to observe religious purity. The priest came back to tell the following. I was reluctant to return without having even a dream, and after bowing many times and performing other ceremonies, I went to sleep. There came out from behind the curtain a graceful holy lady in beautiful garments. She, taking up the offered mirrors, asked me if no letters were affixed to these mirrors. I answered in the most respectful manner, there were no letters, I was told only to offer these. Strange, she said, letters are to be added. See what is mirrored in one, it creates pity to look at it. I saw her weep bitterly, and saw appear in the mirror shadows of people rolling over in lamentation. To see these shadows makes one sad, but to see this makes one happy. And she held up the other mirror. There the misu was fresh green, and many-colored garments were revealed below the lower edge of it. Plum and cherry blossoms were in flower. Nightingales were singing from tree to tree. I did not even listen to his story, nor question him as to how things seemed in his dream. Someone said, "Pray to the heavenly, illuminating, honored goddess." And my reverent mind thought, where is she? Is she a goddess or a Buddha? At first I said so, but afterwards grew more discreet and asked someone about her, who replied, "She is a goddess and takes up her abode at Ise." The goddess is also worshipped by the provincial governor of Ki. She is worshipped at the ancestor shrine in the imperial court. I could not by any means get to Ise. How could I bow before the imperial shrine? I could never be allowed to go there. The idea flowed through my mind to pray for the heavenly light. A relative of mine became a nun and entered the Sugaku temple. In winter I sent her a poem. Even tears arise for your sake when I think of the mountain hamlet where snowstorms will be raging. Reply, I seem to have a glimpse of you coming to me through the dark wood when close overhead is summer's growth of leaves. 10:36. Father, who had gone down towards the east, came back at last. He settled down at Nishiyama, and we all went there. We were very happy. One moonbright night we talked all the night through. Such nights as this exist. As if it were for eternity, I parted from you. How sad was that autumn! At this Father shed tears of happiness abundantly and answered me with a poem. But life grows dear and is lived with rejoicing, which once was born with hate and lamentation. My joy knew no bounds when my waiting was at an end after the supposed parting for eternity, yet my father said, "It is ridiculous to lead a worldly life when one is very old. I used to feel so when I saw old men, but now it is my turn to be old, so I will retire from social life." As he said it with no lingering affection for this world, I felt quite alone. Towards the east, the field stretched far and wide, and I could see clearly from Mount Hiye to Mount Inari. Towards the west, the pines of the forest of Narabigaoka were sounding in my ear, and up to the tableland on which our house stood, the rice fields were cultivated in terraces, while from them came the sound of the birds carrying clappers, giving me a homely country sentiment. One moonlight evening I had a message from an old acquaintance who had had an opportunity to send to me, and this I sent back. None calls upon me or remembers me in my mountain village. On the reeds by the thin hedge the autumn winds are sighing. 10:37. In the 10th month we changed our abode to the capital. Mother had become a nun, and although she lived in the same house, shut herself up in a separate chamber. Father rather treated me as an independent woman than as his child. I felt helpless to see him shunning all society and living hidden in the shade. A person who had heard about me through a distant relative called me to her, saying it would be better to be with her than passing idle lonely days. My old-fashioned parents thought the court life would be very unpleasant and wanted me to pass my time at home, but others said, "People nowadays go out as ladies-in-waiting at the court, and then fortunate opportunities for marriage are naturally numerous. Why not try it?" So I was sent to the court against my will. I went for one night the first time. I was dressed in an 8-fold tsuchigi of deep and pale chrysanthemum colors, and over it I wore the outer flowing robe of deep red silk. As I have said before, my mind was absorbed in romances, and I had no important relatives from whom I could learn distinguished manners or court customs, so, except from the romances, I could not know them. I had always been in the shadow of the antiquated parents, and had been accustomed not to go out but to see moon and flowers. So when I left home, I felt as if I were not I, nor was it the real world to which I was going. I started in the early morning. I had often fancied in my countrified mind that I should hear more interesting things for my heart's consolation than were to be found living fixed in my parents' house. I felt awkward in court in everything I did, and I thought it sad, but there was no use in complaining. I remembered with grief my nieces who had lost their mother and had been cared for by me alone, even sleeping at night one on either side of me. Days were spent in musing with a vacant mind. I felt as if someone were always spying upon me, and I was embarrassed. After 10 days or so, I got leave to go out. Father and mother were waiting for me with a comfortable fire in a brazier. Seeing me getting out of my palanquin, my nieces said, "When you were with us, people came to see us, but now no one's voice is heard, no one's shadow falls before the house. We are very low-spirited. What can you do for us who must pass days like this?" It was pitiful to see them cry when they said it. The next morning they sat before me, saying, "As you are here, many persons are coming and going. It seems livelier." Tears came to my eyes to think what virtue I could have that my little nieces made so much of me. It would be very difficult even for a saint to dream of his prenatal life. Yet, when I was before the altar of the Kiyomiju temple, in a faintly dreamy state of mind, which was neither sleeping nor waking, I saw a man who seemed to be the head of the temple. He came out and said to me, "You were once a priest of this temple, and you were born into a better state by virtue of the many Buddhist images which you carved as a Buddhist artist. The Buddha 17 feet high, which is enthroned in the eastern side of the temple, was your work. When you were in the act of covering it with gold foil, you died." "Oh, undeservedly blessed," I said. "I will finish it then." The priest replied, "As you died, another man covered it and performed the ceremony of offerings." I came to myself and thought, if I serve with all my heart the Buddha of the Kiyomiju temple, by virtue of my prayers in this temple in the previous life. In the finishing month I went again to the court. A room was assigned for my use. I went to the princess's apartment every night, and lay down among unknown persons, so I could not sleep at all. I was bashful and timid, and wept in secret. In the morning I retired while it was still dark, and passed the days in longing for a home where my old and weak parents, making much of me, relied upon me as if I were worthy of it. I yearned for them and felt very lonely. Unfortunate, deplorable, and helpless mind! That was graven into my thought, and although I had to perform my duty faithfully, I could not always wait upon the princess. She seemed not to guess what was in my heart, and attributing it only to shyness, favored me by summoning me often from among the other ladies. She used to say, "Call the younger ladies," and I was dragged out in spite of myself. Those who were familiar with the court life seemed to be at home there, but I, who was not very young, yet did not wish to be counted among the elderly, was rather neglected, and made to usher guests. However, I did not expect too much of court life, and had no envy for those who were more graceful than I. This, on the contrary, set me at ease, and I from time to time presented myself before the princess and talked only with congenial friends about lovely things. Even on smile-presenting, interesting occasions, I shrank from intruding and becoming too popular, and did not go far into most things. Sleeping one night before the princess, I was awakened by cries and fluttering noises from the waterfowl in the pond. Like us, the waterfowl pass all the night in floating sleep. They seem to be weary with shaking away the frost from their feathers. My companions passed their leisure time in talking over romances with the door open which separated our rooms, and they often called back one who had gone to the prince's apartment. She sent word once, "I will go if I must," intending to give herself the pleasure of coming. The long leaves of the reed are easily bent, so I will not forcibly persuade it, but leave it to the wind. In this way we passed the hours talking idly. Afterwards, this lady separated from the court and left us. She remembered that night and sent me word. That moonless, flowerless winter night, it penetrates my thought and makes me dwell on it. I wonder why. It touched my heart, for I also was thinking of that night. In my dreams, the tears of that cold night are still frozen, but this I weep away secretly. The princess still called my stepmother by the name of Kazusa, governor's lady. Father was displeased that that name was still used after she had become another man's wife, and he made me write to her about it. The name of Asakura in a far-off country. The court now hears it in a divine dance song. My name also is still somewhere heard, but not honorably. One very bright night after the full moon, I attended the princess to the imperial palace. I remembered that the heaven-illuminating goddess was enthroned within, and wanted to take an opportunity to kneel before the altar. One moon-bright night I went in privately, for I know Lady Takasue, who was taking care of this shrine. The perpetual lights before the altar burnt dimly. She grew wondrously old and holy. She seemed not like a mortal, but like a divine incarnation, yet she spoke very gracefully. The moon was very bright on the following night, and the princess's ladies passed the time in talking and moon-gazing, opening the doors of the Fujitsubo. The footsteps of the royal consort of Umetsubo going up to the king's apartment were so exquisitely graceful as to excite envy. Had the late queen been living, she could not walk so grandly, someone said. I composed a poem. She is like the moon, who opening the gate of heaven goes up over the clouds. We, being in the same heavenly palace, pass the night in remembering the footfalls of the past. The ladies who were charged with the duty of introducing the court nobles seem to have been fixed upon, and nobody notices whether simple-hearted countrywomen like me exist or not. On a very dark night in the beginning of the god's absent month, when sweet-voiced reciters were to read sutras throughout the night, another lady and I went out towards the entrance door of the audience room to listen to it, and after talking fell asleep, listening, leaning, when I noticed a gentleman had come to be received in audience by the princess. It is awkward to run away to our apartment. We will remain here. Let it be as it will. So said my companion, and I sat beside her listening. He spoke gently and quietly. There was nothing about him to be regretted. "Who is the other lady?" he asked of my friend. He said nothing rude or amorous like other men, but talked delicately of the sad, sweet things of the world, and many a phrase of his, with a strange power, enticed me into conversation. He wondered that there should have been in the court one who was a stranger to him, and did not seem inclined to go away soon. There was no starlight, and a gentle shower fell in the darkness. How lovely was its sound on the leaves! "The more deeply beautiful is the night," he said. "The full moonlight would be too dazzling." Discoursing about the beauties of spring and autumn, he continued, "Although every hour has its charm, pretty is the spring haze. Then, the sky being tranquil and overcast, the face of the moon is not too bright. It seems to be floating on a distant river. At such a time, the calm spring melody of the lute is exquisite. In autumn, on the other hand, the moon is very bright. Though there are mists trailing over the horizon, we can see things as clearly as if they were at hand. The sound of wind, the voices of insects, all sweet things seem to melt together. When at such a time we listen to the autumnal music of the koto, we forget the spring. We think that is best. But the winter sky frozen all over, magnificently cold, the snow covering the earth and its light mingling with the moonshine, then the notes of the hichiriki vibrate on the air and we forget spring and autumn. And he asked us, which captivates your fancy? On which stays your mind? My companion answered in favor of autumn, and I, not being willing to imitate her, said, "Pale green night and flowers all melting into one in the soft haze, everywhere the moon glimmering in the spring night." "So," I replied, and he, after repeating my poem to himself over and over, said, "Then you give up autumn? After this, as long as I live, such a spring night shall be for me a memento of your personality." The person who favored autumn said, "Others seem to give their hearts to spring, and I shall be alone gazing at the autumn moon." He was deeply interested, and being uncertain in thought, said, "Even the poets of the Tanka Empire could not decide which to praise most, spring or autumn. Your decisions make me think that there must be some personal reasons when our inclination is touched or charmed. Our souls are imbued with the colors of the sky, moon, or flowers of that moment. I desire much to know how you came to know the charms of spring and autumn." The moon of a winter night is given as an instance of dreariness, and as it is very cold, I had never seen it intentionally. When I went down to Ise to be present as the messenger of the king at the ceremony of installing the Virgin in charge of the shrine, I wanted to come back in the early dawn, so went to take leave of the princess in a moon-bright night after many days' snow, half shrinking to think of my journey. Her residence was an otherworldly place, awful even to the imagination, but she called me into an adequate apartment. There were persons in that room who had come down in the reign of the Emperor anew. Their aspect was very holy, ancient, and mystical. They told of the things of long ago with tears. They brought out a well-tuned 4-stringed lute. The music did not seem to be anything happening in this world. I regretted that day should even dawn, and was touched so deeply that I had almost forgotten about returning to the capital. Ever since then, the snowy nights of winter recall that scene, and I, without fail, gaze at the moon even though hugging the fire. You will surely understand me, and hereafter every dark night with gentle rain will touch my heart. I feel this has not been inferior to the snowy night at the palace of the Ise Virgin. With these words he departed, and I thought he could not have known who I was. In the 8th month of the next year, we went again to the imperial palace, and there was in the court an entertainment throughout the night. I did not know that he was present at it, and I passed that night in my own room. When I looked out, opening the sliding doors on the corridor, I saw the morning moon very faint and beautiful. I heard footsteps, and people approached, some reciting sutras. One of them came to the entrance and addressed me. I replied, and he, suddenly remembering, exclaimed, "That night of softly falling rain I do not forget, even for a moment. I yearn for it." As chance did not permit me many words, I said, "What intensity of memory clings to your heart? That gentle shower fell on the leaves, only for a moment our hearts touched." I had scarcely said so when people came up, and I stole back without his answer. That evening, after I had gone to my room, my companion came in to tell me that he had replied to my poem. "If there be such a tranquil night as that of the rain, I should like in some way to make you listen to my lute, playing all the songs I can remember." I wanted to hear it, and waited for the fit occasion, but there was none, ever. End of section 2. Section 3 of Diaries of Court Ladies of Old Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Diaries of Court Ladies of Old Japan by Sarashina, Murasaki Shikibu et al., translated by Annie Shepley-Omori and Kochi Doi. The Sarashina Diary, Part 3. In the next year, one tranquil evening, I heard that he had come into the princess's palace, so I crept out of my chamber with my companion, but there were many people waiting within and without the palace, and I turned back. He must have been of the same mind with me. He had come because it was so still a night, and he returned because it was noisy. I yearned for a tranquil moment to be out upon the sea of harmony in that enchanted boat. O boatman, do you know my heart? So I composed that poem, and there is nothing more to tell. His personality was very excellent, and he was not an ordinary man. But time passed, and neither called to the other. In winter, though the snow had not come yet, the starlit sky was clear and cold. One whole night I talked with those who were in the palace. Like a good-for-nothing woman, I retired from the court life. On the 25th of the end month, I was summoned by the princess to the religious service of reciting Buddha's names. I went for that night only. About 40 ladies were there, all dressed in deep red dresses, and also in deep red outer robe. I sat behind the person who led me in, the most shadow-like person among them, and I retired before dawn. On my way home, it snowed in fluttering flakes, and the frozen ghostly moon was reflected in my dull red sleeves of glossy silk. Even that reflection seemed to be wet and sad. I thought all the way, the year comes to a close, and the night also, and the moon reflected in my sleeve, all passes. When one is in court, one may become familiar with those who serve there, and know worldly things better, and if one is thought amiable, one is received as a lady, and favors may be bestowed. Such had been my thought, but father was now disappointed in me and kept me at home. But how could I expect that my fortune should become dazzling in a moment? It was my father's idle fancy, yet he felt that it had betrayed him. Though 1,000 times, how many, I gathered parsley in the fields, yet my wishes were by no means fulfilled. I grumbled so far, and no further. I regretted deeply the idle fancies of old days, and as my parents would not accompany me to temples and pilgrimages, I could hardly suppress my impatience. I wished to strengthen my spirit to bring up my child, who is still in the germ. Moreover, I wished to do my best to pile up virtuous deeds for the life to come. So encouraging my heart, I went to the Ishiyama temple after the 20th day of the frost month. It snowed, and the route was lovely. On coming in sight of the barrier at Osaka Pass, I was reminded that it was also in winter when I passed it on my way up to Kyoto. Then also it was a windy, tempestuous day. The sound of the autumn wind at the barrier of Osaka, it differs not from that heard long ago. The temple at Seki, magnificent though it was, made me think of the old roughly hewn Buddha. The beach at Uchide has not changed in the passing of months and years, but my own heart feels change. Towards evening, I arrived at the temple and after a bath went up to the main shrine. The mountain wind was dreadful. I took it for a good omen that, falling asleep in the temple, I heard a voice saying, "From the inner shrine perfume has been bestowed. Tell it at once." At the words I awoke and passed the night in prayer. The next day the wind raged, and it snowed heavily. I comforted my lonely heart with a friend of the princess who came with me. We left after 3 days. On the 25th of the 10th month of the next year, the capital was in great excitement over the purification ceremonies before the great ceremony. For my part, I wanted to set out that same day for Hase Temple for my own religious purification. They stopped me, saying it was a sight to be seen only once in one reign, that even the country people come to see the procession, and it was madness to leave the city that very day. "Your deeds will be spread abroad, and people will gossip about you," said my brother angrily. "No, no, let the person have her own will," and according to my wish, he let me start. His kindness touched me, but on the other hand, I pitied those who accompanied me, who, with longing hearts, wanted to see the ceremony. But what have we to do with such shows? Buddha will be pleased with those who come at a time like this. I wanted without fail to receive the divine favor, and started before dawn. When I was crossing the great bridge of Nijo, with pine torches flaming before me, and with my attendants in pure white robes, all the men on horseback, in carriage, or on foot, who encountered me on their way to the stands prepared for sightseers, said, in surprise, "What is that?" and some even laughed or scolded me. As I was passing before the gate of Yoshinori, the commander of the bodyguard and his men were standing there before the wide open portals. They said, laughing, "Here goes a company to the temple. There are many days and months in the world to do that in." But there was one standing by who said, "What is it to fatten the eyes for a moment? They are firmly determined. They will surely receive Buddha's favor. We ought also to make up our minds for the good without sightseeing." Thus one man spoke seriously. I had wanted to leave the city before broad daylight, and had started in the middle of the night, but had to wait for belated persons till the very thick fog became thinner. People flowed in from the country like a river. Nobody could turn aside to make room for anybody else, and even the ill-behaved and vulgar children who passed beside my carriage with some difficulty had words of wonder and contempt for us. I felt sorry that I had started that day, yet praying to Buddha with all my heart, I arrived at the ferry of Uji. Even there the people were coming up to the city in throngs, and the ferryman, seeing these numberless people, was filled with his own importance and grew proud. He, tucking up his sleeves against his face and leaning on his pole, would not bring the boat at once. He looked around whistling and assumed an indifferent air. We could not cross the river for a long time, so I looked around the place, which I had felt a curiosity to see ever since reading Genji Monogatari, which tells that the daughter of the Princess of Uji lived here. I thought it a charming spot. At last we managed to get across the river and went to see the Uji mansion. I was at once reminded that the Lady Ukifune had been living here. As we had started before daybreak, my people were tired out and rested at Hiroichi to take food. The guard said, "Is that the famous mountain Kurikoma? It is towards evening. Be ready with your armor." I listened to these words with a shudder, but we passed that mountain, and the sun was on its summit when we arrived at the lake of Nieno. They went in several directions to seek a lodging, and returned saying there was no proper place, only an obscure hut. But as there was no other place, we took that. In the house there were only 2 men, for the rest had all gone to the capital. Those 2 men did not sleep that night at all, but kept watch around the house. My mates, who were in the recess, asked, "Why do you walk about so?" And the men answered, "Why? We have rented our house to perfect strangers. What should we do if our kettles were stolen? Of course we cannot sleep." I felt both dread and laughter to hear them. In the early morning we left there and knelt before the great East Temple. The temple of Iso no Kami was antique and on the verge of ruin. That night we lodged at Yamabe Temple. Although I was tired out, I recited sutras and went to sleep. In my dream I saw a very noble and pure woman. At her coming the wind blew deliciously. She found me out and said, smiling, "For what purpose have you come?" I answered, "How could I help coming?" And she said, "You would better be in the imperial court and become intimate with the Lady Takasue." I was very much delighted and encouraged. We crossed the river and arrived at the Hatsuse temple at night. After purifying, I went up to the temple. I remained 3 days and slept expecting to start in the morning. At midnight, I dreamt that a cedar twig was thrown into the room as a token bestowed by the Inari god. I was startled, but waking, found it only a dream. We began our return journey after midnight, and as we could not find a lodging, we again passed the night in a very small house, which seemed to be a very curious one somehow. Do not sleep, something unexpected will happen. Don't be frightened. Lie down even without breathing. This was said, and I spent the night in loneliness and dread. I felt that I lived 1,000 years that night, and when the day dawned I saw that we were in a robber's den. People said that the mistress of that house lived by a strange occupation. We crossed the Uji River in a high wind, and the ferry boat passed very near the fishing seine. Years have passed, and only sounds of waters have come to my ears. Today, indeed, I may even count the ripples around the fishing net. If, as I am doing now, I continue to write down every 4 or 5 years after they have happened, my life will seem to be that of a pilgrim, but it is not so. I am jotting down the happenings of several years. In the spring I went to Kurama Temple. It was a soft spring day, with mist trailing over the mountainside. The mountain people brought tokoro as the only food, and I found it good. When I left there, flowers were already gone. In God's absent month I went again, and the mountain views along the way were more beautiful than before, the mountainside brocaded with the autumn colors. The stream, rushing headlong, boiled up like molten metal and then shattered into crystals. When I reached the monastery, the maple leaves, wet with a shower, were brilliant beyond compare. The pattern of the maple leaves in autumn dyed with the rain, beautiful in the deep mountain. After 2 years or so, I went again to Ishiyama. It seemed to be raining, and I heard someone saying rain is disagreeable on a journey, but on opening the door, I found the waning moon lighting even the depths of the ravine. What I thought rain was the stream rippling below the roots of the trees. The sound of the mountain brook gives an illusion of raindrops, yet the calm of the waning moon shines over all. The next time I went to Hase Temple, my journey was not so solitary as before. Along the route, various persons invited me to ceremonious dinners, and we made but slow progress. The autumn woods were beautiful at the Hahasono forest in Yamashiro. I crossed the Hase River. We stayed there for 3 days. This time we were too many to lodge in that small house on the other side of the Nara Pass, so we camped in the field. Our men passed the night lying on mukabaki, spread on the grass. They could not sleep for the dew which fell on their heads, the moon clear and more picturesque than elsewhere. Even in our wandering journey, the lonely moon accompanies us, lighting us from the sky, the waning moon I used to gaze at in the royal city. As I could do as I liked, I went even to distant temples for worship, and my heart was consoled through both the pleasures and fatigues of the way. Though it was half diversion, yet it gave me hope. I had no pressing sorrow in those days, and tried to bring up my boy in the manner I thought best, and was impatient of passing time. The man I depended upon wished to attain to happiness like other people, and the future looked promising. A dear friend of mine, who used to exchange poems with me and continued to write through many changes of situation, although not so often as of old, married the governor of Echizen and went down to that province. After that, all communication between us ceased, so I wrote her a poem, finding the means of sending it with great difficulty. Undying affection, can it end at last overlaid with time, even as snow covers the land in the northern province? She wrote back, even a little pebble does not cease to be, though pressed under the snow of Hakusan, so is my affection even though hidden. I went down to a hollow of Nishiyama. There were flowers blooming in confusion. It was beautiful, yet lonely. There was no sight of man. A tranquil haze enclosed us. Far from towns, in the heart of the mountain, the cherry blooms and wastes its blooms away with none to see. When the sorrow of the world troubled my heart, I made a retreat in the Uzumasa temple. To me there arrived a letter from one who served the princess. While I was answering it, the temple bell was heard. The outer world of many sorrows is not to be forgotten even here. At the sound of the evening bell, lonely grows my heart. To the beautifully tranquil palace of the princess I went one day to talk with two congenial friends. The next day, finding life rather tedious, I thought longingly of them and sent a poem. Knowing the place of our meeting to be the sea of tears, where memories ripple and affections flow back, yet we ventured into it, and my longing for you grew stronger than ever. One wrote back, "We ventured into that sea to find the pearls of consolement. No pearls, but drops of sad, sweet tears we found." And the other, "Who would venture into the sea of tears, seeking for the chance with zealous care, had not the flowers of lovely vision floated in it?" That friend, being of the same mind with me, we used to talk over every joy and sorrow of the world, but she went down to the province of Chikuzen in Kyushu. On a moon-bright night I went to bed thinking of her with longing, for in the palace we had been wont not to sleep on such a night, but to sit up gazing into the sky. I dreamed that we were in the palace and saw each other as we had done in reality. I awoke startled. The moon was then near the western ridge of the mountain, and I thought, "I would I had not wakened." Tell her, O western-going moon, that dreaming of her I could sleep no more, but all the night my pillow was bedewed with loving tears. In the autumn I had occasion to go down to the province of Izumi. From Yodo the journey was very picturesque. We passed the night at Takahama. It was dark, and in the depths of the night I heard the sound of an oar, and was told that a singer had come. My companions called her boat to come alongside ours. She was lighted by a distant fire. Her sleeves were long, she shaded her face with a fan and sang. She was charming. The next evening, when the sun was still on the mountain top, we passed the beach of Sumiyoshi. It was seen all in mist and pine branches. The surface of the sea and the beach where waves rolled up combined to make a scene more beautiful than a picture. It is an evening of autumn, the seashore of Sumiyoshi. Can words describe it? What can be compared with it? Even after the boat was towed along, I looked back again and again, never satiated. In the winter I returned to Kyoto. We took our boat at Oe Bay. That night a tempest raged with such fury that the very rocks seemed to be shaken. The god of thunder came roaring, and the sound of dashing waves, the tumult of the wind, the horrors of the sea made me feel that life was coming to an end. But they dragged the boat ashore where we spent the night. The rain stopped, but not the wind, and we could not start. We passed 5 or 6 days on these wide-stretching sands. When the wind had gone down a little, I looked out, rolling up the curtain of my cabin. The evening tide was rising swiftly, and cranes called to each other in the bay. People of the province came in crowds to see us, and said that if the boat had been outside the bay that night, it would have been seen no more. Even the thought terrified me. Off Ishitsu, in the wild sea, the boat driven before the storm fades away and is seen no more. The wild gusts drive the boat, into the wild sea she disappears, off Ishitsu. I devoted myself in various ways for the world. Even in serving at court one had likewise to devote oneself unceasingly. What favor could one win by returning to the parents' home from time to time? As I advanced in age, I felt it unbecoming to behave as young couples do. While I was lamenting, I grew ill, and could not go out to temples for worship. Even this rare going out was stopped, and I had no hope of living long, but I wanted to give my younger children a safer position while I was alive. I grieved and waited for the delightful thing for my husband. In autumn he got a position, but not so good a one as we had hoped, and we were much disappointed. It was not so distant as the place from which he had returned, so he made up his mind to go, and we hastily made preparations. He started from the house where his daughters had recently gone to live. It was after the 10th of the god's absent month. I could not know what had happened after he started, but all seemed happy on that day. He was accompanied by our boy. My husband wore a red coat and purple kimono and aster-colored hakama and carried a long sword. The boy wore blue-figured clothes and red hakama, and they mounted the horses beside the veranda. When they had gone out noisily, I felt very, very lonely. As I had heard the province was not so distant, I was less hopeless than I had been before. The people who accompanied him to see him off returned the next day and told me that they had gone down with great show of splendor and, then continuing, said they had seen human fire this morning starting from the company and flying towards the capital. I tried to suppose it to be from someone of his retinue. How could I think the worst? I could think of nothing but how to bring up these younger ones. He came back in the Deutzia month of the next year and passed the summer and autumn at home, and on the 25th of the long night month he became ill. 1058. On the 5th day of the 10th month all became like a dream. My sorrows could be compared to nothing in this world. Now I knew that my present state had been reflected in the mirror offered to the Hase temple, where someone was seen weeping in agony. The reflection of the happier one had not been realized. That could never be in the future. On the 23rd we burned his remains with despairing hearts, my boy, who went down with him last autumn, being dressed exquisitely and much attended, followed the bier weeping, in black clothes with hateful things on them. My feeling when I saw him going out can never be expressed. I seemed to wander in dreams and thought that human life must soon cease here. If I had not given myself up to idle fictions and poetry, but had practiced religious austerities night and day, I would not have seen such a dream world. At Hase temple a cedar branch was cast down to me by the Inari god, and this thing would not have happened if I had visited the Inari shrine on my way home. The dreams which I had seen in these past years, which bid me pray to the heaven-illuminating honored goddess, meant that I should have been in the imperial court as a nurse, sheltered behind the favor of the king and queen, so the dream interpreter interpreted my dream, but I could not realize this. Only the sorrowful reflection in the mirror was realized unaltered. Oh, pitiful and sorrowful I! Thus nothing could happen as I willed, and I wandered in this world doing no virtuous deed for the future life. Life seemed to survive sorrows, but I was uneasy at the thought that things would happen against my will, even in the future life. There was only one thing I could rely on: ceaseless tears, clouded mind, bright scene, moon shadow. On the 13th of the 10th month I dreamed one night this dream. There in the garden of my house at the farthest ledge stood Amitabha Buddha. He was not seen distinctly, but as if through a cloud. I could snatch a glimpse now and then when the cloud lifted. The lotus flower pedestal was 3 or 4 feet above the ground. The Buddha was about 6 feet high. Golden light shone forth. One hand was extended, the fingers of the other were bent in form of benediction. None but I could see him. Yet I felt such reverence that I dared not approach the blind to see him better. None but I might hear him saying, "Then this time I will go back, and afterwards come again to receive you." I was startled and awoke into the 14th day. This dream only was my hope for the life to come. I had lived with my husband's nephews, but after that sad event we parted not to meet again. One very dark night I was visited by the nephew who was living at Rokuhara. I could not but welcome so rare a guest. No moon and darkness deepens around Obasute. Why have you come? It cannot be to see the moon. After that time, an intimate friend stopped all communication. She may be thinking that I am no more in this world, yet my days are wasted in weeping, weeping, alas. In the 10th month I turned my eyes full of tears towards the intensely bright moon. Even into the mind, always clouded with grief, there is cast the reflection of the bright moon. Years and months passed away. Whenever I recollected the dreamlike incident, my mind was troubled and my eyes filled so that I cannot think distinctly of those days. My people went to live elsewhere, and I remained alone in my solitary home. I was tired of meditation and sent a poem to one who had not called on me for a long time. Weeds grow before my gate, and my sleeves are wet with dew. No one calls on me, my tears are solitary, alas. She was a nun, and she sent an answer. The weeds before a dwelling house may remind you of me. Bushes bury the hat, where lives the world-deserted one. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Diaries of Court Ladies of Old Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Diaries of Court Ladies of Old Japan by Sarashina, Murasaki Shikibu et al. Translated by Annie Shepley Omori and Kochi Doi. The Diary of Murasaki Shikibu, AD 1007 to 1010. Part 1. As the autumn season approaches, the Tsuchi Mikado becomes inexpressibly smile-given. The treetops near the pond, the bushes near the stream are dyed in varying tints whose colors grow deeper in the mellow light of evening. The murmuring sound of waters mingles all the night through with the never-ceasing recitation of sutras, which appeal more to one's heart as the breezes grow cooler. The ladies waiting upon her honored presence are talking idly. The queen hears them. She must find them annoying, but she conceals it calmly. Her beauty needs no words of mine to praise it, but I cannot help feeling that to be near so beautiful a queen will be the only relief from my sorrow. So, in spite of my better desires, I am here. Nothing else dispels my grief. It is wonderful. It is still the dead of night. The moon is dim and darkness lies under the trees. We hear an officer call. The outer doors of the queen's apartment must be opened. The maids of honor are not yet come. Let the queen's secretaries come forward. While this order is being given, the 3 o'clock bell resounds, startling the air. Immediately the prayers at the 5 altars begin. The voices of the priests in loud recitation, vying with each other far and near, are solemn indeed. The abbot of the Canonine Temple, accompanied by 20 priests, comes from the eastern side building to pray. Even their footsteps along the gallery, which sound Todoro, Todoro, are sacred. The head priest of the Hoju Temple goes to the mansion near the racetrack. The prior of the Henji Temple goes to the library. I follow with my eyes when the holy figures in pure white robes cross the stately Chinese bridge and walk along the broad path. Even as Elias Saisa bends the body in reverence before the deity Daitoku. The maids of honor arrive at dawn. I can see the garden from my room beside the entrance to the gallery. The air is misty, the dew is still on the leaves. The Lord Prime Minister is walking there. He orders his men to cleanse the brook. He breaks off a stalk of fumenaishi, which is in full bloom by the south end of the bridge. He peeps in over my screen. His noble appearance embarrasses us, and I am ashamed of my morning face. He says, "Your poem on this. If you delay so much, the fun is gone." And I seize the chance to run away to the writing box, hiding my face. Flower maiden in bloom, even more beautiful for the bright dew, which is partial and never favors me. "So prompt," said he, smiling, and ordered the writing box to be brought. His answer, "The silver dew is never partial, from her heart the flower maiden's beauty." One wet and calm evening I was talking with Lady Saisho. The young lord of the 3rd rank sat with the misu partly rolled up. He seemed maturer than his age and was very graceful. Even in light conversation, such expressions as fair soul is rarer than fair face come gently to his lips, covering us with confusion. It is a mistake to treat him like a young boy. He keeps his dignity among ladies, and I saw in him a much sought-after romantic hero when once he walked off reciting to himself, "Linger in the field where flower maidens are blooming, and your name will be tarnished with tales of gallantry." Some such trifle as that sometimes lingers in my mind when really interesting things are soon forgotten. Why? Nowadays, people are carrying pretty folding fans. Since the 20th of the 8th month, the more favored court nobles and officers have been on night duty, passing the nights in the corridor or on the mats of the veranda, idly amusing themselves. Young men who are unskilled in koto or fue amuse themselves with tonea rasoi and dimayo, and at such a time this is entertaining. Narinobu, the Queen's Grand Chamberlain, Tsunefusa, the Lieutenant General of the Left Bodyguard and State Councillor, and Narimasa, the Major General of the Bodyguard and Governor of Mino, passed the night in diversions. The Lord Prime Minister must have been apprehensive, for he has forbidden all public entertainment. Those who have long retired from the court have come in crowds to ask after the Queen's welfare. So we have had no peace. 26th day. We finished the preparation of perfume and distributed it to all. A number of us who had been making it into balls assembled together. On my way from Her Majesty's chamber, I peeped into Ben Saisho's room. She was sleeping. She wore garments of Hagian chion, over which she had put a strongly perfumed lustrous robe. Her face was hidden behind the cloth. Her head rested on a writing case of gold lacquer. Her forehead was beautiful and fascinating. She seemed like a princess in a picture. I took off the cloth which hid her mouth and said, "You are just like the heroine of a romance." She blushed, half rising. She was beauty itself. She is always beautiful, but on this occasion her charm was wonderfully heightened. Dear Lady Hyoe brought me some floss silk for chrysanthemums. The wife of the Prime Minister favors you with this present to drive away age. Carefully use it and then throw it away. May that lady live 1,000 years who guards the flowers. My sleeves are wet with thankful tears, as though I had been walking in a garden of dewy chrysanthemums. I wanted to send it, but as I heard that she had gone away, I kept it. The evening I went to the Queen's chamber. As the moon was beautiful, skirts overflowed from beneath the misu. By and by there came Lady Kushosho and Lady Dainagon. Her Majesty took out some of the perfume made the other day and put it into an incense burner to try it. The garden was admirable. When the ivy leaves become red, they were saying, but Our Lady seemed less tranquil than usual. The priests came for prayers, and I went into the inside room, but was called away and finally went to my own chamber. I wanted only to rest a few minutes, but fell asleep. By midnight, everybody was in great excitement. 10th day of the long moon month. When day began to dawn, the decorations of the Queen's chamber were changed, and she removed to a white bed. The Prime Minister, his sons, and other noblemen made haste to change the curtains of the screens, the bed cover, and other things. All day long she lay ill at ease. Men cried at the top of their voices to scare away evil spirits. There assembled not only the priests who had been summoned here for these months, but also itinerant monks who were brought from every mountain and temple. The prayers would reach to the Buddhas of the three worlds. All the soothsayers in the world were summoned. 8 million gods seemed to be listening with ears erect for their Shinto prayers. Messengers ran off to order sutra reciting at various temples. Thus the night was passed. On this side of the screen placed around the queen's bed, there assembled the ladies of the court. On the west side, there were lying the queen's substitutes, who were enticing the evil spirits. Each was lying surrounded by a pair of folding screens. The joints of the screens were curtained, and priests were appointed to cry sutras there. On the south side, there sat in many rows abbots and other dignitaries of the priesthood, who prayed and swore till their voices grew hoarse, as if they were bringing down the living form of Fudo. The space between the north room and the dais on which was the queen's bed was very narrow, yet when I thought of it afterwards, I counted more than 40 persons who were standing there. They could not move at all, and grew so dizzy that they could remember nothing. The people now coming from home could not enter the main apartment at all. There was no place for their flowing robes and long sleeves. Certain older women wept secretly. 11th day. At dawn, the north sliding doors were taken away to throw the two rooms together. The queen was moved towards the veranda. As there was no time to hang mizu, she was surrounded by Kicho. The Reverend Gyocho and the other priests performed incantations. The Reverend Ingen recited the prayer written by the Lord Prime Minister on the previous day, adding some grave vows of his own. His words were infinitely august and hopeful. The Prime Minister joining in the prayer, we felt more assured of a fortunate delivery. Yet there was still lingering anxiety which made us very sad, and many eyes were filled with tears. We said, "Tears are not suitable to this occasion," but we could not help crying. They said that Her Majesty suffered more because the rooms were too crowded, so the people were ordered to the south and east rooms. After this, there remained in the royal apartment only the more important personages. The Prime Minister, Lady Sanuki, and Lady Saisho were within the screen. The honored priest of Ninna Temple and the court priest of Mi Temple were summoned within. The Prime Minister gave various commands, and his voice overpowered those of the priests. There were also Ladies Dainagon, Koshosho, Miya no Naishi, Nakatsukasa no Kimi, Tayu no Myobu, Shikibu no Moto, Tono no Senji. These last were venerable ladies of experience, but even they were bewildered with good reason. I am yet a novice, and I felt with all my heart that the occasion was serious. Also, in the place a little behind, outside the curtain, there were the nurses of the princesses Naishi no Kami and Nakatsukasa, of the queen's sister Shonagon, and of her younger sister Koshikibu. These nurses forced their way into the narrow passage behind the two screens, and there walked back and forth so that none could pass that way. There were many other persons bustling about, but I could not distinguish them. The Prime Minister's son, Lieutenant General Saisho, Major General Masamichi of the 4th rank, not to speak of Lieutenant General Tsunefusa of the left bodyguard, and Miya no Tayu, who had not known Her Majesty familiarly, all looked over her screen for some time. They showed eyes swelling up with weeping, forgetting the shame of it. On their heads rice was scattered white as snow. The rumpled clothes must have been unseemly, but we could only think of those things afterwards. A part of the queen's head was shaved. I was greatly astonished and very sorry to see it, but she was delivered peacefully. The afterbirth was delayed, and all priests crowded to the south balcony under the eaves of the magnificent main building, while those on the bridge recited sutras more passionately, often kneeling. Among the ladies in waiting on the east side were seen some of the courtiers. Lady Kochucho's eye met that of the Lieutenant General. People afterwards laughed over her astonished expression. She is a very fascinating and elegant person, and is always very careful to adorn her face. This morning she had done so, but her eyes were red, and her rouge was spoiled by tears. She was disfigured, and hardly seemed the same person. The imperfectly made-up face of Lady Saisho was a rare sight, but what about my own? It is lucky for me that people cannot notice such things at such a time. As the afterbirth came, it was fearful to hear the jealously swearing voices of the evil spirits. Shinzo Azari took charge of Lady Ben no Kurodo. Soyo took charge of Yoae no Kurodo. A priest Tojuji took charge of Fukon no Kurodo. Chisozari took charge of Lady Miyano Naishi. This last priest was overpowered with the evil spirit, and as he was in a too pitiable state, Ninkaku Azari went to help him. It was not because his prayer had little virtue, but the spirit was too strong. Priest Seiko was in charge of Lady Seisha's supplicator of the spirit. This priest swore all night till his voice became hoarse. Most ladies who were summoned in order that the spirits might enter into them remained safe, and they were much troubled, thinking that it would be to the Queen's advantage were they attacked. At noon we felt that the sun came out at last. The Queen was at ease. She is now at peace, incomparable joy. Moreover, it is a prince, so the joy cannot be oblique. The court ladies who had passed the previous day in anxiety, not knowing what to do, as if they were lost in the midst of the early morning, went one by one to rest in their own rooms, so that before the Queen there remained only some elderly persons proper for such occasions. The Lord Prime Minister and his lady went away to give offerings to the priest who had read sutras and performed religious austerities during the past months, and to those doctors who were recently summoned. The doctors and soothsayers who had invented special forms of efficacy were given pensions. Within the house they were perhaps preparing for the ceremony of bathing the child. Large packages were carried to the apartments of the ladies in waiting. Caragino and embroidered trains were worn. Some were dazzlingly brilliant trains embroidered and ornamented with mother of pearl. Some lamented that the fans which had been ordered had not come. They all painted and powdered. When I looked from the bridge, I saw Her Majesty's first officials and the highest officers of His Highness the Crown Prince and other court nobles. The Prime Minister went out to have the brook, which had been choked with mud, cleaned out. All the people seem happy. Even those who have some cause for melancholy are overtaken by the general joy. The first official of our Queen has naturally seemed happier than anybody, though he does not show special smiles of self-satisfaction and pride. The Lieutenant General of the Light Bodyguard has been joking with the King's adviser of the middle rank, sitting on a mat on the balcony of the side building. The sword of His Highness, the young prince, has been brought from the Imperial Court. The Lieutenant General and First Secretary Yori Sada, on his way home from the shrine at Ise, where he had gone as imperial messenger to offer Nusa, stopped at the gate to inquire for Her Majesty. He was given some present. I did not see it. The naval cord was cut by the Prime Minister's lady. Lady Tachibana of the third rank gave the breast for the first time. For the wet nurse, Daisaemon no Moto was chosen, for she has been in the court a long time and is very familiar with it. The daughter of Munetoki, courtier and governor of Bichu, and the nurse of Kurodo no Ben were also chosen as nurses. The ceremony of bathing was performed at 6 o'clock in the evening. The bath was lighted by torches. The queen's maid in white over green prepared the hot water. The stand for the bathtub was covered with white cloth. Chikamitsu, governor of Owari, and Nakanobu, the head officer attached to the queen, presented themselves before the misu. There were 2 stands for kettles. Lady Kyoiko and Lady Harima poured the cold water. 2 ladies, Honoku and Uma, selected 16 jars from among those with which the hot water was poured. These ladies wore gauze outer garments, fine silk trains, karaginu, and saishi. Their hair was tied by white cords, which gave the head a very fair look. In the bath, Lady Saisho became the partner of bathing. Lady Dainagon, in her bathing dress, she was especially beautiful in this rare costume. The Lord Prime Minister took the august prince in his arms. Lady Koshosho held the sword, and Lady Miyanonaishi held up a tiger's head before the prince. Lady Miyanonaishi wore karaginu with a pattern of pine cones. Her train was woven in a marine design of seaweeds, waves, etc. On the belt a vine pattern was embroidered. Lady Koshosho wore an embroidered belt with a pattern of autumn leaves, butterflies and birds, which was bright with silver thread. Brocade was forbidden except for persons of high rank, and they used it only for the belt. 2 sons of the Prime Minister and Major General Minamoto Masamichi were scattering rice in great excitement. "I will make the most noise," each shouted to the other. The priest of Henchi Temple presented himself to protect the august child. The rice hit him on his eyes and ears, so he held out his fan, and the young people laughed at him. The doctor of literature, Kurodo Benno Hironari, stood at the foot of the high corridor and read the first book of Siki. 20 bowstring men twanged the bowstring to scare away evil spirits. They were 10 men of the 5th and 10 men of the 6th rank, arranged in 2 rows. The same ceremonies of bathing were repeated in the evening. Only the doctor of literature was changed. Dr. Munetoki, governor of Ise, read the Kokyo, and Takachika read a chapter of Buntei. For 7 nights, every ceremony was performed cloudlessly. Before the Queen in White, the styles and colors of other people's dresses appeared in sharp contrast. I felt much dazzled and abashed, and did not present myself in the daytime, so I passed my days in tranquillity and watched persons going up from the eastern side building across the bridge. Those who were permitted to wear the honorable colors put on brocaded karaginu and also brocaded uchigi. This was the conventionally beautiful dress, not showing individual taste. The elderly ladies who could not wear the honorable colors avoided anything dazzling, but took only exquisite uchigi, trimmed with 3 or 5 folds, and for karaginu, brocade either of one color or of a simple design. For their inner kimonos, they used figured stuffs or gauzes. Their fans, though not at first glance brilliant or attractive, had some written phrases or sentiments in good taste, but almost exactly alike, as if they had compared notes beforehand. In point of fact, the resemblance came from their similarity of age, and they were individual efforts. Even in those fans were revealed their minds, which are in jealous rivalry. The younger ladies wore much embroidered clothes. Even their sleeve openings were embroidered. The pleats of their trains were ornamented with thick silver thread, and they put gold foil on the brocaded figures of the silk. Their fans were like a snow-covered mountain in bright moonlight. They sparkled and could not be looked at steadily. They were like hanging mirrors. On the third night, Her Majesty's majordomo gave an entertainment. He served the Queen himself. The dining table of aloe wood, the silver dishes, and other things I saw hurriedly. Minamoto Chunagon and Saisho presented the Queen with some baby clothes and diapers, a stand for a clothes chest, and cloth for wrapping up clothes and furniture. They were white in color and all of the same shape, yet they were carefully chosen, showing the artist's mind. The governor of Omi province was busy with the general management of the banquet. On the western balcony of the east building, there sat court nobles in 2 rows, the north being the more honorable place. On the southern balcony were court officials, the west being the most honorable seat. Outside the doors of the principal building, white figure silk screens were put. On the 5th night, the Lord Prime Minister celebrated the birth. The full moon on the 15th day was clear and beautiful. Torches were lighted under the trees and tables were put there with rice balls on them. Even the uncouth humble servants who were walking about, chattering, seemed to enhance the joyful scene. All minor officials were there burning torches, making it as bright as day. Even the attendants of the nobles, who gathered behind the rocks and under the trees, talked of nothing but the new light which had come into the world, and were smiling and seemed happy as if their own private wishes had been fulfilled. Happier still seemed those in the audience chamber, from the highest nobles even to men of the 5th rank, who, scarcely to be counted among the nobility, met the joyful time going about idly and bending their bodies busily. To serve at the Queen's dinner, 8 ladies tied their hair with white cords, and in that dress brought in Her Majesty's dining table. The chief lady-in-waiting for that night was Miyano Naishi. She was brilliantly dressed with great formality, and her hair was made more charming by the white cords which enhanced her beauty. I got a side glance of her when her face was not screened by her fan. She wore a look of extreme purity. The following are the maids of honor who tied their hair. Minamoto Shikibu, daughter of the governor of Kaga province; Kozaemon, daughter of the late Michitoki, governor of Bichu; Kohyoe, daughter of Akimasa, governor of the left capital; Osuke, daughter of Suke Chika, the head priest of this shrine; Ouma, daughter of Yorinobu, an officer of the right bodyguard; Koyuma, daughter of Michinobu, an officer of the left bodyguard; Kohyoe, daughter of Naritaka, recorder of the capital; Komoku, daughter of Nobuyoshi. These were all young and pretty. It was a sight worth seeing. This time, as they chose only the best-looking young ladies, the rest who used to tie their hair on ordinary occasions to serve the Queen's dinner wept bitterly. It was shocking to see them. More than 30 ladies were sitting in the 2 rooms east of the Queen's canopy, a magnificent sight. The ghost dinner trays were carried by Yuneme. Near the entrance of the great chamber, folding screens surrounded a pair of tables on which these dining trays had been placed. As the night advanced, the moon shone brightly. There were Uneme, Mohitori, Migusiage, Tonomori, Kanmori no Nyo-kwan, some with whose faces I was not familiar. There were also doorkeepers, carelessly dressed and with hairpins falling out, crowded together towards the eastern corridor of the principal building as if it were a public holiday. There were so many people, there was no getting through them. After dinner, the maids of honor came outside the misu and could be plainly seen by the light of the torches. The train and carabino of Lady Shikibu was embroidered to represent the dwarf pine wood at Mount Oshio. As she is the wife of Michinoku, governor of the eastern extremity of the island, she serves now in the Prime Minister's household. Dayuno Miyobu neglected the ornamentation of her carabino, but she adorned her train with silver dust representing sea waves. It was pleasing to the eye, though not dazzling. Ben no Naishi showed on her train a beach with cranes on it painted in silver. It was something new. She had also embroidered pine branches. She is clever, for all these things are emblematic of her long life. The device of Lady Shosho was inferior to these. Many laughed at her silver foil. She was sister to Sukemitsu, the governor of Shinano, and has lived at the court a long time. People wanted to see this entertainment. A priest was there who used to attend the court to beguile the night with religious and other stories. I said to him, "You cannot see such a lovely thing every day." "Indeed, indeed," said he, neglecting his Buddha and clapping his hands for joy. The court nobles rose from their seats and went to the steps. His lordship, the Prime Minister, and others cast da. It was shocking to see them quarrelling about paper. Some others composed poems. A lady said, "What response shall we make if someone offers to drink sake with us?" We tried to think of something. Shicho no Dainagon is a man of varied accomplishments. No ladies can rival him in repartee, much less compete with him in poetry, so they were all afraid of him. But he did not give a cup to any particular lady to make her compose poems. Perhaps that was because he had many things to do and it was getting late. At this ceremony, the ladies of high rank are given robes, together with baby's dresses presented by the queen. The ladies of the fourth rank were each given a lined kimono, and those of the sixth rank were given hakama. So much I saw. The next night, the moon was very beautiful. As it is the delightful season, young people went boating. They were all dressed uniformly in white, and their hair showed better than when they wore colored clothes. Kotaibu, Minamoto Shikibu, Miyaki no Jiju, Gosechi no Ben, Ukon, Kohyoe, Koimon, Uma, Yasurahi, Isabito. These were on the veranda when the Lieutenant General of the left bodyguard and the Lieutenant General, the Prime Minister's son, came to take them out in the boat punted by Lieutenant General Kanetaka of the right bodyguard. The rest of the ladies were neglected and followed them with their eyes. They seemed to be jealous in spite of themselves. Into the very white garden the moon shone down and added to the beauty of the maids of honor in their white dresses. There were many palanquins waiting at the shelter near the north entrance. They were those of the ladies-in-waiting of His Majesty's court, Tosaumi, Goshosho, Uma, Ukon, Chikyusen, Omi. So far I have heard, but as I don't know them well, there may be some mistakes. The people in the boat came in confusion, hearing that visitors from the king's court had arrived. The Lord Prime Minister came out to welcome them and put them in good humor. He seemed to be perfectly happy. Gifts were made to them according to their rank. On the seventh day, His Majesty celebrated the birth. His secretary and Major General, Nishimasa, came as king's messenger with a long list of the presents put into a wicker box. A letter was immediately sent from the queen to the king. The students from the Kanga Queen came keeping step. The list of visitors' names was presented to Her Majesty. Some may perhaps receive gifts. The The ceremony of the evening was noisier than ever. I peeped under the Queen's canopy. She, who is esteemed by the people as the mother of the nation, did not seem to be in good spirits. She appeared a little weary. She had grown thinner, and her appearance in bed was slenderer, younger, and gracefuller. A little lantern was hung under the canopy, which chased the darkness away even from the corners. Her fair complexion was pale and transparently pure. I thought her abundant hair would be better tied up. There is great impropriety in writing about her at all, so I will stop here. The general ceremonies were the same as the other day. The gifts to the courtiers were bestowed from within the misu. The women's dresses and the queen's dress were added to them. The chief of the king's secretaries and court nobles received them, approaching the misu. His Majesty's gifts were uchigi and kimonos, and rolls of silk in the usual court fashion. The gifts to Tachibana no Samni, who offered the breast to the young prince for the first time, were a set of women's clothes and rolls of brocade, a silver clothes chest, and wrappings for clothes. I have heard that something wrapped up was added also, though I could not see it in detail. On the 8th day, all changed their dress. On the 9th evening, the vice-governor of the august crown Princess Regina celebrated the birth. The present was put in a white cabinet. The ceremony was quite in the new style. On the silver clothes chest, a raised ornament was carved, and the island of Orai was also represented as usual, but in finer and newer fashion. I am sorry I cannot describe it all exactly. This evening the winter screens were used, and the ladies wore richly colored dresses. They seemed all the more charming, as it was the first time after the birth. The rich and brilliant colors shone through the caragino. The women's figures also showed more distinctly, and that enhanced their beauty. This was the night that Lady Komano no Moto was put to shame. It was after the 10th day of the god's absent month, but the queen could not leave her bed, so night and day ladies attended her in her apartment towards the west. The Lord Prime Minister visited her both during the night and at dawn. He examined the breasts of the wet nurses. Those nurses who were in a sound sleep were much startled and got up while still asleep. It was quite a pity to see them. He very naturally devoted himself with the utmost care, while there was anxiety about the august child. Sometimes the honorable infant did a very unreasonable thing and wet the Lord Prime Minister's clothes. He, loosening his sash, dried his dress behind the screen. He said, "Ah, it is a very happy thing to be wet by the prince. When I am drying my clothes is my most comfortable moment." So he said, rejoicing. He especially favored Prince Murakami, and as he thinks I am related to that prince, he talked to me very familiarly. I know many things which may be expected to happen. The day of the king's visit was approaching, and the lord's mansion was improved and adorned. Beautiful chrysanthemums were sought for everywhere to plant in the garden. Some were already fading, others in yellow were especially lovely. When they were planted and I saw them through the shifting morning mists, they seemed indeed to drive away old age. I wish I could be more adaptable and live more gaily in the present world, had I not an extraordinary sorrow. But whenever I hear delightful or interesting things, my yearning for a religious life grows stronger. I become melancholy and lament. I try to forget, for sorrow is vain. Am I too sinful? So I was musing one morning, when I saw waterfowl playing heedlessly in the pond. Waterfowl floating on the water. They seem so gay, but in truth It is not gay to live anxiously seeking means of existence. I sympathized with them who outwardly have no other thought but amusement, yet in reality are seeking a livelihood in great anxiety. Lady Koshosho sent me a letter, and when I was writing the answer, a brisk shower came pattering down. The sky looked threatening, and the messenger was in a hurry, so I think I wrote but a broken-legged poem. After dark, the messenger returned with a strongly perfumed and deeply colored paper on which was written, "The dark sky dulls my dreamy mind. The down-dripping rain lingers. Oh, my tears down falling, longing after thee." I have forgotten what I wrote to her except the poem, "There are pauses between the showers of the outer world, but there is no time when my sleeves, wet with tears, are dry." That day the Queen saw the new boats which were presented for her inspection. The dragon's head and the phoenix at the prow made me think of animated living figures. The visit of His Majesty was to be made at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. From early dawn, ladies adorned themselves with great care. As the seats of the courtiers were placed in the west side building, the Queen's apartment was not so much disturbed. I have heard that the ladies serving at the imperial shrine dressed very elaborately in the rooms of the first maid of honor. In the early morning, Lady Koshosho came back from her father's. We dressed our hair together. In spite of the fixed hour, His Majesty's coming will be delayed, we thought, and our relaxed minds were still indolent. Some ladies had ordered unornamented silk fans and were on tiptoe with expectancy when the drums were heard, and they were in an awkward predicament. We welcomed the royal equipage. The boatsman's music was very good. When the royal palanquin drew near, the bearers, though they were rather honourable persons, bent their heads in absolute humility as they ascended the steps. Even in the highest society there are grades of courtesy, but these men were too humble. The royal dais was prepared at the west side of the Queen's. His honourable chair was placed in the eastern part of the south veranda. A little apart from it, on the east side, were hung musume, and two of the court ladies in attendance on the king came out from behind that musume. The beautiful shape of their hair, tied with bands, was like that of the beauties in Chinese pictures. Lady Simon held the king's sword. She wore a blue-green patternless caragino and shaded train with floating bands and belt of floating thread brocade dyed in dull red. Her outer robe was trimmed with 5 folds and was chrysanthemum-coloured. The glossy silk was of crimson. Her figure and movement, when we caught a glimpse of it, was flower-like and dignified. Lady Ben-no-Naishi held the box of the king's seals. Her uchigi was grape-coloured. A brocaded train and caragino were the same as the former lady. She is a very small and smile-giving person, and seemed a little shy, and I was sorry for her. Her face and clothes were in better taste than those of the other ladies. Her hairbands were blue-green. Her appearance suggested one of the ancient dream maidens descended from heaven. The officers of the king's bodyguard managed things connected with his state carriage in fine style. They were elegantly dressed. The first lieutenant general took His Majesty's sword and gave it to Lady Simon. Looking over those who were inside the musume, I saw that persons who were permitted to wear honourable colours were in caragino of blue or red, painted trains, and uchigi, which were as a rule brocade of old red and old rose. Only the right bodyguard wore clothes of shrimp pink. The beaten stuffs were like the mingling of dark and light maple leaves in autumn. The undergarments were in deep and pale jasmine yellow or in green and white. Some wore scarlet and green, and others dresses trimmed with 3 folds. Among those who were not permitted to wear figured silk, the elderly persons wore blue or dull red and old rose 5-fold bordered uchiki. The color of the sea painted on their trains was tasteful and quiet. On their belts was a repeated design. The younger ladies wore 5-fold trimmed karagino of chrysanthemum colors according to their taste. The first garment was white, and those who wore a blue dress covered it with a red one. Those who wore old rose on the outside took more richly colored garments underneath. Among those whose dress was in combination with white, only those who made skillful combinations seemed well dressed. I saw some fans exquisitely strange and original. We can compare their tastes more easily in their everyday dress, but on such an occasion as this, when they give their whole minds to the costumes, vying with each other, they all seem like so many works of art. They look rather alike, and it is difficult to distinguish ages or to know whether hair is thick or thin. Their faces and heads were hidden by fans, yet some ladies seemed more dignified and others inferior. Ladies who seemed distinguished at such a time must be beautiful indeed. 5 ladies who had formerly served both the king and our queen were assembled here. They were 2 ladies-in-waiting, 2 maids of honor, and 1 cook. To serve the dinner, ladies-in-waiting Shikusen and Sakio, their hair tied with bands, came out near the square pillar where the court ladies sat. They were like beautiful angels. Sakio wore karagino of white and blue under white. Lady Shikusen wore 5-fold trimmed karagino of chrysanthemum colors. The ornament of their trains was dyed by rubbing. Lady Tachibana of the 3rd rank prepared dinner. She is an old lady and wore blue karagino and yellow chrysanthemum ochigi woven in a floating thread pattern. A sudare was rolled up, but a post obscured the view. The Lord Prime Minister, taking the august young prince in his arms, went before the king. His Majesty took the child himself. The honorable infant cried a little in a very young voice. Lady Benno Saisho stood holding the prince's sword. The prince was taken to the Lord Prime Minister's wife, who sat on the west side of the inner door. After His Majesty had gone, Benno Saisho came out and said to me, "I was exposed to brightness. I felt discomposed." Her blushing face was beautiful in every feature and set off her dress delightfully. When night came, we had beautiful dances. The court nobles presented themselves before the king. The names of the dances performed were The Pleasures of 10,000 Ages, The Pleasures of a Peaceful Reign, The Happy Palace. When they danced the Long Pleasing Sun, the closing one, they went out singing and danced along the road beyond the garden hills. As they went farther away, the sound of flute and drum mingled with the sound of wind in the pine wood towards which they were going. The garden brook, cleansed very carefully, was refreshing to us, and the sound of the water rippling on the pond gave us a chilly feeling. Lady Sakio offered the queen sympathy, not knowing that she had doubled her undergarments, so people laughed secretly. Lady Shikusen talked of the late King Enio, who had visited her often. She talked about the events of those days, and I felt that she was about to utter things unfit for this happy occasion, so I did not answer her, saying I was too tired. We were sitting with a curtain between us. If there had been someone to ask, alas, what things, she would have spilled the unfit words. The dancing before the king had begun, and it was very delightful when the voice of the young prince was heard crying beautifully. The minister of the rite said flutteringly that the august child's voice was in accord with the music. The commander of the king's left bodyguard recited with others the pleasures of 10,000 years and the pleasures of 10,000 autumns. Our honourable host, the Lord Prime Minister, said, "Ah, I held the previous condescending visit as a great honour, but this is the greatest." He wept in intoxication of joy. There's really no need of my saying it, but he is so grateful to the king and so conscious of his happiness, it is lovely to see it. The Prime Minister withdrew and His Majesty retired from the chamber. He summoned the Minister of the Rite to order him to record that the Queen's officials and Prime Minister's stewards were to be advanced in rank. Dono Ben presented to him all who were to be thus honoured. The nobles of the Fujiwara clans arrived together, but there were only those immediately connected with the Prime Minister's family. The other 3 families were not among them. Then came the chief officers of the right bodyguard, the high officials of the Queen Dowager, the officials of our Queen to whom additional duties were assigned, and other members of the court who had been promoted and who came to thank the king. His Majesty went in beside the Queen, but as the night was far advanced, it was not long before the Prime Minister called the royal carriage and the king returned to his own palace. The next day, royal messengers came here before the morning mist had cleared up. I arose late and did not see them. Last evening was the first time that His Majesty the King had met the Queen during these months. After the visit, the duties of the august prince's attendants and ladies were made public. Some who had not heard about it before were disappointed and jealous. The decorations of the Queen's apartment, which had been neglected, were improved. Things became more attractive in the Queen's presence. For years the Prime Minister had felt anxious, as the Queen had had no child. But his hopes being realized, he and his wife devoted themselves to taking care of the Queen. The august child seems to have shed brightness around him. End of section 4, read by Claudia Caldi. Section 5 of Diaries of Court Ladies of Old Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Diaries of Court Ladies of Old Japan by Sarashina, Murasaki Shikibu, et al. Translated by Annie Shepley Omori and Kochi Doi. The Diary of Murasaki Shikibu, Part 2. In the evening, the moonlight was very beautiful. The second official of the august young prince came, perhaps thinking that his thanks might be offered by a court lady. The bridge opposite the door was wet with vapour from the bath. No one answered, so he went to the room of Lady Miyano-Naishi, which is next the bridge of the eastern building. Lady Saisho was in the inner room. The man, holding back the unlocked door, asked again, "Is someone within?" But she did not come out. Just then the Queen's first officer appeared and called, "Is someone there?" She felt it impossible not to reply, so made a faint answer. The new official was in a gay humour and said reproachfully, "You did not answer me, but you especially favoured the head officer. It is natural enough, but not kind. Is there so much difference between the nobles in this place?" "It is too much." He sang the august happiness of the day. As the night advanced, the moon became brighter. "It would be better to take away the obstruction from before the door," said he persuasively. I thought it awkward that a noble of the court should stand there below me like that, but I did not open the door. If I were younger, I thought, my inexperience would be my excuse were I to talk with him or open the door, but one cannot talk thoughtlessly when one is young no longer, so I did not open the door but held it with my hand. The first day of the frost month was the 50th day after the birth. The persons who were to present themselves came in full dress. The sight before her presence was like a picture of a poet's assembly. Many kicho were arranged along the east side of the queen's dais, from the inner room to the veranda. The royal dining table was placed towards the south front of the house. At the west side was prepared the Queen Dowager's dinner. It was placed on a tray of hollow wood. I don't know what kind of a stand it was on because I did not see it. She wore a grape-coloured kimono trimmed with 5 folds and red uchigi. Those serving the dinner were Lady Saisho and Lady Sanuki. The maids of honor dressed their hair with saishi and bands. Lady Dainagon served the Ghost Prince's dinner at the east side. A little dining table, plate, stand for chopsticks, with a central decoration representing a bit of seashore, all as small as playthings for dolls. At the east end, where the sudere was a little rolled up, there were in waiting such ladies as Benno Naishi, Lady Nakatsukasa, Lady Koshosho. As I was inside, I could not see in great detail. That night, Lady Sefu, the nurse, was permitted to wear a dress of honourable colour. She seemed still girlish as she took the august prince in her arms and gave him to the Lord Prime Minister, who was within the dais. He came out quietly, and they were plainly seen in the flickering light of the torches. It was very lovely. The august prince was dressed in red brocade with shaded skirt, exquisitely pretty. The mochi was given to him by the Lord Prime Minister. The seats of the courtiers had been prepared at the west side of the east building. There were 2 ministers present. They came out onto the bridge and were very drunk and boisterous. As the torches burnt low, the Major General of the 4th rank was called to light lanterns. Boxes and baskets of food, the Prime Minister's gifts, were borne in by the attendants and piled up on the balcony near the railing. Some of the boxes were to be taken to the king's kitchen, and as the next day was to be a day of abstinence for religious devotion, they were carried away at once. The queen's first officer came to the misu and asked if the court nobles should be invited there. As the answer was yes, everyone came led by the Prime Minister and approached the east door. Ladies stood in 2 or 3 rows. The misu was rolled up by those who were nearest it, Lady Dainagon, Lady Koshosho, and others. The Minister of the Right came dancing wildly and made a hole in the kichu behind which ladies were sitting. They laughed, saying, "He has long passed the age for that." He did not notice, but made a great many unbecoming jokes, taking away ladies' fans. The august prince's first officer took a sake cup and stepped out. He sang a song. Although it was unaccompanied by dancing, it was very delightful. Farther towards the east, leaning against a doorpost, the general of the right was standing, studying the ladies' sleeves and the skirts of their garments showing below the misu. He is different from other men. The ladies, thinking that after all the intoxicated men were only trying to seem young and irresistible, made light of their behavior and said, "It is nothing, nobody else will behave so." Compared with such men, the general is far superior. He was afraid of the sake cup, and when it came to him, passed it by, singing the song which begins 1,010,000 ages. The first officer of the light bodyguard said, I think Lady Murasaki must be somewhere here. I listened, thinking, how can she be here in a place where there is no such graceful person as Prince Genji? The Minister of the Right said, Sanmi no Suke, accept this cup. When the officer came out from below the Lord Keeper of the Seal, the drunken man wept. The king's adviser, leaning in a corner, was flirting with Lady Hyobu. The Prime Minister did not forbid even unmentionable jokes. It was an awful night of carousal, so after the ceremony I signaled to Lady Saisho, and we hid ourselves. But there came noisily the Prime Minister's sons and Lieutenant General Saisho, so, although we two had remained hidden behind the screen, even this was taken away and we were captives. Compose a poem each, and you shall be excused, said the Lord Prime Minister. I was frightened and helpless, and made haste to comply. How can I number the years of the prince? 1,000, nay, 8,000 may he live and more. Well done, said he, reciting it twice, and he answered immediately. Oh, would I might live the life of a crane, then might I reckon the years of the prince up to 1,000. He was much intoxicated, but the poem had feeling, for it came from his innermost desire. The child cherished in this way will have a very bright future. Even such as I can imagine the 1,000 prosperous years of His August Highness. He felt satisfied with his own poem and said, Has your Majesty heard the poem? I have made a poem. And then, I am worthy to be your father, and you are worthy to be my daughter. Mother is smiling. She must think she is happy. She may be thinking she has got a good husband, said he in an extreme intoxication. As is usual with drunken persons, all were listening. His wife seemed to be embarrassed by this conversation and retired. Mother will be angry if I do not follow her, said he, and went through the days hurriedly, muttering, Excuse me, your Majesty, but a child is adored because of his father. And everybody laughed. The day for the Queen's return to the palace approaches, and her ladies have no tranquil hours because of continual ceremonies. Her Majesty had had blank books made, so from early morning I was summoned to attend her, to arrange the paper and to write letters which were sent with the books and the romances to be copied. I also spent days in compiling these into books. What fancy is this? Why do you do such things these chilly days? The Lord Prime Minister said, but he himself brought out fine papers, brushes and ink, and even writing boxes. These were given to the ladies by the Queen's own hand. They were bashful, but excuses were in vain, and they went into corners and composed, and came back blushing, saying, I have done this, only to be given more brushes and ink. I had brought my romances from home and hidden them in my own room, but one day the Prime Minister entered it secretly to hunt about, and found them and gave them to the First Lady in waiting. As the books are not at all clearly written, I am ashamed to think what their opinion must be. The infant prince begins to babble and crow. His Majesty is naturally impatient to have him. The waterfowl have begun to come more and more to the pond before the house. I longed for the snow while we were staying there, but just then I had to go home to my parents. 2 days after retiring from the court, a great snow came. The old familiar trees of my home reminded me of those melancholy years when I used to gaze upon them, musing, when the colors of flowers, the voices of birds, the skies of spring and autumn, moon shadows, frost and snow, told me nothing but that time was revolving, and that I was menaced with a dreary future. Before I went to court, I tried to avoid sadness by writing to those who were in the same state of mind, even to those with whom I was only slightly acquainted, and associating with them, I consoled my heart in various ways. Although an unimportant person, I had passed my life without feeling any sort of contempt of myself until I went to court. Since then, alas, I have experienced all the bitterness of it. Today I took out romances, but they no longer interested me. I was ashamed to think what those melancholy persons to whom I used to write had thought of me since I went to court, so I had no courage to write to them again. Those with whom I am now intimate would have to publish my letters broadcast, so how can I write to them my inmost heart? Thus, my letters have inadvertently grown few. I had a feeling that association with some of the younger ladies who used to visit me before I went to court could not continue. Some of them I had to refuse when they came, and in my home all these trifles have made me feel more deeply that I have gone into a world not intended for me. I write only to those from whom I can never part, to whom my heart prompts me to speak. O wordless heart, that feels love only for those with whom it daily associates. I long for Lady Dianagon, with whom I spent every night before the Queen, when we told each other all our heart's secrets. Is it also my worldly heart that longs for a companion other than Buddha? Like two wild ducks floating with unrestful slumber, yet even those nights I would recall, feathers wet and cold, but colder tears. Lady Dianagon returned this answer. Midnight sleep was broken, but no friend to brush away the cold tears. I envy the Yoshidori which has ever its mate by its side. Her handwriting is very elegant. She is a very true-hearted person. A lady wrote to me, "The Queen has seen the snow, and she regrets deeply that you are not here at court." The Prime Minister's lady wrote to me, "When I tried to stop your going away, you said you would go at once, that you might come back soon. Was not that true? For many days have passed." She may not have been in earnest, yet as I received such a letter, I went back to the court. It was on the 17th of the frost month that the Queen went back to the palace. The time had been fixed for 8 o'clock in the evening, but the night was far advanced. I could not see more than 30 ladies who tied up their hair. To the east balcony of the Queen's apartment came more than 10 ladies-in-waiting from His Majesty's court to escort the Queen. Her Majesty Senji went in Her Majesty's coach with her. The Lord Prime Minister's wife and Lady Sen, the nurse, holding the august infant in her arms, went in a coach adorned with silk fringes. Lady Dianagon and Lady Saisho were in a gold-studded coach. In the next one went Lady Koshosho and Lady Miyano Naishi. The Lieutenant General of His Majesty's Staff was in the next one. I was to go in that one. His manner expressed dissatisfaction with so mean a companion, and I was much discomposed. Lady Jiyu, Benno Naishi, Lady Simon, the Prime Minister's first attendant, and Lady Shikibu went in their proper order in their palanquins. As it was bright moonlight, I was greatly embarrassed, and in the palace I followed the Lieutenant General, not knowing where I trod. If someone had been looking at me from behind, I must have been ashamed indeed. I passed that night in the third little room on the corridor of the Kokiden. Lady Koshosho came, and we talked of the sadness of our lives. We took off our kimonos and put on doubly wadded ones, and making a fire in an incense burner, we were complaining of the cold, when the Chamberlain and the State Councillor and Lieutenant General Kinobu came to inquire for us. I wished I might have been entirely forgotten this evening. It annoyed more than it pleased us. Nevertheless, as they had come to make inquiries, I said, "Tomorrow I will return the compliment and go to inquire after you. Tonight I am shivering with cold." Saying these words, we secretly stole away from that room. Some were now preparing to go back to their homes. We thought them to be some of the lower officials. I do not say this as comparing them with myself. By the way, Lady Koshosho is very noble in character and beautiful, but I notice she's thinking sadly of the world. One reason is her father's rather humble rank, which makes good fortune delay to come to her. This morning, Her Majesty saw in detail last evening's presents from the Prime Minister. The hair ornaments in a case were more lovely than words can express. There were a pair of salvers. On one of them were poem papers and bound blank books. On the other were the poetical collections of the Kokinshu, Kosenshu, and Juishu. Each was bound in 5 volumes. The copies of these volumes were the King's Adviser and Attendant of Middle Rank and Enkwan. The covers were of thin figured silk, the fastenings of braided silk of the same material. They were fitted into a basket. There were also ancient and modern poetical collections of various families, such as those of Yoshinobu and Motosuke. The copies made by Enkwan and Chikazumi were kept for the Queen's private use. They were made in the new fashion. On the 20th day of the frost month, the dance of Kosechi was performed. A costume was given to the young lady whom the king's attendant and state councillor offered for the dance. The lieutenant general asked for a garland for his dancer, which was given. At the same time, a box of perfume ornamented with artificial leaves and plum blossoms was given her. As the arrangements had been made a long time beforehand this year, there was great rivalry among the dancers. Torches were lighted in close rows along the outer doors of the eastern veranda, so there was day brightness, and it was really awkward to walk there. I felt for the girls, but it was not they only who were embarrassed. Young nobles looked at the girls face to face, almost bringing the lights down in front of them. They tried to draw a curtain before themselves, but in vain, and the nobles' eyes were still on them. My heart throbs even at the memory of it. The helpers of courtier Narito's daughter were dressed in brocaded karagino, which was distinctive and pleasing even at night. She was overwhelmed by her dress, and her movements were ungraceful, yet the nobles paid her special attention. The king came to see the dance. The Lord Prime Minister, too, crept in from the side entrance, so we felt constrained. The helpers of Nakakyo's daughter were all of the same height. They were graceful and charming, and people agreed that they were not inferior to any ladies. The State Councillor and Lieutenant General had all his maids as helpers of his daughter. One of them was ungraceful, being fat and countrified, so all were laughing at her. The daughter of To gave a fresh and distinct impression because of her family. She had 10 helpers. The ladies, who were proud of their good looks, seemed more beautiful in this artificial light. On the morning of the Day of the Tiger, the courtiers assembled. Although it is a common custom to have the dance, the younger ones were especially curious to see the dancers. Was it because they had acquired rude country manners during these months of absence from the court? There the dress dyed by rubbing the leaves of the indigo plant was not to be seen. When night came, the second official of the crown prince was summoned, and perfumes were bestowed upon him. Quantities of it were heaped up in a large box. That night the dance was performed in the Seiri-Odin. The king was present to see it. The prime minister's wife sent a messenger to the governor of Owari. As the august young prince was to be present, rice was thrown to keep off evil spirits, and people reviled them and called them names. It gave us a queer feeling. I was weary and wanted to rest a little, so I remained in our chamber, thinking to present myself when it should be necessary. Lady Kohyoe and Lady Kohyobu sat beside the brazier. We were saying that the hall was crowded and nothing could be seen distinctly when the Lord Prime Minister came in. "Why do you stay here? Come with us." So we went reluctantly. I watched the dancers, thinking how tired they must be and what a heavy task they had before them. The daughter of the governor of Owari became ill and retired. Human fate is like a dream, it seems. After the dance, His Majesty retired. Young noblemen talk of nothing these days but the rooms of those dancers. Even the borders of the curtains hanging over the sudare were varied according to the taste of the dancer. Their hairdressing and their style also varied extremely, so the young men talked about that, and more improper things too. Even in ordinary years, the dancing girls' hearts are always filled with anxiety. How much more so this year? While I was thinking about it, they came out in single file. My heart swelled with sympathy. It may be they have no great patrons to depend on who could protect them. As they are all chosen for the beauty, all are attractive, and it would be difficult to say which is superior to the other, although the man of fashion may perhaps perceive differences. In this brilliant light, they may not even shade their faces with their fans. They are placed in rivalry with each other in rank, in prudence, and in wit, and must struggle each to excel the other, although at the same time they feel shyness in the presence of the young men. Surrounded by the young nobles, they are forced to hold their own among them worthily. I feel sorry for them. Governor Tamba's daughter wore a darkish blue gown. The State Councillor To's daughter wore red. The maids of the latter wore the blue karagino of a girl and were so beautiful that they made us women jealous. One girl did not seem at all dignified. The daughter of the State Councillor and Lieutenant General was tall and had beautiful hair. Her attendants wore deep-colored clothes, trimmed with five-folds, and their outer garments were varied according to taste. The last girl wore a plain grape-colored one, and that simple dress was more beautiful, as it showed taste in color combination. The secretaries of the sixth rank went towards them to take away their fans. They threw them down themselves. Though they were graceful, they did not seem like girls. If we were in their places, it would seem like a dream to us. I had never supposed I should mingle with these court ladies. Yet the human heart is an invisible and dreadful being. If I became accustomed to court life, my bashfulness would be overcome, and I could easily stand face to face with men. As if in a vision, my future appeared to me, and such a state of things appeared to me undesirable. My mind was greatly troubled, and I could observe nothing. The apartment temporarily given to the dancer, who was the daughter of the king's adviser and state councillor, was just across the way, on the corridor opposite to that of our queen. A part of the soudere of that room was inside, above the outer shutter, although we could hear voices but faintly. The State Councillor and Lieutenant General, who knew about it all, said, "There are ladies called Sakio and Uma who once served that queen over there." "It was Sakio who sat in the eastern part of the hall last night as a helper of a certain young lady who danced," said Kenshoshu, who knew her. Some of our queen's ladies chanced to overhear these remarks. "How extraordinary! Yet she must remember old times," said they. "How is it possible that a former lady-in-waiting should return to the court as a maid? She may be thinking it will never be known, but we will one day bring it to light." Our ladies may have been scheming for this when they chose among the multitude of fans kept by the queen those representing the island of Forai. Did she feel it, I wonder? Lycopodium was made into a wreath and put into a box cover. A comb and face powder were put in also, for the young courtiers had said, "That lady, who is rather advanced in years, wears a curved comb suitable for a young lady." So the comb which was put into the box was curved too much in the vulgar new fashion, with perfume bowls clumsily covered with paper. A poem was added to it, written by Lady Saifu. Among the many ladies that night of the dance, the belle was the one who wore the lycopodium. The queen said, "If you are going to send at all, send something clever. Here are many fans for it." But some ladies replied, "That will attract too much attention. It is too unusual. If you send this publicly, you will not succeed in puzzling her. Perhaps we would better send it anonymously." Therefore, a lady who was an entire stranger to her was chosen. She went and, speaking loudly, said, "Here is a letter from Lady Chunagon. It is sent by her queen to Lady Sakio." I thought it would be awkward if the messenger were caught by them, but she ran away as soon as she had put down the things. She reported that she heard someone saying, "Whence do you come?" There is no doubt she really thought it a gift from our queen. Days passed without any interesting events. After that evening of dancing, the court became absolutely dull. The preparatory music on the eve of the Omi ceremony was very fine. The young courtiers were still filled with thoughts of the dancers. After the queen's return to the palace, the little sons of another wife of the prime minister were permitted to come in to play with the ladies-in-waiting. They came to us without end, which was a great bother. I did not show myself to them, taking advantage of my advanced age. They were not thinking of the dancers, but were playing by the side of ladies Yasurai and Kohyoe, joking and chattering like little birds. At the occasional festival of the Kamo Shrine, the Vice Lieutenant General was made the king's substitute. It was a day of fasting also, so the Lord Prime Minister had passed the night at the palace. The nobles and dancers passed the night of the festival in making a great noise, with much merriment in the corridors. Next morning, an attendant of the chamberlain brought something to an attendant of the Lord Prime Minister. It was the box cover of the previous night. There was in it a silver case for romances, besides a mirror, a comb of aloe wood, and a silver kogai. The comb seemed to be given to adorn the hair of the messenger at the festival. Something was written on the box cover in reed style in raised characters. It was the answer to the poem of the Lycopodium. 2 characters were omitted, and it was difficult to read. She seemed to have misunderstood. The chamberlain thought it really was a gift to her from our queen, so the return was made thus openly. It was but a foolish joke, and I felt sorry for her. The Prime Minister's wife came to court to see the festival. His son, adorning his head with artificial wisteria, appeared quite a man, noble and dignified. The Lady Cura, his nurse, not taking any notice of the dancers, wept for joy watching her young lord. As it was still the day of fasting, they came back from the shrine at 2 in the morning, and the sacred dance was performed listlessly as the important persons were absent. The dancer Kanetoki, who had been very handsome last year, was much fallen off. Though a stranger to him, I felt regret, being reminded of the fleeting life of us all. End of section 5, read by Claudia Caldi. Section 6 of Diaries of Court Ladies of Old Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Diaries of Court Ladies of Old Japan by Sarashina, Murasaki Shikibu, et al. Translated by Annie Shepliomori and Kochi Doi. The Diary of Murasaki Shikibu, Part 3. On the 20th of the finishing month, I went again to court. It was the anniversary of the day on which I had first come. I remembered my former career as a wanderer on dream paths, and I loathed myself for having become so familiar with court life. The night was far advanced, and as the queen was fasting, we did not present ourselves before her. I felt lonely and was lying down. The maids of honor around me said, "The hours here are very different from those at home. There all would be sleeping by this time, but here our dreams are broken by the sound of shoes along the corridor." Hearing them girlishly talking, I murmured to myself, "My life and the year are closing together. At the sound of the wind, dreary is my heart." On that moon-hidden night, the driving off of evil spirits was soon finished. We dyed our teeth, and after finishing decorating our faces, we sat at ease. Benno Naishi came, and after talking, she went to sleep. The queen seamstress sat in the doorway, watching the maid at Eki sewing. Just then we heard an unusual noise from the direction of Her Majesty's apartment. I tried to wake up Benno Naishi, but she was heavy with sleep. Someone was heard crying wildly. I was frightened and could not think what to do. Was it fire? But no, it was not that. I pushed the seamstress forward, saying, "Go there, over there, oh dear." Then, "Her Majesty is in her own room. We must by all means get to her." I shook Benno Naishi roughly to awaken her, and we three ran trembling, flying rather than walking. We saw 2 naked persons. They were Lady Yugei and Lady Kohyube. It seemed that they had been robbed of their clothes, and I felt more distressed than before. The kitchen servants had all gone out. Even the queen's guards had retired after devil driving. We clapped our hands, but no one came. Some went to call the women attendants, while I, forgetting my shyness, said, "Call Hyobu no Jo, the secretary." He was sought for, but had left the palace. I felt irritated indeed, but at last an assistant to the master of ceremonies came, who poured oil into several lamps. We found many who had fainted. At the news a messenger arrived from the king, but we were too frightened to receive him properly. He took out dresses from the royal wardrobe to give them. The new dresses for New Year's Day were not stolen, so these ladies took their misfortune lightly. But unforgettably dreadful is a nude form. I can never call it laughable. It was too dreadful to speak of, but we could not help talking. The New Year's Day, 1008, was inauspicious. The mochi ceremony was deferred. However, on the third day, the august crown prince went up to the king, and the mochi festival was given for him. His attendant was Lady Dainagon. The dress of the ladies on the first day was karagino of purple and old rose color, red kimono and shaded train. On the second day, red and purple brocade, deep violet glossy silk, green karagino, train dyed by rubbing flowers. On the third day, we wore white and rose-colored brocaded garments, trimmed with many folds. The karagino was of dull red and old rose brocade. When we wear deep violet-colored shining silk, the inner robe is of crimson. When we wear crimson outside, the inner dress is usually of deep violet. The pale and deep color of spring leaf buds, dull red, golden yellow, and light and dark crimsons. Dresses of these ordinary colors were worn trimmed with 6 folds in very beautiful combinations. Lady Saisho held the august prince's honorable sword. The Lord Prime Minister took the august prince in his arms, and they presented themselves before the king. Lady Saisho's dress was a garment trimmed with 3 and 5 folds, and figured of the same color trimmed with 7 folds. The chigi was adorned with a pattern of oak leaves, beautifully embroidered. She wore a karagino and train trimmed with 3 folds. Her unlined inner kimono was woven in a pattern. Her costume was in the Chinese style. Her hair was ornamented more elaborately than usual. Her style of dress and manner showed great knowledge of the world. She is rather tall and has a well-rounded figure. Her face is very small and exquisitely tinted. Lady Dainagon is very small and refined, white, beautiful, and round, though in demeanor very lofty. Her hair is 3 inches longer than her height. She uses exquisitely carved hairpins. Her face is lovely, her manners delicate and charming. Lady Senji is also a little person, and haughty. Her hair is fine and glossy, and 1 foot longer than the ordinary. She puts us to shame. Her carriage is so noble. When she walks before us, we feel so much in the shade that we are uncomfortable. Her mind and speech make us feel that a really noble person ought to be like her. If I go on describing ladies' manners, I shall be called an old gossip, so I must refrain from talking about those around me. I will be silent about the questionable and imperfect. Lady Koshosho, all noble and charming. She is like a weeping willow tree at budding time. Her style is very elegant, and we all envy her manners. She is so shy and retiring that she seems to hide her heart even from herself. She is of childlike purity even to a painful degree. Should there be a low-minded person who would treat her ill or slander her, her spirit would be overwhelmed and she would die. Such delicacy and helplessness make us anxious about her. Lady Miyano Naishi, also beauty of good height. Her appearance as she sits is very dignified. She is fashionable. Although no single feature is especially beautiful, she has altogether an air of youth and beauty. Her face is high in the middle, and she excels others in the fairness of her skin. Her hair ornaments, her forehead, all beautiful, produce an effect of refinement and elegance. She is very frank and unaffected in manner, and never the least bit awkward about anything. She is naturalness itself. Her character may be an example for us. She never tries consciously to attract, and she has no vanity. Lady Shikibu is her younger sister. She is too plump, and her complexion is a fragrant white. She has a bright small face and beautiful hair, although it is not long. She presents herself before the queen with false hair. Her plump appearance, oh, smile-giving. Her eyes and forehead are lovely indeed. Her smile is full of sweetness. Among the younger ladies, I think Kodayo and Gen Shikibu are beautiful. The former is a little person quite modern in type. Her pretty hair is abundant at the roots, but gets too thin at the end, which is 1 foot longer than she is. Her face is full of wit. People will think her very pretty, and indeed there is no feature one would wish to improve. The latter is tall and rather superior. Her features are fine. She is smile-giving and lovable. She is very refined and seems to be a favorite daughter of some person of dignity. Lady Kohyoe no Jo is also refined. These ladies cannot be looked down upon by court nobles. With every one some fault is to be found, but only those who are ever mindful to conceal it, even when alone, can completely succeed. Lady Attendant Miyaki is a very pretty person. Her hair is scarcely longer than her uchigi, the ends are beautifully cut. Her face was agreeable also when I last saw it. There is also Lady Gosechi no Ben. She is the adopted daughter of Middle Adviser Hei. Her face is like a picture. She has a broad forehead and eyelids drooping at the corners. Her features are not remarkable at any point, but her complexion is white. Her hands and arms are pretty. When I saw her in the spring for the first time, her hair, which was profusely abundant, was 1 foot longer than herself, but it suddenly became thinner at the ends, and now it is only a little longer than she is. Lady Koma had very long hair, an agreeable lady in those days. Now she has become like the bridge of a lute which has been immovably fastened with glue. She has gone home. So much for their appearance, and now for their dispositions. Here few can be selected, though each has some good points and few are entirely bad. It is very difficult to possess such qualities as prudence, wit, charm, right-mindedness, all at once. As to many ladies, the question is whether they excel most in charms of mind or person. It is hard to decide. Wicked indeed to write so much of others. There is Lady Chujo, who waits upon the princess dedicated to the service of the Kamo shrine. I had heard of her and secretly managed to see her letters addressed to other persons. They were very beautifully written, but with such an exalted opinion of herself. In the whole world, she is the person of profoundest knowledge. None to compare with her, it seems she is thinking. On reading them, my heart beat faster. I was furiously indignant for every one here, although it may be it is wrong to feel so. Be it in composition or poetry, who can judge save our Princess Abbess? Who will have bright futures but the ladies attending our princess? It may be reasonable, yet I have never seen, compared to ours, any good poems by the lady attendants of that Princess Abbess. They seem to be living an idle poetic life, but if they were to compete with us, it is not necessarily certain they would be superior, though no one knows them well. On a beautiful moonlight night or morning, at the time of flowers or of cuckoo, courtiers might visit their residence. Other worldly and sacred it is, and made to the taste of their princess. There they remain undisturbed, admiring her. On the other hand, with us many things occur. The Queen has to go up to His Majesty's apartment. The Lord Prime Minister comes, and we have to keep watch at night. But there is nothing of all these in that world, all their own, where they may indulge in elegance and avoid blunders. If I could live there like an old piece of buried wood thrown in among them, I might succeed in freeing myself from the reproach of shallowness. Would that I might indulge in elegance there, relaxing myself. Forward young ladies there can devote themselves to dress, making themselves inferior to none and pleasing to courtiers. On the other hand, in our Queen's court, we rather neglect to adorn ourselves, for our Queen has no rivals now. Moreover, she thinks unfavorably of frivolous women, so those who wish to serve her and remain in favor keep from association with men. Of course, everywhere there are light-hearted, unashamed, thoughtless women, and men who visit our court to find them say we are awkward and unversed in social usage. Our ladies of the higher ranks are indeed much too reserved and haughty. It is not in this way that they can bring honor to our Queen. It is painful to see them. The attendants of the Princess Abbess seem to have been alluding to these ladies, but both defects and merits are found in everyone, so we may not be inferior to them after all. Even our young ladies nowadays have heard of self-respect. It would be embarrassing if they were too frivolous, but one would not wish them to be heartless either. Our Queen, of perfect mind, enviably lovely, is reserved and never obtrusive, for she believes that few who are forward can avoid blunders. In fact, imperfect wit is worse than reserve. Our Queen, when she was very young, was much annoyed to hear persons of shallow culture saying vulgar, narrow things with conceit, so she favoured ladies who made no mistakes, and childlike persons pleased her very well. This is why our ladies have become so retiring. As Her Majesty grows older, she begins to see the world as it is, the bad and good qualities of the human heart. Reserve or boldness, she knows neither is good. The court nobles rather look down on us. Nothing interesting here, they seem to say. The Queen knows this, but she knows we cannot please everybody. If we stumble, hideous things may happen. Yet we must not be faint-hearted and bashful either, so Her Majesty says. But our old habits are not so easily shaken off, and all the young nobles of the present day are on their side only indulgent pleasure-seekers. The ladies around the abbess who indulge in aesthetic pursuits, gazing at the moon and admiring flowers, may talk only of these things to the nobles, boastfully and intentionally, and the nobles might say that it is difficult to find ladies with whom they can chatter light-heartedly morning or evening, or discuss interesting topics occasionally, although as I have not heard them say it, I don't know really what they think. In general conversation it is awkward to say profound things. It is far better to speak with simplicity, and the nobles seem to think so. The difficulty is to understand the occasion and adapt oneself to it. When the first official of Her Majesty comes to report to her, the delicate, shy ladies-in-waiting cannot meet him on common ground or converse fluently, not because they are deficient in words or thoughts, but because of their extreme timidity. They fear their faults may be noticed, so they cannot decide what to say. Others may not be so. Even women of high birth must follow the general custom when they become ladies-in-waiting at the court, but many behave as if they were still daughters at home. The great adviser is displeased to be received by ladies of low rank, so when he comes to the Queen's court to make some report and suitable ladies to receive him are not available, he goes away without seeing Her Majesty. Other court nobles, who often come to make reports, have each a favourite lady, and when that one is away, they are displeased, and go away saying to other people that the Queen's ladies are quite unsatisfactory. There may be some reason in it, yet it is quite unreasonable for the abbess's ladies to say that we are unworthy to be seen or heard. It is easy to criticize and difficult to realize our own ideals. These ladies, however, do not know that, and being full of conceit, they treat others with disdain, thus revealing their own limitations. Oh, how I wanted to show the letters to the Queen! But they had been stolen by the lady who secretly showed them to me, and they were soon taken back. I coveted those letters. Lady Izumi Shikibu corresponds charmingly, but her behavior is improper indeed. She writes with grace and ease and with a flashing wit. There is fragrance even in her smallest words. Her poems are attractive, but they are only improvisations which drop from her mouth spontaneously. Every one of them has some interesting point, and she is acquainted with ancient literature also, but she is not like a true artist who is filled with the genuine spirit of poetry. Yet I think even she cannot presume to pass judgment on the poems of others. The wife of the governor of Tamba province is called by the queen and prime minister Masahiraimon. Though she is not of noble birth, her poems are very satisfying. She does not compose and scatter them about on every occasion, but so far as we know them, even her miscellaneous poems shame us. Those who compose poems whose loins are all but broken, yet who are infinitely self-exalted and vain, deserve our contempt and pity. Lady Seishonagon, a very proud person, she values herself highly and scatters her Chinese writings all about. Yet, should we study her closely, we should find that she is still imperfect. She tries to be exceptional, but naturally persons of that sort give offense. She is piling up trouble for her future. One who is too richly gifted, who indulges too much in emotion, even when she ought to be reserved, and cannot turn aside from anything she is interested in spite of herself, will lose self-control. How can such a vain and reckless person end her days happily? Having no excellence within myself, I have passed my days without making any special impression on anyone, especially the fact that I have no man who will look out for my future makes me comfortless. I do not wish to bury myself in dreariness. Is it because of my worldly mind that I feel lonely? On moonlight nights in autumn, when I am hopelessly sad, I often go out on the balcony and gaze dreamily at the moon. It makes me think of days gone by. People say that it is dangerous to look at the moon in solitude, but something impels me, and sitting a little withdrawn, I muse there. In the wind-cooled evening, I play on the koto, though others may not care to hear it. I fear that my playing betrays the sorrow which becomes more intense, and I become disgusted with myself. So foolish and miserable am I. My room is ugly, blackened by smoke. I play on a 13 or 6-stringed koto, but I neglect to take away the bridges even in rainy weather, and I lean it up against the wall between the cabinet and the door jamb. On either side of the koto stands a lute, a pair of big bookcases having them all the books they can hold. In one of them are placed old poems and romances. They are the homes of worms, which come frightening us when we turn the pages, so none ever wish to read them. As to the other cabinet, since the person who placed his own books there, no hand has touched it. When I am bored to death, I take out 1 or 2 of them. Then my maids gather around me and say, "Your life will not be favored with old age if you do such a thing. Why do you read Chinese? Formerly even the reading of sutras was not encouraged for women." They rebuke me in the shade. I have heard of it and have wished to say, "It is far from certain that he who does no forbidden thing enjoys a long life," but it would be a lack of reserve to say it. Our deeds vary with our age, and deeds vary with individual. Some are proud, others look over old castaway writings because they are bored with having nothing to do. It would not be becoming for such a one to chatter away about religious thoughts, noisily shaking a rosary. I feel this, and before my women, keep myself from doing what otherwise I could do easily. But after all, when I was among the ladies of the court, I did not say what I wanted to say either, for it is useless to talk with those who do not understand one, and troublesome to talk with those who criticize from a feeling of superiority. Especially one-sided persons are troublesome. Few are accomplished in many arts, and most cling narrowly to their own opinion. Pretty and coy, shrinking from sight, unsociable, proud, fond of romance, vain and poetic, looking down upon others with a jealous eye. Such is the opinion of those who do not know me, but after seeing me they say, "You are wonderfully gentle to meet with. I cannot identify you with that imagined one." I see that I have been slighted, hated, and looked down upon as an old gossip, and I must bear it, for it is my destiny to be solitary. The Queen said once, "You were ever mindful not to show your soul, but I have become more intimate with you than others." I hope that I may not be looked at obliquely even by those who are ill-natured, affected, and unsociable. As a rule, one is easy at the back, who is modest, gentle, and of tranquil disposition. Even a coquettish and frivolous person is not rebuked if she is good-natured and of a disposition not embarrassing to others. A person who is self-exalted and eccentric, with scornful mouth and demeanor, can be unmistakably perceived, and one can be on one's guard. By observing closely, one may discover faults of speech and behavior. Those whose words and deeds are not in harmony, or who are always trying to outdo one another, attract notice. One seldom wishes to criticize those who have defects but are good-natured. One cannot but sympathize with them. Those who habitually do evil with intention deserve to be freely talked about and laughed at, even though sometimes they do it without intention. We ought to love even those who hate us, but it is very difficult to do it. Even the Buddha of profound mercy does not say that the sins against Buddha, the laws of religion, and priests are slight. Moreover, in this muddy world, it is best to let alone the persons who hate us. If we compare one who tries to excel in hatred, saying extraordinary words, and watching their effect ill-humoredly face to face, with one who coldly hides her heart with a tranquil manner, we can see which is superior. There is a lady, Simon no Naishi, who unreasonably cherished hatred of me. I was not at first aware of it, but later heard of much criticism of me in my absence. Once the king was listening to a reading of my Genji Monogatari and said, "She is gifted, she must have read the Chronicle of Japan." This lady heard of it, and unreflectingly spread abroad among the courtiers the idea that I am very proud of my learning, giving me the name of the Japanese Chronicle lady. It is laughable indeed. I am reserved even before the maids of my own house. How then should I show my learning in court? When my elder brother Shikibu no Jo was a boy, he was taught to read Chinese historical records. I listened, sitting beside him, and learned wonderfully fast, though he was sometimes slow and forgot. Father, who was devoted to study, regretted that I had not been a son, but I heard people saying that it is not beautiful even for a man to be proud of his learning, and after that I did not write so much as the figure 1 in Chinese. I grew clumsy with my brush. For a long time I did not care for the books I had already read. Thus I was ashamed to think how others would hate me on hearing what Lady Simon said, and I assumed an air of not being able to read the characters written on the royal screen. But the Queen made me read to her the poetical works of Li Taipo, and as she wished to learn them, I have been teaching her since the summer of 2 years ago the 2nd and 3rd volumes of that collection, very secretly when none were present. Her Majesty and I tried to conceal it, But His Majesty the King and the Lord Prime Minister finding it out, the latter presented to the Queen many poetical books which he had copied. I think that bitter Simon does not know it yet. If she did, how she would criticize me. Everything in this world is burdensome. Now I shall not be afraid whatever happens. Whatever others may say of me, I will recite sutras kneeling before Amitabha Buddha. When my mind has become completely free from the burden of the world, nothing will weaken my determination to become a saint. Though I set myself devotedly against worldly passions, it seems that there extends before me a limbo of dull wanderings before I can mount the cloud. I must be there now. I am now of a fit age for the religious life. It is common to suppose that men read sutras when they are old, yet really they are not read, for minds grow more and more relaxed with age. I may be interpreted as one who imitates persons of profound thought, but I will devote myself to the religious life. The person of deep-rooted sin cannot succeed even in such a hope. There happens many a circumstance which makes me think of the wickedness of my prenatal life, and everything makes me sad. I wish I could make known everything to you, good and bad, things of the world and those relating to my life. All that I could not write in my letters. You could not expect such writing as this from your friend. You feel weary of life. Please look into my heart, also weary. Please write to me, even a little, whatever comes into your mind. It would be very unfortunate if my writings were scattered about and made known to others. I have written many things of this sort, but recently I have torn up all my old writings, burying some, and making dolls' houses of the rest. Since that time I have received no letters, and am determined to write no more on fresh paper, so thrifty have I become. I think I am not in the wrong. After reading, please return quickly. As I could not revise all, there may be some defects. Read, overlooking them. My mind has been wholly occupied with the things and persons of our world, and as I close this writing, I reflect on how deeply rooted was my interest in them, but it was only accident that closed my description of others. On the 11th of the first month, 10:09, in the early morning, they went to the temple. The Lord Prime Minister's wife accompanied the Queen, others went by boat. I was belated and went at night. There was preaching. People made confession according to the custom of the mountain temple. Many pictures of pagodas were painted, and they amused themselves. Most of the nobles had retired, and there were few persons left when the midnight preaching began. The preachers and interpreters of the sutras were 20 in number. They all preached in different ways about the merit of the Queen's presence. There were many things laughed at. After the preaching, the courtiers went boating. They all rode and enjoyed themselves. At the eastern corner of the temple, a bridge had been built opposite the door opening towards the north. There, the high official of the Crown Prince was leaning against the railing. The Lord Prime Minister came for a little while and talked with Lady Saisho, but as we were in the Queen's presence, we could not be at our ease. It was pretty both within and without the temple. The pale moon appeared, and young nobles sang songs of the new fashion. A song related that those who had gone into the boat were young and pretty. The old secretary of the treasury was among them. He was ashamed with reason to sing with the others, and stood there rather embarrassed. The back view of him was comical, and those within the misu secretly laughed. Someone said, "He in the boat is regretting old age." The high official on the bridge heard it and sang, the ancient seekers for eternal life, the tradition is full of lies. It sounded very latest fashion indeed. Some sang the duckweed, accompanied by the flute. Even the morning wind gave us unusual impressions because of the place. In the Queen's presence was placed Genji Monogatari. Once the Lord Prime Minister saw it, and after many playful words, wrote to me on a poem paper attached to a plum branch. Being notorious for sourness, I think none pass by without breaking a branch. No one in passing has ever broken the plum tree. Who then can know if it be sour? Oh, regrettable to be spoken of in such a way. One night I slept in a room near the corridor. Someone came knocking at the door. I was afraid and passed the night without making a sound. The next morning the following poem was sent to me from the Prime Minister. All the night through, knocking louder than a water rail, I stood in vain at the door of Hinoki Wood, weary and lamenting. I wrote back, a cause of deep regret indeed, had the door opened at the knocking of the water rail. Third day of first month, 10:10. The august princes have presented themselves before the king for 3 days to receive gifts of mochi. Ladies of high rank accompanied them. Simon no Kami held the prince, and the mochi was brought to his majesty by the Lord Prime Minister. The king, facing towards the east door, gave it to the august princes. It was a beautiful sight to see the young princes coming and returning through the corridor. The Queen Dowager did not present herself. On the first day, Lady Saisha served at table. Her color combination was cunningly executed. Ladies Takumi and Hyogo officiated as the Queen's secretaries. The ladies who tied their hair were particularly attractive. The lady who was entrusted with the preparation of toso was very vain of her skill and behaved as if she were a doctor of medicine. Ointment was distributed as usual. The Prime Minister took the young prince in his arms, and the king embraced him lovingly, saying, "Long life and health," as usual. The Lord Prime Minister replied, "I will uphold the younger prince in my arms." But at that his augustness, the Crown Prince, became jealous and begged to be taken up too, saying, "Ah." The Prime Minister was much pleased, and the General of the Right Bodyguard and others were amused by it. The Lord Prime Minister had an audience with the king, and they came out together to find amusement. The minister was much intoxicated. Troublesome, I thought, and hid myself away, but I was found. "You are summoned by the father of the Queen, yet you retire so early. Suspicious person," said he. "Now, instead of the Queen's father, it is you who must compose a poem. It is quite an ordinary occasion, so don't hesitate." He urged, but it seemed to me very awkward to make one only to have it laughed at. As he was very much in liquor, his face was flushed and flamed out in the torchlight. He said, "The Queen had lived for years alone and solitary. I had seen it with anxiety. It is cheering to behold troublesome children on either side of her." And he went to look at the princes, who had been put to bed, taking off the bedclothes. He was singing, "If there be no little pines in the field, how shall I find the symbol of 1,000 ages?" People thought it more suitable that he should sing this old song than make a new one. The next evening the sky was hazy. As the different parts of the palace are built compactly in close rows, I could only catch a slight glimpse of it from the veranda. I admired his recitation of last evening with the nurse Madame Nakadaka. This lady is of deep thought and learning. I went home for a while, for the 50-day ceremony of the second prince, which was the 15th day of the sociable month. I returned in the early morning to the palace. Lady Koshosho returned in embarrassing broad daylight. We two lived together. Our rooms adjoin, and we throw them together, each occupying the hall when the other is absent. When we are there together, we put Kicho between them. The Lord Prime Minister says we must be gossiping about other people. Some may be uneasy to hear that, but as there are no unfriendly strangers here, we are not anxious about it. I went to the Queen's audience. My friend wore brocaded uchigi of old rose and white, a red caragino and figured train. My dress was of red and purple and light green. My caragino was green and white. The rubbed design on the train was in the very latest fashion, and it would perhaps have been better if a young lady had worn it. There were 17 ladies of His Majesty the King's court who presented themselves before the Queen. Lady Tachibana of the third rank served the royal table, Ladies Kodayu and Shikibu on the balcony. The serving of the young August Princess dinner was entrusted to Lady Koshosho. Their Majesties sat within the days. The morning sun shone in, and I felt too much brilliancy in their presence. The King wore a robe with narrow sleeves. The Queen was dressed in red as usual. Her inner kimonos were purple and red with pale and dark green and 2 shades of yellow. His Majesty's outer dress was grape-coloured brocade, and his inner garment white and green, all rare and modern both in design and colour. It seemed to be too dazzling in their presence, so I softly slid away into an inner room. The nurse, Madame Nakadaka, holding the young prince in her arms, came out towards the south, between the canopied king and queen. She is short in stature, but of dignified demeanour. She was perfectly tranquil and grave, and a good example for the young prince. She wore grape-coloured uchigi and patternless caragino of white and old rose. That they all did their utmost to adorn themselves. One had a little fault in the colour combination at the wrist opening. When she went before the royal presence to fetch something, the nobles and high officials noticed it. Afterwards, Lady Saisho regretted it deeply. It was not so bad, only one colour was a little too pale. Lady Kotaio wore a crimson-aligned dress, and over it an uchigi of deep and pale plum colour bordered with folds. Her caragino was white and old rose. Lady Jen Shikibu appears to have been wearing a red and purple figured silk. Sam said it was unsuitable because it was not brocade. That judgment is too conventional. There may be criticism where want of taste is too apparent, but it were better to criticize manners. Dress is rather unimportant in comparison. The ceremony of giving mochi to the prince is ended, and the table is taken away. The misu of the anteroom was rolled up, and we saw ladies sitting crowded at the west side of the dais. There were Lady Tachibana of the third rank, and Naishi no Suke, the younger attendant of the august princess, sitting in the doorway. In the east anteroom near the shioji there were ladies of high rank. I went to seek Lady Dainagon and Lady Koshosho, who were sitting east of the dais. His August Majesty sat on the dais with his dining table before him. The ornaments of it were exquisitely beautiful. On the south balcony there sat the Minister of the Right and Left and the Chamberlain, the first officials of the Crown Prince and of the Queen, and the great adviser Shijo facing towards the north, the west being the more honourable seat. There were no officials of low rank. Afterwards they began to amuse themselves. Courtiers sat on the southeast corridor on the side building. The 4 lower officials took their usual places to perform some music. They were Kagemasa, Korekaze, Yukiyoshi, Tonomasa. From the upper seat, the great adviser Shijo conducted the music. Tono-ben played the lute. Tsunetaka played the koto. The lieutenant general of the left bodyguard and state councillor played the flute. Some outsiders joined in the music. One made a mistake in the notes and was hissed. The minister of the right praised the six-stringed koto. He became too merry and made a great mistake, which sent a chill even to the onlookers. The Prime Minister's gift was flutes put into 2 boxes. End of section 6, read by Claudia Caldi.
Section 7 of Diaries of Court Ladies of Old Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Seraphina. Diaries of Court Ladies of Old Japan by Sarashina, Murasaki Shikibu et al. Translated by Annie Shepley Omori and Kochi Doi. The Diary of Izumi Shikibu, Part 1. AD 1002 to 1003. Many months had passed in lamenting the world, more shadowy than a dream. Already the 10th day of the Deutzia month was over. A deeper shade lay under the trees and the grass on the embankment was greener. These changes, unnoticed by any, seemed beautiful to her, and while musing upon them, a man stepped lightly along behind the hedge. She was idly curious, but when he came towards her, she recognized the page of the late prince. He came at a sorrowful moment, so she said, "Is your coming not long delayed? To talk over the past was inclined." "Would it not have been presuming? Forgive me, in mountain temples have been worshipping. To be without ties is sad, so wishing to take service again, I went to Prince Sochinomiya." "Excellent! That prince is very elegant and is known to me. He cannot be as of yore, i.e. unmarried." So she said, and he replied, "No, but he is very gracious. He asked me whether I ever visit you nowadays." "Yes, I do," said I. Then, breaking off this branch of tachibana flowers, His Highness replied, "Give this to her. See how she will take it." The prince had in mind the old poem. The scent of tachibana flowers in May recalls the perfumed sleeves of him who is no longer here. "So I have come. What shall I say to him?" It was embarrassing to return an oral message through the page, and the prince had not written. Discontented, yet wishing to make some response, she wrote a poem and gave it to the page. That scent, indeed, brings memories, but rather to be reminded of that other would hear the cuckoo's voice. The prince was on the veranda of his palace, and as the page approached him with important face, he led him into an inner room, saying, "What is it?" The page presented the poem. The prince read it and wrote this answer. "The cuckoo sings on the same branch, with voice unchanged, that shall you know." His Highness gave this to the page and walked away, saying, "Tell it to no one. I might be thought amorous." The page brought the poem to the lady. Lovely it was, but it seemed wiser not to write too often, so did not answer. On the day following his first letter, this poem was sent. "To you I betrayed my heart. Alas, confessing brings deeper grief, lamenting days." Feeling was rootless, but being unlearned in loneliness and attracted, she wrote an answer. "If you lament today, at this moment your heart may feel for mine, for in sorrow months and days have worn away." He wrote often, and she answered sometimes, and felt her loneliness a little assuaged. Again she received a letter. After expressing feelings of great delicacy, "I would solace you with consoling words, if spoken in vain, no longer could be exchanged. To talk with you about the departed one, how would it be for you to come in the evening unobtrusively?" Her answer: "As I hear of comfort, I wish to talk with you, but being an uprooted person, there is no hope of my standing upright. I am footless, meaning I cannot go to you." Thus she wrote, and His Highness decided to come as a private person. It was still daylight, and he secretly called his servant Ukonnozo, who had usually been the medium by which the letters had reached the prince, and said, "I am going somewhere." The man understood and made preparations. His Highness came in an humble palanquin and made his page announce him. It was embarrassing. She did not know what to do. She could not pretend to be absent after having written him an answer that very day. It seemed too heartless to make him go back at once without entering. Thinking, "I will only talk to him," she placed a cushion by the west door on the veranda and invited the prince there. Was it because he was so much admired by the world that he seemed to her unusually fascinating? But this only increased her caution. While they were talking, the moon shone out and it became uncomfortably bright. He: "As I have been out of society and living in the shade, I am not used to such a bright place as this. It was too embarrassing. Let me come in where you are sitting. I will not be rude as others are. You are not one to receive me often, are you?" "No, indeed. What a strange idea. Only tonight we shall talk together, I think. Never again." Thus lightly talking, the night advanced. "Shall we spend the night in this way?" he asked. "The night passes, we dream no faintest dream. What shall remains to me of this summer night?" She: "Thinking of the world, sleeves wet with tears are my bedfellows. Calmly to dream sweet dreams, there is no night for that." He: "I am not a person who can leave my house easily. You may think me rude, but my feeling for you grows ardent." And he crept into the room, felt horribly embarrassed, but conversed together, and at daybreak he returned. Next day's letter: "In what way are you thinking about me? I feel anxiety. To you it may be a commonplace to speak of love, but my feeling this morning, to nothing can it be compared." She answered, "Whether commonplace or not, thoughts do not dwell upon it. For the first time I am caught in the toils." "Oh, what a person! What has she done?" So tenderly the late prince spoke to her. She felt regret, and her mind was not tranquil. Just then the page came, awaited a letter, but there was none. It disappointed her, how much in love. When the page returned, a letter was given. The letter: "Were my heart permitted even to feel the pain of waiting, it may be to wait is lesser pain. Tonight, not even to wait for." The prince read it and felt deep pity, yet there must be reserve in going out at night. His affection for his princess is unusually light, but he may be thinking it would seem odd to leave home every night. Perhaps he will reserve himself until the mourning for the late prince is over. It is a sign that his love is not deep. An answer came after nightfall. Had she said she was waiting for me with all her heart, without rest towards the house of my beloved, should I have been impelled? When I think how lightly you may regard me. Her answer: Why should I think lightly of you? I am a drop of dew hanging from a leaf, yet I am not unrestful, for on this branch I seem to have existed from before the birth of the world. Please think of me as like the unstable dew which cannot even remain unless the leaf supports it. His Highness received this letter. He wanted to come, but days passed without realizing his wish. On the moon-hidden day, last day of the month, she wrote, "If today passes, your muffled voice of April, oh Kaku, where can I hear?" She sent this poem, but as the prince had many callers, it could only reach him the next morning. His answer: "The cuckoo's song in spring is full of pain. Listen and you will hear his song of summer, full-throated from today." And so he came at last, avoiding public attention. The lady was preparing herself for temple-going, and in the act of religious purification. Thinking that the rare visits of the prince betrayed his indifference, and supposing that he had come only to show that he was not without sympathy, she continued the night absorbed in religious services, talking little with him. In the morning, the prince said, "I have passed an extraordinary night. New is such feeling for me we have been near, yet the night passed and our souls have not met." And he added, "I am wretched." She could feel his distress and was sorry for him, and said, "With endless sorrow my heart is weighted, and night after night is passed, even without meeting of the eyelids. For me this is not new." May 2nd. The prince wrote to her, "Are you going to the temple today? When shall you be at home again?" Answer: "In its season, the time of gently falling rain will be over. Tonight I will drag from its bed the root of ayame." Went to the temple and came back after 2 or 3 days to find a letter from him. "My heart yearns for thee, and I wish to see thee, yet I am discouraged by the treatment of the other night. I am sad and ashamed. Do not suppose that I remain at home because my feeling is shallow. She is cold-hearted, yet I cannot forget her. Time wipes out bitterness, but deepens longings which today have overcome me. Not slight is my feeling, although..." Her reply: "Are you coming? Scarcely believable are your words, for not even a shadow passes before my unfrequented dwelling." The prince came as usual unannounced. The lady did not believe that he would come at all, and being tired out with the religious observances of several days, fell asleep. No one noticed the gentle knocking at the gate. He, on the other hand, had heard some rumors, and suspecting the presence of another lover, quietly retired. A letter came on the morning of the next day. "I stood before your closed door, never to be opened. Seeing, it became the symbol of your pitiless heart. I tasted the bitterness of love and pitied myself." Then she knew that he had come the night before, carelessly fallen asleep, and wrote back, "How can you write the thought? The door of precious wood was closely shut, no way to read that heart. All is thy suspicion. Oh, that I could lay bare my heart to you." The next night he wanted to come again, yet he was advised against it. He feared the criticism of the chamberlain and crown prince, so his visits became more and more infrequent. In the continuous rains, the lady gazed at the clouds and thought how the court would be talking about them. She had had many friends. Now there was only the prince. Though people invented various tales about her, she thought the truth could never be known to any. The prince wrote a letter about the tedious rain. "You are thinking only of the long rains, forever falling everywhere. Into my heart also the rain falls, long melancholy days." It was smile-giving to see that he seized upon every occasion to write her a poem, and she also felt as he did that this was a time for sentiment. The reply: "Unaware of the sadness in your heart, knowing only the rain in mine." And on another paper she wrote another poem. "It passes, the very sorrowful life of the world. By today's long rains it can be known, the high water mark will be exceeded." Or, "It passes, the very sorrowful life of the world. By today's long meditation it can be known, the flood will be exceeded. Is it still long before you come? The prince read this letter, and the messenger came back with his answer. Helpless man, I am weary even of life. Not to you alone beneath the sky is rain and dullness. For us both it is a stupid world. It was the 6th day of the 5th month. Rain not yet stopped. The prince had been much more touched by her answer of the day before, which was deeper in feeling, and on that morning of heavy rain he sent with much kindness to inquire after her. Very terrible was the sound of rain. Of what was I thinking all the long night through, listening to the rain against the window? I was sheltered, but the storm was in my heart. The lady wrote thus to the prince, and he thought, not hopeless. His poem. All the night through it was of you I thought. How is it in a house where is no other to make rain forgotten? At noon people were talking about the flooding of the Kamo River, and many went to see it, the prince among them. He wrote, How are you at present? I have just come back from flood seeing. The feeling of my heart, like the overflowing waters of the flood, but deeper my heart's feeling. Do you know this? She wrote, Toward me the waters do not overflow. No depth lies there, though the meadow is flooded. Words are not enough. In these words she replied to him, and His Highness made up his mind to come, and ordered perfumery for himself. Just then his old nurse, Chiju no Menoto, came up. Where are you going? She said. People are talking about it. She is no lady of high birth. If you wish her to serve you, you may summon her here as a servant. Your undignified goings out are very painful for us. Many men go to her, and some awkward thing may happen. All those improper things are suggested by Ukonozo. He accompanied the late prince also. If you wander out in the depths of night, no good can come of it. I will tell the Prime Minister of the persons who accompany you in these night visits. In the world there may be changes. No one can tell what will happen tomorrow. The late minister loved you much and asked the present one to show you favor. You must keep yourself from these indiscretions till worldly affairs are quite settled. The prince said, Where shall I go? I am so bored, and am seeking temporary recreation. People are foolish to make much of it. He said this, although much hurt by the necessity for it. Besides that, he thought her not unworthy of him, and even wished to bring her to the palace as a concubine. On the other hand, he reflected that in that case things even more painful to hear would be said, and in his trouble of mind days were passed. At last he visited her. I could not come in spite of my desires. Please do not think that I neglect you. The fault is in you. I have heard that there are many friends of yours who are jealous of me. That makes me more reserved, and so many days have gone by. The prince talked gently and said, Now come for this night only. There is a hidden place no one sees. There I can talk with tranquil mind. The palanquin was brought near the veranda. She was forced to enter it and went, without her own volition, with unsteady mind. She kept thinking that people would know about it, but as the night was far advanced, no one found them out. The conveyance was quietly brought to a corridor where no one was, and he got out. He whispered, As the moon is very bright, get down quickly. She was afraid, but hurriedly obeyed him. Here there is no one to see us. From this time we will meet here. At your honorable dwelling I am always anxious about other men. I can never be at ease there. His words were gentle, and when it was dawn he made her get into the palanquin and said, I wish to go with you, but as it is broad daylight, I fear people may think I have passed the night outside the court. He remained in the palace, and she on her way home thought of the strange going out and of the rumors that would fly about. Yet the uncommonly beautiful features of the prince at dawn were lingering in her mind. Her letter. Rather would I urge your early return at evening than ever again make you arise at dawn. It is so sorrowful. His reply. To see you departing in the morning dew, comparing, it were better to come back in the evening unsatisfied. Let us drive away such thoughts. I cannot go out this evening on account of the evil spirit, i.e., he might encounter it. Only to fetch you I venture. She felt distress because this sort of thing could not go on always, but he came with the same palanquin and said, "Hurry, hurry!" She felt ashamed because of her maids, yet stole out into the carriage. At the same place as last night, voices were heard, so they went to another building. At dawn, he complained of the cocks crowing, and leading her gently into the palanquin, went out with her. On the way, he said, "At such times as these, always come with me." And she, "How can it always be so?" Then he returned. 2 or 3 days went by. The moon was wonderfully bright. She went to the veranda to see it, and there received a letter. What are you doing at this moment? Are you gazing at the moon? Are you thinking with me of the moon at the mountain's edge, in memory lamenting the short sweet night, hearing the cock, awake too soon? More than usually pleasing was that letter, for her thoughts were then dwelling on the bright moon night when she was unafraid of men's eyes at the prince's palace. The answer. That night the same moon shone down, thinking so I gaze, but unsatisfied is my heart, and my eyes are not contented with moon-seeing. She mused alone until the day dawned. The next night the prince came again, but she knew not of it. A lady was living in the opposite house. The prince's attendant saw a palanquin stopping before it and said to his highness, "Someone has already come. There is a palanquin." "Let us retire," said the prince, and he went away. Now he could believe the rumors. He was angry with her, yet being unable to make an end of it, he wrote, "Have you heard that I went to you last night? It makes me unhappy that you don't even know that. Against the hill of pines where the maiden pines for me, waves were high that I had seen, yet today's sight, oh ominous." She received the letter on a rainy day. Oh, unlooked for disaster. She suspected slanderous tongues. "You only are my always waited for island. What waves can sweep it away?" So she answered. But the prince, being somewhat troubled by the sight of the previous night, did not write to her for a long time. Yet, at last, love and misery in various shapes pass through my mind and never rest. She wished to answer, but was ashamed to explain herself, so only wrote, "Let it be as you will, come or not, yet to part without bitter feeling would lighten my sorrow." From that time he seldom sent letters. One moon-bright night she was lying with grieving thoughts. She envied the moon in its serene course, and could not refrain from writing to the prince. In her deserted house she gazes at the moon. He is not coming, and she cannot reveal her heart. There is none who will listen. She sent her page to give the poem to Ukonnozo. Just then the prince was talking with others before the king. When he retired from the presence, Ukonnozo offered the letter. "Prepare the palanquin," he said, and he came to her. The lady was sitting near the veranda looking at the sky, and feeling that someone was coming, had had the surare rolled down. He was not in his court robe, but in his soft, everyday wear, which was more pleasing to her eye. He silently placed his poem before her on the end of his fan, saying, "As your messenger returned too soon without awaiting my answer." She drew it towards her with her own. The prince seemed to think of coming in, but went out into the garden, singing, "My beloved is like a dewdrop on a leaf." At last he came nearer and said, "I must go tonight. I came secretly, but on such a bright night as this, none can escape being seen. Tomorrow I must remain within for religious duties, and people will be suspicious if I am not at home." He seemed about to depart when she, "Oh, that a shower might come, so another brightness, more sweet than the heavenly one, might linger here for a while." He felt that she was more amiable than others had admitted. "Ah, dear one," he said, and came up for a while, then went away, saying, "Unwillingly urged by the moon on her cloudy track, his body is going out, but not his heart." When he was gone, she had the sudare rolled up and read his poem in the moonlight. "She is looking at the moon, but her thoughts are all of me. Hearing this, it draws me to her side." How happy! He seemed to have been thinking her a worthless woman, but he has changed his mind, she thought. The prince, on his side, thought the lady would have some value for him when he wanted to be amused, but even while he was thinking it, he was told that the major general was her favorite, and visited her in the daytime. Still others said, "Hyobukyo is another of her lovers." The prince was deterred by these words and wrote no more. One day, His Highness's little page, who was the lover of one of her maids, came to the house. While they were chattering, the page was asked if he had brought a letter. He answered, "No. One day my lord came here, but he found a palanquin at the gate. From that time he does not write letters. Moreover, he has heard that others visit here." When the boy was gone, this was told. She was deeply humiliated. No presumptuous thoughts nor desire for material dependence had been hers. Only while she was loved and respected had she wished for intercourse. Estrangement of any other kind would have been bearable, but her heart was torn asunder to think that he should suspect her of so shameful a thing. In the midst of mourning over her unfortunate situation, a letter was brought to her. "I am ill and much troubled these days. Of late I visited your dwelling, but alas, at an unlucky time. I feel that I am unmanly. Let it be, I will not look toward the beach. The seaman's little boat has rowed away." Her answer: "You have heard unmentionable things about me. I am humiliated, and it is painful for me to write any more. Perhaps this will be the last letter. Off the shore of aimlessness, with burning heart and dripping sleeves, I am he who drifts in the seaman's boat." Or, "Off the shore of Sode, with burning heart and dripping sleeves, I am he who drifts in the seaman's boat." It was already the 7th month. On the 7th day she received many letters from elegant persons in deference to the celestial lovers, but her heart was not touched by them. She was only thinking that she was utterly forgotten by the prince, who had never lost such an opportunity to write to her. But at last there came a poem. "Alas, that I should become like the herder god, who can only gaze at the weaving one, beyond the river of heaven." The lady saw that he could not forget her, and she was pleased. Her poem: "I cannot even look towards that shore where the herder god waits. The lover stars also might avoid me." His Highness would read, and he would feel that he must not desert her. Towards the moon-hidden day, end of the month, he wrote to her, "I am very lonely. Please write to me sometimes as to one of your friends." Her reply: "Because you do not wake, you cannot hear. The wind is sighing in the reeds. Ah, nights and nights of autumn." The messenger who took the poem came back with one from him. "Oh, my beloved, how can you think my sleep untroubled? Lately, sad thoughts have been mine, and never sleep is sound. The wind blows over the reeds. I will not sleep, but listen, whether its sigh thrills my heart. After 2 or 3 days, towards evening, he came unexpectedly and made his palanquin draw into the courtyard. As she had not yet seen him in the daylight, he was abashed, he said, but there was no help for it. He went away soon and did not write for so long that anxiety began to fill her heart, so at last she sent. Wearily the autumn days drag by, from him no message, boding silence. Sweet are man's promises, but how different is the heart. Then he wrote that, though he never forgot her, of late he could not leave the palace. Though days pass and others may forget, I can never lose the thought that meeting in the evening of an autumn day. The lady was pitiable, having no one to depend on, and tried to sustain herself with the uncertain consolations of a life of sentiment. Reflection increased her wretchedness, and when the 8th month came, she went to Ishiyama Temple to revive her doleful spirit, intending to remain there for 7 days. One day the prince said to his page, "It is a long time since I wrote. Here is a letter for her." The page replied, "I went to her house the other day and heard that she had lately gone to Ishiyama Temple." Then, "It is already late in the day. Tomorrow morning you shall go there." He wrote a letter and the page went to Ishiyama with it. Her mind was not in the presence of Buddha, but at home in the royal city. She was thinking that were she loved by him as at the beginning, there would have been no wandering like that. She was very sad, yet sadness made her pray to the Buddha with all her heart. Perceiving that someone approached, she looked down, wondering who it might be. It was the prince's page. As she had just been thinking of the prince, she hurriedly sent her maid to question him. The letter was brought and opened with more agitation than usual. It was as follows. "You seem to be steeped in Buddha's teaching. It would have given me pleasure to have been informed of it. Surely I am not loved so deeply that I am a hindrance to your devotion to Buddha. Only to think of your calm makes me jealous." The poem. "Do you feel that my soul wanders after you, passing across the barrier? Oh, ceaseless longing! When shall you return?" When she was in his neighborhood, he wrote but seldom, gratifying that he should send a letter so far. The answer. The way of meeting, she was thinking that he had quite forgotten. Who can it be that is coming across the barrier? Or, the way of Omi, she was thinking that he had quite forgotten. Who can it be that is coming across the barrier? You ask when I shall go back. It is as yet uncertain. On the Mount Nagara, my yearning is towards the Biwa Lake. Uchide no Hama does not lie towards Miyako. Or, on the mount while being, my yearning is towards the open water. The beach of going out does not lie towards the royal city. The prince read her poems and said to the page, "I am sorry to trouble you, but please go once more." His poem. "I sought for you in the Osakayama, but though never forgetting you, my way was lost in the trackless valley." Or, "I sought for you in the Mount of Meeting, but though never forgetting you, my way was lost in the trackless valley." His second poem. "Being overwhelmed with sorrow, I wished to remain in retirement, but Omi no Yumi is beyond Uchide no Hama." Or, "Being overwhelmed with sorrow, I wished to remain in retirement, but the lake of meeting is beyond the beach of going out." She wrote back only poems. Tears which could not be restrained at the barrier flow towards the Omi no Yumi. Or, Tears which could not be restrained at the barrier flow towards the lake of meeting. And on the margin she wrote, "Let me try you, my own heart also. Come and tempt me towards the royal city." His Highness had never thought of going so far to seek her, but he thought he must go to her as he had received such a letter. He came and they went back together. His poem. Infelicitous love, although entered into the way of eternal law, who was it came and tempted back to the royal city? The answer. Out of the mountain to the darker path I wander, because I met you once more. Towards the moon-hidden day a devastating wind blew hard. It rained, and she was even sadder than usual when a letter was brought. She thought the prince had not lost a fit occasion to inquire for her, and she could harbor no hard thoughts of him. His poem. In sorrow I gaze upon the sky of autumn. The clouds are in turmoil, and the wind is high. Her answer. A gentle wind of autumn makes me sad, O day of storm, no way to speak of it. The prince thought in this he could read her true feeling, but days passed before his visit. It was after the 10th day of the 9th month. He waked and saw the morning moon. It seemed a long time since he had seen her. He felt that she was gazing at this moon, so followed by his page, he knocked at her gate. The lady was lying awake and meditating, lost in a melancholy which may have been due to the season. She wondered at the knock, but knew not who the visitor might be. She waked the maid lying beside her, who was in a sound sleep. The latter called out for the manservant. When he went out, waking with difficulty, the knocking had ceased and the visitor had gone. The guest must have thought her a dull sleeper and been disheartened. Who was it likely to be? Surely one of like mind with herself. Her man, who had gone out after much rousing and seen no one, complained that it was only her fancy. Even at night our mistress is restless. Oh, these unpeaceful persons. Thus he grumbled away, but went to sleep again at once. The lady got up and saw the misty sky. When morning came, she jotted down her thoughts aimlessly, and while doing it, received a letter. In the autumn night, the pale morning moon was setting when I turned away from the shut door. He must have thought her a disappointing woman, yet she was happy to think that he never failed to associate her with every changing season, and came to her door when he was attracted by the lovely sight of the sky. So she folded the notes she had just written and sent them to His Highness. The notes. Sound of wind. Wind blows hard as if it were determined to blow away the last leaves on the branch. It grows cloudy and threatening. Rain patters slightly. I am hopelessly desolate. Before the autumn ends, my sleeves will be all rotted with tears. The slow rains cannot do more to them. I am sad, but no one remarks it. The leaves of trees and plants change day by day, and so affection in him. In anticipation, I feel the dreariness of the long winter rains. The leaves are pitifully teased by the winds, the drops on the leaves which may vanish at any moment. How like they are to my own life! The sight of the leaves ever reminds me strangely of my own sadness. I cannot go within, but lie on the veranda. Mayhap my end is not far off. I feel a vague anger that others are in comfortable sleep and cannot sympathize with me. Just now I heard the faint cry of a wild goose. Others will not be touched by it, but I cannot endure the sound. How many nights, alas, sleepless, only the calls of the wild geese. Let me not pass the time in this way. I will open the shutter and watch the moon declining towards the western horizon. It seems distant and serenely transparent. There is mist over the earth. Together comes the sound of the morning bell and the crowing of cocks. There will be no moment like this in past or future. I feel that the color of my sleeves is new to me. Another with same thoughts may be gazing at the pale morning moon of the long night month. No sight is more sorrowful. Now there comes a knocking at the gate. What does it mean? Who passes the night with thoughts like mine? There is one of like mind with me, musing upon the morning moon, but no way to find him out. She had meant to send the last poem only to the prince, but when she learned that it was His Highness himself who had come, she sent all. The prince read and did not feel that his visit had been in vain, if she also had been awake and sadly dreaming. He wrote promptly, and the letter was presented while she was gazing aimlessly. She opened it anxiously and read. First poem. She thinks her own sleeves only are wet, but another's also are rotting. Second poem. Dew life soon to vanish away, hangs long suspended in forgetfulness of self on the long blooming chrysanthemum flower. Third poem. Sleepless the call of wild geese on the cloud track, yet the pain is from your own heart. Fourth poem. There may be another with thoughts like mine, who is gazing toward the sky of the morning moon. Fifth poem. Although not together, you too were gazing at the moon, believing that I went this morning to your gate. Alas! Oh, that gate hard to be opened. So her writing had not been uselessly sent. Towards the moon-hidden day, she had another letter. After excusing himself for his late neglect, he wrote, I have an awkward thing to ask you. There is a lady with whom I have been secretly intimate. She is going away to a distant province, and I want to send her a poem which will touch her heart deeply. Everything you write touches me, so please compose a poem for me. She was unwilling conceitedly to carry out his wishes, but she thought it too prudish to refuse him, so she wrote with the words, How can I satisfy you? Her poem. In the tears of regret, your image will linger long, even after chilly autumn has gone by. It is painful for me to write a heartfelt letter in your place. And on the margin she wrote, Leaving you, where can she go? For me, no other life. The prince wrote back, Very good poem is all that I can say. I cannot say that you have expressed my heart. Forsaking me, she wanders away. So let it be, let me think of you, the unexcelled one. There is not another. Thus I can live on. End of section 7. Section 8 of Diaries of Court Ladies of Old Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Seraphina. Diaries of Court Ladies of Old Japan by Sarashina, Murasaki Shikibu, et al. Translated by Annie Shepley Omori and Kochi Doi. The Diary of Izumi Shikibu, Part 2. It was the 10th month, and more than 10 days had passed before the prince came to her. The inner room is too dark and makes me restless. Let me sit here near the veranda. He said many heart-touching and tender words. She could not help being pleased. The moon was hidden and rain came pattering down. The scene was in harmony with their feeling. Her heart was disturbed with mingled emotions. The prince perceived her feeling and thought, Why is she so slandered by others? She is always here alone, sorrowing thus. He pitied her and startled the lady a little, whose head was bowed in distress on her hand, by reciting a poem. It is not dripping rain nor morning dew, yet here lying, strangely wet, are the sleeves of the arm pillow. She was overwhelmed by feeling and could not speak, but he saw her tears glistening in the moonlight. He was touched and said, "Why do you not speak? Have my idle words displeased you?" She replied, "I do not know why, but I feel that my heart is anguished, though your words are in my ears. You will see," she went on lightly, "I shall never forget your poem on the sleeves of the arm pillow." Thus the pitiful sad night was passed, and the prince saw that she had no other lover. He was sorry to go away from her in the early dawn, and immediately sent a message. "How are you today? Are the tears dry this morning?" Her answer, "In the morning they were dry, for only in a dream were the sleeves of the arm pillow wet." He read it and smiled at the word arm pillow, which she had said she would never forget. His poem. You say it was only in a dream that the sleeves were wet with tears, yet I cannot dry them, the sleeves of the arm pillow. I have never experienced so sorrow-sweet an autumnal night. Was it the influence of the time? After that he could not live without seeing her, and visited her oftener. As he saw her more intimately, he saw that she was not a faithless woman. Her helpless situation touched his heart more and more, and he became deeply sympathetic with her. Once he said to her, "Even though you live on thus in solitude, I shall never forget you, but it would be better to come to my palace. All these slanderous rumors are due to your living alone. I, for my part, never met any men here. Is it because I come from time to time? Yet others tell me very improper things about you, which should not be heard. It made me unspeakably sad to turn away from your shut gate. Remembering that you are living in loneliness, I sometimes have made a decision. Yet being old-fashioned in my ways, I hesitated to tell you of it because I anticipated the profound sadness with which you would hear these rumors. Nevertheless, I cannot continue our relations in this way. I fear that the rumor might become true. Then I should not be allowed to come, and you would become for me like the moon in the heavenly way. If you really feel the loneliness you speak of, please come to me. There are many persons living there, in his palace, yet you will have no feeling of constraint. As I have been unhappy in my domestic relations, I do not linger in that desolate region, the house of his princess, but am always alone, performing religious services. I hope that my loneliness may be lessened by talking with you, whose mind is in sympathy with mine." Her feeling was opposed to such a thing. She had never told him about the late prince. Yet there was no mountain retreat to which she could fly from world troubles, and her present condition seemed like a never-ending night. There had been many men who had wanted her, hence many strange reports were flying about. She could have confidence in no one but the prince, so she was much tempted. She thought, "He has a wife, yet she lives in a detached house. The nurse does all for him. If I show my affection and take pride in it, I shall be much blamed. My wish is that he should hide me from the world. Though to be visited by you is a rare occurrence, such a time soothes my heart. There is nothing else. So let anything happen. I will yield to your every wish. Elsewhere they are saying ugly things about us. If they see the fact accomplished, how much harder their words will be. Those harsh words will be said about me, not you, at any rate. I will find you a completely retired house where we can talk tranquilly." He gave her much hope, and went away in the depths of night. The barred door, outer strong gate of lattice work, had been left open for that purpose. She thought within herself, being much troubled, "If I continue to live alone, I can keep myself respected. If I were forsaken by him in his palace, I should be laughed at." After she retired, this poem came. I went along the path when night was opening. Sodden were they, the sleeves of the arm-pillow. That idle fancy of the sleeves he has not forgotten. This pleased her. Her poem. Your sleeves are wet with the dews on the grass of the morning path. The sleeves of my arm-pillow are wet, but not with dew. The next night the moon was very bright. Here and there people were gazing at it. The next morning the prince wanted to send her a poem and was waiting for the page to take it. The lady, too, had noticed the whiteness of the hoar frost and sent this poem. There was frost on the sleeves of the arm-pillow, and in the morning, lo, a frost-white world. The prince was sorry the lady had got ahead of him. He said to himself, the night was past yearning after the beloved and frost. Just then the page presented himself, and His Highness said, with some temper, handing his letter to the page, "Her messenger has already come. I am beaten. I wish he had come earlier." The page ran to her and said, "I had been summoned before your messenger got there. I was late and he is angry." The lady read the letter. The moon last night was very bright. In a frosty morning I await, with hope unwarranted, one who cannot be expected. His letter seemed not to have been suggested by hers, and she was pleased that His Highness had been in the same mood with herself. Her poem. I did not sleep, gazing at the moon all night, but the dawning of the day was in whiteness of hoar-frost. You are angry with the page. He is very sorry, and it awakes my pity. The morning sun shines on the frost, so, like the sun, your face. 2 or 3 days passed without a word from him. Her heart was in his promise, which gave her hope, but she could not sleep for anxiety. While lying awake in bed, she heard a knocking at the gate. It was just dawn. What can it be? She wondered, and sent a servant to inquire. It was the prince's letter. It was an unusual hour for it, and she wondered sorrowfully whether the prince had been conscious of her emotion. She opened her shutter and read this letter in the moonlight. Do you see that the little night opens, and on the ridge of the mountain, serenely bright, shines the moon of a night of autumn? The bridge across the garden pond was clearly seen in the moonlight. The door was shut, and she thought of the messenger outside the gate and hastened her answer. The night opens and I cannot sleep, yet I am dreaming dreams, and, loving them, the moon I do not see. The prince thought the answer not invented, and that it would be amusing to have her near him, to respond to his every fancy. After 2 days he came quietly in a palanquin for women. It was the first time she had shown herself to him in full daylight, but it would be unfriendly to creep away and hide, so she went to welcome him, creeping a little nearer to the entrance. He excused himself for the absence of those days and said, "Make up your mind quickly as to the thing I spoke of the other day. I am always uneasy in these wanderings, yet more uneasy when I cannot see you. Oh, troublesome are the ways of this absurd world." She replied, "I wish to yield to your mind, whatever it may be, yet my thoughts are troubled when I anticipate my fate and see myself neglected by you afterwards." He said, "Try it, I can come very seldom," and he went away. On the hedge there was a beautiful Mayumi and the prince, leaning against the balustrade. Our words are like these leaves, ever colored deeper and deeper. And she took it up, completing the 31-syllable poem he had begun, although it is only the pearl dew that deepens them. The prince was pleased and thought her not without taste. He seemed very elegant. He was attired as usual, his underdress exquisite. Her eye was much charmed, and she thought that she was too frivolous to be thinking about it. Next day he wrote, "Yesterday I was sorry that you were embarrassed, yet the more attracted by it." She answered, "The goddess of Mount Katuragi would have felt so too. There is no bridge across the way of Kume. I did not know what to do." The messenger came back with his poem. "Were my devotion to be rewarded, how could I stop, though bridge were none at Katuragi-san?" After that he came oftener, and her tiresome days were lightened. But her old friends also sent letters and visited her too, so she wanted to go to the prince's palace at once, lest some unlucky thing should occur, yet her heart was anxious and hesitating. One day he sent word, "Maple trees of the mountain are very beautiful. Come, let us go together to see them." She answered, "I shall be glad to do it." But the appointed day came, and His Highness wrote, "Today I must confine myself for a religious service." But that night it stormed, and the leaves were all gone from the trees. She waked and wrote to the prince how sorry she was that they could not have gone the previous day. His answer, "In the godless month it stormed. Today I dream and wonder if the storm was within my heart." She returned, "Was it a rainstorm? How my sleeves are wet! I cannot tell, but muse profoundly. After the night storm there are no more maple leaves. Oh, that we could have gone to the mountain yesterday." His Highness returned, "Oh, that we might have gone to see the maple leaves, for this morning it is useless to think of it." And on the margin there was a poem. "Though I believe no maple leaves are hanging on the boughs, yet we may go to see if scattering ones remain." And she answered, "Were the mountains of evergreens to change into red leaves, then we would go to see them, with tranquil, tranquil hearts. My poem will make you laugh." The night came, and the prince visited her. As her dwelling was in an unlucky direction, he came to take her out of it. "For these 45 days I shall stop at my cousin's, the lieutenant general of the 3rd rank, on account of the unlucky direction of my own house. It is rather embarrassing to take you to that unfamiliar place." Yet he dared to take her there. The palanquin was drawn into its shelter, small house built for it. The prince got out and walked away alone, and she felt very lonesome. When all were asleep, he came to take her in and talked about various things. The guards, who were curious about it, were walking to and fro. Ukon Nozo and the page waited near the prince. His feeling for her was so intense at this moment that all the past seemed dull. When day dawned, he took her back to her own home, and hurriedly returned himself to get back before people woke up. She could no longer disregard the earnest and condescending wish of His Highness, and she could no more treat him with indifference. She made up her mind to go to live with him. She received kind advice against it, but did not listen. As she had been unhappy, she wanted to yield herself to good fortune. Yet when she thought of the court servitude, she hesitated and said to herself, "It is not my inmost wish. I yearn for a retired religious life far away from worldly troubles. What shall I do when I am forsaken by the prince? People will laugh at my credulity. Or shall I live on as I am? Then I can associate with my parents and brothers. Moreover, I can look after my child, who seems now like an encumbrance. Nevertheless, at last she wanted to go, and she did not write her heart to the prince, for she thought he would know everything about her if they should live together. Her old friends sent letters, yet she did not answer them, saying to herself, "There is nothing to write." A letter from the prince. In it was written, "I was a fool to believe in you." His words were few. There was an old poem. "You are faithless, yet I will not complain. As the silent sea, deep is the hate in my heart." Her heart was broken. There were many extraordinary rumors about her, yet there were days when she believed that no harm could come of a false rumor. Someone must have slandered her, suspecting that she was yielding to the earnest desires of the prince and going to live at the palace. She was sad, but could not write to him. She was ashamed to think of what the prince might have heard. The prince, seeing that she did not explain herself, wrote to her again. "Why do you not answer? Now I believe in the rumor. How swiftly your heart changes! I heard something I did not believe, and wrote to you that you might wipe away such unpleasant thoughts from my mind." These words opened, i.e. lightened, her bosom a little. She wanted to know what he had heard, and suddenly the wish to see him came to her. "Oh, could you come to me this instant? I hunger to see thee, but cannot go because I am buried in slander." The prince wrote back, "You are too afraid of slanders, and I read your mind in this caution. I am angry about it." She thought he was teasing her, yet it saddened her, and she replied, "I cannot help it. Please come in any case." He returned, "I say to myself, I will not suspect, I will not resent, but my heart does not follow my will." Her answer, "Your enmity will never cease. I rely upon you, yet I suspect your faithfulness." In the evening the prince came. He said, "I wrote to you not believing the story. If you wish not to have such things said of you, come." She replied, "Then take me there." But when it was dawn, His Highness returned alone. He wrote to her continually, yet he seldom visited her. Once there was a great storm. The prince did not inquire for her. She thought His Highness did not sympathize with her solitude, so she wrote to him in the evening. The season of the withering frost is sad. The autumnal wind rages, and the sighing of the reed never stops. The prince's answer was, "The solitary reed which none but me remembers, how it is sighing in the raging wind. I am even ashamed to confess how much my mind is completely occupied with you." She was pleased indeed. The prince sent his palanquin, saying that he was going to the hidden rendezvous to avoid the unlucky direction of his house. The lady went thither, thinking she would follow every wish of his. They talked tranquilly for many days and nights, and her unrest was chased away. She was now not unwilling to live with him, but when the time for avoiding the unlucky direction was over, she was sent back to her home. There she thought of him more longingly than ever, and sent a poem. In this hour of longing, reflection brings to mind each day gone by, and in each one was less of sorrow. He replied, "Sorrows of love were less each yesterday, but how can those vanished days be caught again? There is no other way but to resolve to come to me, she was still cautious and could not take things so easily. She passed many days in musing. By this time, the colored leaves of autumn had all fallen. The sky was clear and bright. One evening, as the sun was setting, she felt very lonely and wrote to him, "You art always my consolation, yet with the end of day sadness comes." He replied, "All are sad when the day ends, yet are you sadder than any, you who wait? I can sympathize with you, and I am coming." The next morning the frost was very white. He sent to inquire for her, asking, "How are you feeling now?" She sent a poem. Not in repose was the night passed, but the frosty morning brought its own charm, incomparable. His answer contained many touching words and a poem. To think alone is not life, if you were thinking the same thoughts. She answered, "You are you and I am I, yet between your heart and mine is no separation. Make no such distinctions." The lady caught cold. Though not serious, she suffered. The prince often inquired for her, and at last she answered, saying, "A little better. The thread of life thinned down, and it seemed to be going to break. But now it is dear to me because of you. Is it because I am deep in sin?" He wrote back, "Gladly do I hear it. The thread of your life cannot easily be broken, for it is tied together with pledges of long-enduring affection." The end of the year was at hand. The first day of the frost month seemed like a day of early spring, but the next morning it snowed. The prince sent a poem. "Since the god age it has snowed. It is a known thing, yet that snow seems very fresh this morning." She returned an answer. "First snow! I see it young every winter, yet my face grows old as winter comes." Days were passed in exchanging these nothings. Again his letter. "I become impatient to see you, and just now wanted to go to you, but my friends have met here to compose poems together." She wrote, "Had you no time to come? Then I would go to you. Oh, that I knew an even way of love." Or, "Oh, that I knew the art of composing poems." He was pleased. "Come to my house. Here is the even way, and here's the way to see each other." That night he visited her, and talked touchingly of many things. "Would you be sad," he said, "if I should desert my house and become a monk?" He spoke sadly, and she wondered why such a thought had entered his mind, and whether it could be true or not. Overcome with melancholy, she wept. Outside was tranquil rain and snow. They slept not at all, but talked together with feeling throughout the night, as if the world were all forgotten. She felt that his affection was deeper than she had suspected. He seemed to feel everything in her, and could sympathize with her every emotion. In that case, she could accomplish her determination from the beginning to go to become a nun. So she made up her mind, but said nothing and sat lamenting. He saw her feeling and said, "Lover's fancy of a moment held us both through the night." And she continued, "Tears came to their eyes, and without was the rain." In the morning he talked of merrier things than usual, and went back. Though she had no faith in it, i.e. the convent, yet she had been thinking of it to comfort her solitude. Now her mind was confused, trying to think how to realize it, and she told her perplexed feeling to the prince. "On waking, I cannot think. I wish that those were only dreams of which we talked last night." and on the margin she wrote, "We made our vows so earnestly, yet must these vows yield to the common fate of the changing world. I am sorry to think of it." The prince read it and made answer, "I wanted to write to you first. I will not think it real. Those sad things were only dreams, dreamt in the night of dreams. I wish that you would think so too. You dwell too much upon nothing. Only life is fickle. We know not how it will end, but promises shall endure, as long as the pine tree and Suminoye. Oh, my beloved, I spoke to you of what I did not heartily wish. You are too literal. I am sorry for that." Yet the lady's thought lingered over that sad intention, and she lamented much. Once she was making haste to set out when she received the prince's letter. Oh, I longed for it, though I had just seen it. A Yamato Nadeshiko growing in the hedge of a mountain dwelling. It was painful to her present mind, yet she replied, "If you love, come and see. Even the 1,000 swift gods will not forbid those who follow in the way." He smiled over the poem. As he was reading sutras those days, he sent the following poem. "The way of meeting is not God forbidden, but I am on the seat of the law and cannot leave it." Her answer, "Then will I go thither to seek you, only do you enlarge the seat." Once it snowed heavily, and he sent her a poem affixed to a branch covered with snow. Snow falls, and on all the branches plum flowers are in bloom, though it is not yet spring. This was unexpected, and she wrote back, "Thinking that plum flowers were in bloom, I broke the branch, and snow scattered like the flowers." The next morning early he sent a poem. "These winter nights lovers keep vigil. Lying on one's lonely bed, day dawns, and the eyelids have not met." Her answer, "Can it be true? On winter nights eyes are shut in ice, frozen tears, and midnight hours are desolate. I wait for dawn, although no joy is in it." What the prince had been thinking of he wrote in heart-dwindling words, saying, "I think I cannot live out my life in this world." So she wrote back, "For me it is fitting to speak of these things, for they recall the romance of past days." His poem, "I would not exist even for a moment in a world where sorrows follow one another like the joints in the bamboo stalk." He had been troubling himself to find out a fit place to conceal her, but he reflected, "She is not used to such a life and would be embarrassed by it. For my part, I should be much rebuked. It is simpler to go myself and bring her as my maid." So on the 18th of the finishing month, on a moon-bright night, he visited her. He said in the ordinary way, "Now please come." And she thought it for a night only. When she got into the palanquin alone, "Take an attendant with you. If you are willing, we will talk together tranquilly tomorrow and the day after tomorrow." He had not spoken in this way before, and she, guessing his intention, took her maid with her. She was not carried to the same house as before. The room was beautifully adorned, and he said, "Live here privately. You may have several attendants." Now she was sure she had understood him, and she thought it fortunate to come thus secretly. People would be astonished to find she had come here to live before they were aware. When day dawned, she sent her servant to fetch her case of combs and other things. The prince left the room, but the shutters were still closed. It was not frightful, but uncomfortable. "I wish," said the prince, "to arrange that you shall live in the north building, This room is near the audience room and has no charm in it, i.e., someone might discover her. So she shut herself up and listened in secret. In the daytime, courtiers of the ex-emperor, his father, came to see him. He said, "How is it with you here? Can you stay? I feared that you would find it disagreeable by my side." And she answered, "I feared just the same thing." He laughed and said, "To tell the truth, take care of yourself while I am away. Some impertinent fellows may come to catch a glimpse of you. In a few days I will have you live openly in the room where now is my housekeeper, nurse. The room where I pass the day has no visitors." After 2 or 3 days, she was removed to the north side building. People were astonished and ran and told the princess, who said, "Even without this event, I have not been treated as I ought to have been. She is of no high birth. It is too much." She was angry because he had told her nothing. His secrecy displeased her very much, and she was more inconsolable than ever. The prince felt sorry for her and tried to be with her oftener. She said to him, "I am ill with hearing rumors and have come to hate seeing people. Why have you not told me this before? I would not have interfered. I cannot bear to be treated like a woman of no importance. I am ashamed to think that people are laughing at me." She said it weeping and weeping. He answered, "I brought her for my maid, and I thought that you would allow it, as you are angry with me, the Lieutenant General. Her brother hates me also. I brought her to dress my hair, and she shall serve you also." The princess was not softened by these words, but she was silenced. Thus days passed, and the lady became used to the court life. She dressed his hair and served in everything. As he did not allow her to retire to her private room, the visits of the princess became more and more rare. The princess lamented it infinitely. The year turned back, and on the first day of the social month, all the courtiers came to perform the ceremony of congratulation before the emperor. The prince was among them. He was younger and fairer than any, and even this made her ashamed of herself. From the princess's house, her ladies went out to see the procession, yet they did not care so much to see the courtiers as to look at her. They were in great disorder looking about. It was an ugly sight. After dark, when the ceremony was over, His Highness came back, and all the court nobles came with him to amuse themselves. It was very gay, and a contrast to the solitary life of her old home. One day the prince heard that even the lowest servants were speaking evil of her. He thought it was due to the behavior of his wife, and being displeased, seldom went to the royal dwelling. She was sorry for the princess, yet she did not know what to do. She remained there, thinking that she would do as she was bid. The princess's elder sister was married to the crown prince, and just then was living with her parents. She wrote to the younger princess, "How are you? I have heard something of what people are saying these days. Is it true? Even I feel disgraced. Come to us during the night." The princess could not console herself when she thought how much people who make talk about nothing were gossiping. She wrote back to her sister, "I have received your letter. I had been unhappy in the world, married life, and now am in a painful situation. For a time I will go back, and beholding the young princess will comfort me. Please send someone to summon me. I cannot go away when I desire, for he will not permit it." She began to put her affairs in order, taking away those things which must not be seen by others. She said, "I am going there for a while, for if I stay here, my husband will feel uncomfortable to come to me. It is painful for us both." And they said, "People are talking and laughing about it a good deal. He went out himself to get her. She is dazzling to the eye. She lives in the court lady's room over there. She goes to the prince's hall 3 or 4 times a day. It is quite right that you should punish him," going away with few words. All hated the lady, and he was sorry for her. His Highness suspected what his wife was going to do, and he found his conjecture realized when the sons of his brother-in-law came to fetch her. A lady-in-waiting said to the housekeeper, "The princess has taken important things with her. She is going away." The housekeeper was in great anxiety and said to the prince, "The princess is going away. What will the crown prince think of it? Go to comfort her." It was painful to her, the lady, to see these things going on. She was very sorry and pained, yet, as it was an unfit time to say anything, she kept silence. She wanted to get away from this disagreeable place, but thought that also not good. She thought she could never get rid of her trouble if she stayed. His Highness went towards the princess, who met him as if nothing had happened. "Is it true," he said, "that you are going to your elder sister? Why have you not asked me for the palanquin?" She answered, "Something has happened. There is something which demands me, and they have sent messengers for me." She said nothing more. The princess's words, her letters, and those of her sister were written roughly, from supposition. The end. End of Section 8. End of Diaries of Court Ladies of Old Japan by Sarashina, Murasaki Shikibu, et al. Translated by Annie Shepley Omori and Kochi Doi.